Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me out there? We're going to get started today with our live stream. Man, how many of these have we done this year? I think more than any other year that we've been covering severe weather. And we are at hopefully the end string of a massive severe weather outbreak sequence. Not saying that we won't see another one, but I do think we're going to have a little bit of a break after this. Just to start off on a light note, because I do think this is going to be a very long night of more damaging severe weather. Unfortunately, guys, I don't want to sugarcoat it. This looks like it's going to be a big time severe weather outbreak. And it is currently, what do we got here? It is currently 4:36 local on this May 26, 2024, 3:36 p.m. Central, 2036 Z. Let's get started with our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage. We do have a bunch of professional storm chasers out there helping us today. Chris, James, Nick, and Mr. Traffic Cam himself at Buffalo Bridge. I'm sure we'll get that updated here in just a second. I think that's Riley. We're going to keep you updated with a bunch of storm chasers, radar analysis, and also we've got Elijah here as well. Meteorologist Andy Hill is out there storm chasing, so we've got you covered from all angles today as we cover this very expansive severe weather risk that we have today. Moderate risk, a 4 out of 5 today in the Boot Heel of Missouri up into northeastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois. This is not for the storms that have already happened. So a lot of these places are currently without power. A lot of these places already have damage that they're cleaning up right now. This is another round of storms that's coming this afternoon, this evening, and into the overnight hours tonight that's going to cause even more problems than that first round did. This risk today is driven by a wind threat and a tornado threat, but we're going to talk about the wind threat first. We have a 45% hatched risk of significant damaging winds today in the moderate risk. The enhanced risk is kind of highlighted by the 30% area there, 15% in the yellow, 5% in the brown. We also have a very significant tornado threat today, where we have a 15% hatched risk of tornadoes in the red there, and a 10% hatched risk in the yellow. So this is a huge 10% hatched risk, one of the bigger ones that we've had this year, certainly encompassing a much larger population than we normally would, cover with a 10% hatched risk. So I think tens of millions of people are under the gun today for significant severe weather, long track, maybe even destructive tornadoes, damaging winds, and very large hail. So that's why we've gone live today. The threat looks very real, and if you know anybody in the affected areas, please let them know what's going on here. Let them know about the stream. If they don't want to watch me, or if they don't care about watching the weather or anything, just let them know send them a screenshot of this image and be like, hey man, you live right in the middle of that red there, or you live in the yellow. You should probably pay attention to the weather today. This is a big deal. Okay. So yeah, this is the tornado outlook. For today, we expect a potentially outbreak of severe weather. This is our latest watch. We have a tornado watch that was just issued not too long ago for southwestern portions of Missouri. This includes Joplin, Springfield, Fayetteville. This includes about 1.5 million people over here until 9 p.m. Central tonight. A couple tornadoes possible, tennis ball size hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is the first of many watches that we will see issued in this general vicinity here as we go through the rest of the evening. All right. Big time severe weather event here, y'all. This is, I'm going to show you some stuff here on the weather models. Just so we get all the, the simulated radar stuff out of the way here before we really get started. Once again, it's 4:39 local. The time that you see above my head here on the simulation of what the radar could look like as we go forward is going to be local time. So if it says 6 p.m., that's actually 5 p.m. Central. We expect to see the storms start to become more mature here around 6 p.m., and then we'll be in the middle of our significant severe weather outbreak starting around 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. will be whenever the supercellular threat likely turns more into a linear and quasi-linear threat, with still embedded tornadoes and damaging winds as it crosses over into western Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky around midnight. Let's see here, Cincinnati around midnight, Nashville closer to 2 a.m., Lexington, Kentucky closer to 2 a.m. And you can just kind of see the general progression there. We're really worried about the supercells when they first fire up over here for the tornado and hail threat. And then I think we're still quite worried about the tornado threat once this becomes a linear line of storms. But the wind threat and, the QLCS tornado threat goes up substantially once this crosses over the Ohio River. And this is going to continue to be a threat all the way through 2 a.m. at least. And then it'll kind of die out a little bit.
Tornado warning
Roane County, Tennessee, you're under a tornado warning. Roane County, Tennessee. Let's go check that out. Let's fly to it here. This is Roane and Morgan counties in Tennessee. This is over here, not close to, but towards Knoxville. On Interstate 40 here, Rockwood, Kingston, Cedar Grove. You guys are under a tornado warning. We have a pretty interesting area of rotation right here coming over towards Post Oak. That's Post Oak Farms. It's going to ride the Highway 70 corridor over towards Midtown, and Brown Ellis, West Shore Estates, also under the gun here for a potential tornado. This is a radar indicated warning. The National Weather Service saw this rotation signature here and said that looks like, tornadoes that we've seen in the past. We don't know for sure that there's one down there, but for the sake of these people over here in Brown Ellis and Kingston, Tennessee, let's put out a tornado warning so they take shelter just in case this storm does what we think it's capable of doing. So that's what you should do. You should take shelter in Kingston, Tennessee. This is a dangerous storm. We will let you know the moment that we have a confirmation that there's an actual tornado on the ground,
hey, Ryan,
just in case you need that stimulus. Chris Hall just reached out. Let's hear from him. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ron, we are just outside of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, currently at 75 very warm degrees with sunny skies all around us, and today is not a good day for sunny skies, especially in this area. Just wanted to break in here real quick. Nothing important right now. Well, it is important, but nothing that is life threat. However, just wanted to mention a lot is western Kentucky, like Russellville, Bowling Green, Glasgow, over near Hopkinsville here where I'm at. I already have a lot of damage from this morning's storms, and I also have been telling some people here when we've stopped of the incoming threat overnight tonight. A lot of these areas do not have power, so they will not have tornado sirens or any other sort of warning there for them. So they're going to have external ways to receive the warnings as it comes through tonight. So this is not our only threat earlier today. We're also seeing this increase through tonight. So just wanted to put that out there. A lot of people are not going to hear tornado sirens tonight, especially in western Kentucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Good points there from Chris Hall, Storm Chaser out there, giving us a view of western Kentucky this afternoon and evening. Lots of people are without power. In fact, the vast majority of western Kentucky seems to be without power, at least if you just look at take a cursory glance at this map here. The county that Hopkinsville is in, there's 22,000 customers tracked in that county, 8.8 thousand, about 40% of the county is without power, essentially. That's one of the larger towns over here. Murray, Kentucky, 60% of the county. Mayfield, 25% of the county is without power. So these are some of the areas, Mayfield, Kentucky, Hopkinsville, over towards Paducah, and Dexter in Missouri, where about 60% of the county is without power. These are some of the areas today that we are most concerned about significant severe weather and tornadoes. Okay, so power's out already. It's probably not going to be restored for everybody before this next round of storms. So another reason to get the word out there. Let everybody know, hey, do you got a charged cell phone? Yeah, TV ain't working. The stuff like that's not working. You got a charged cell phone or a charged tablet with cell phone service. You can keep track online. You can keep track here. If you don't even have that, like, hey, just I'll call you. If you know somebody over here in Dexter, Missouri, for example, if you personally, you're watching, you don't live in Dexter, but you know somebody out there, they're without power, they're not paying attention to the news, just call them and be like, hey, listen, I'm watching this guy on YouTube. He seems to kind of know what he's talking about a little bit, and if he says there's a storm coming to you, I'm going to call you and I'm going to tell you what to do. And that would probably be a nice thing to do as a friend, and also it could literally help some people. So that's what we're going to be hoping that happens here today, as we do have a lot of people without power about to experience another more intense round of severe thunderstorms. And speaking of severe thunderstorms, we have a huge line of severe thunderstorm warnings from Ohio down through West Virginia into Virginia and North Carolina associated with the big QLCS storm that is responsible for all these power outages and damage reports that we're seeing across Missouri, Kentucky, and Tennessee. We're going to continue to see more power outages and more damage reports as this storm goes by Charleston, West Virginia. It's going through right now with 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. We are still dealing with this here at the Weather House. We're hearing lots of thunder. It's raining pretty heavily out there. We had I think a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier today. Thankfully, we've still got power and no damage here, but there was some damage up here in the northeastern side of my county up near Williamson. So this is going to continue to cause damage and problems as it goes through West Virginia. But remember, this was round one. All right, the next round that comes through, these supercells that are forming back here in Missouri, this is going to be the real deal. This is where we are concerned about if everything comes together just right, we could be talking about a tornado outbreak on the regional level, with these supercells, if everything comes together in the way that we think that it could. So, that's what's going on right now. And we got distracted a little bit. I was showing you the simulated radar, and we got this tornado warning, which I do want to update you on again here. Post Oak Farms, there's an area of rotation going over that zone there near Watts Bar Lake in Tennessee, moving towards Kingston. No indication of a tornado on the ground right now, but this is certainly a storm capable of producing a tornado at any moment. So we need everybody in their safe spots in Roane County, Tennessee. Now, let's go back really quick and talk about the future before we get locked into radar coverage here. Once again, that initial line of storms that caused all of our problems with the power outages and damage today in Kentucky and Tennessee and places like that is going to kind of fizzle out. It's still going to cause some problems up there in Pennsylvania and over towards the Mid-Atlantic region, but it's not going to be anything compared to these storms. All right, these storms are going to come through starting around within the next hour. They're going to be at their peak intensity between 7 p.m. And about 9 p.m. And then, we're going to continue to see a big-time damaging wind threat as we go all the way through the early morning hours, okay? What was that? Can you repeat that for me? All right. Okay, so we are also taking a look at these storms that are coming through portions of Tennessee right now. Crossville, Tennessee is a place that needs my attention. Unfortunately, I don't know where that is. I know where that is, but I don't know which station they're wanting me to look at. Oh, are you talking about the Radar Omega camera here? It's dead now. It's offline. Okay, all right. So essentially, what we're looking at right now is still that first round down here in Tennessee. This is kind of like what's left over of it. The second round is still coming through later tonight. We did get another tornado warning just now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so I'm hearing right now, I'm getting word that there was maybe a funnel cloud or a lowering associated with this storm near Crossville. That's what kind of drew me away from the weather models really quick again. This is something that you guys can look at right now in the Radar Omega app. Right there it is. Yeah, I see it. There's definitely something to observe there near Crossville, Tennessee. Once again, you'll hear me refer to Radar Omega quite a bit during this stream, and if you guys want to follow along with me, you can have this app on your iPhone or Android device. There's a link in the top of the description. They're a supporter of the stream, so we like to support them. I think a lot of what we're seeing here is some SLCs. Okay, that's a SLC right there. That's an SLC right there. Some scary looking clouds. All right. However, this storm is in an environment that could produce a tornado. So we're going to watch those SLCs and make sure they don't get too close to the ground and don't start spinning too much, okay? Because, it's not out of the realm of possibility. This is kind of a discreet looking storm here moving up towards Crab Orchard. We're going to keep our eye on that. But we do have a tornado warning, a new tornado warning here for Morristown, Tennessee that was just issued during that. It expires in 40 minutes. We have an area of some rotation. It's really not that robust. It looks like it was at one point, but it's very quickly.
Hey Ryan,
kind of
this is Andy when you got a second.
But we do have an area of rotation here that's going to go over Alpha and Morristown. You guys should take shelter if you're in Tennessee. That was meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's hear from him. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm with Thunder again today in the new moderate risk for tornadoes, wind, and hail, all I believe. Just west of Van Buren, Missouri, here now in the Mark Twain National Forest. We've got trees all around us. We just talked to a U.S. Park Ranger here from Mark Twain National Forest. Let him know about the upgrade and the information and where you'd get warnings from the National Weather Service offices. Since this was a last-minute upgrade, we're trying to make sure we can talk to some official sources to get more people weather aware as these storms initiate in our most dangerous area. We'll be targeting right here in Van Buren for initiation and then moving east into the Mississippi River Delta in southeast Missouri.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for that update. And what he just said is really good. We've been talking a lot already about how important it is to let people know what's going on. A lot of people don't know what's going on. I really do think we're in an unfortunate situation where we've got, a lot of people who were just hit by severe weather. Obviously, people were talking yesterday about how there were supposed to be bad storms today, right? We got a lot of people that were hit by severe weather down here in Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, and places. So a lot of them are without power, and they probably think it's over now. Okay, they probably think it's over now. While a lot of these people were without power, the Storm Prediction Center actually upped the probabilities of more significant severe weather for today. And a lot of people down here don't know about it. And we don't want to ever be in a situation ever again with the power of the internet where we see a news article where somebody is injured or a life is lost, or somebody is talking about a situation where something sad has happened, and what they say is nobody knew it was coming or it came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? You've heard that before when people talk about tornadoes and weather related events on news stories and stuff. in a day like today, there's no excuse for that. Okay, we've got right now already. We just started the stream. There's already a whopping 50,000 people watching right now through the power of just sharing and the 6 degrees of separation, whatever it is. Everybody in the path of any of these storms today should at least be somewhat aware that more big storms are coming. If everybody is talking about it and spreading the word out there. So once again, I just want to reiterate how important that is on a day like today. We have some technical difficulties back there in the production room. Can somebody give me some text I can read so I can understand better what that is? And because I still don't understand exactly what's going on. Everything is working good on my end, though. Is everything looking good for you guys, chat? Looking good? Give us a thumbs up. Because we are about to get really good and locked into radar coverage, as I'm already seeing some really unfortunately concerning signs here with some of these supercells. Really, really concerning. You can see here we've got a discrete convection popping up here around Springfield, already showing this kind of a curvature look to it, following the shape of some of the hodographs that we've seen, where we've seen a lot of wind shear present in the atmosphere today. Also, we've got some of these storms already prompting a pretty good sign of rotation on velocity. So we're in the baby stages. Okay, it'll be an hour or so before these supercells are mature. And by the time we get there, I am really not looking forward to what we're going to be dealing with. Look at here. Also, as I zoom out, let's go to the St. Louis radar, right? When we look from the St. Louis radar at these storms in Missouri, we're looking at the tops of them, okay? Because the farther away the storms are from the radar, the higher up in the storm that we're seeing, because the curvature of the earth and the way that the radar works and all that stuff. So at the top of these storms, these things are rotating like tops already, and this is a very telltale sign of the things are organized quite well for tornado genesis here. We haven't seen that rotation quite translate to the surface yet, but that is going to happen. It is going to happen, and storms like this are going to be very capable of producing tornadoes as they go through portions of Missouri this afternoon and evening. And this is also going to be a big deal in southern Illinois, western Kentucky, and northwestern Tennessee, and northeastern portions of Arkansas as well. So bear with me as we are just trying to figure out what the next the move is here and what we need to cover. By the way, that storm down here near Kingston Heights and Harriman in Tennessee, the rotation is really not as impressive as it once was, but it's still a strong storm, so stay in your safe spot in Walker subdivision. I do want to say the same thing about the storm coming into Morristown, Tennessee, and the rotation here is it's not very convincing. However, you are under a tornado warning, so take shelter anyways. Just maybe breathe a sigh of relief. We don't think that there's a huge tornado coming towards Morristown, but there is a storm capable of producing a tornado, and you should do what you can to protect yourself just in case. All right. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, we've got a little problem with our computer that monitors the storm chasers camera, so we're going to have to restart it. No problem though. It'll just be blank for a couple minutes while we do that. Oh, yeah. Another thing that I want to mention here before we get too deep into the coverage, because I really do think we're going to have, not trying to scare anybody or anything, I think we're about to enter a pretty active period here. If you're watching this right now, you should definitely use the clock on my stream here to make sure that you aren't delayed. It's a problem for some reason. A lot of people end up watching the stream, and for some reason or another, they're 20 minutes behind. This time down here, 16:58:36. Make sure that matches, your time. So if you're in the Eastern time zone, that's 4:58. If you're in the Central time zone, that's 3:58 p.m. on May 26th. All right, and so just keep an eye on that and make sure you're not looking too far behind. It's very important that everybody is right up to the minute with us today, because we're going to be flying all over the place, relaying rapid-fire information, potentially life-saving information, and you're not going to want to be behind. I gotta take my. Yeah, if you're 20 seconds to like 1 minute behind, that's completely normal. That's fine. If you are 5 minutes or more behind, then you probably need to refresh the page, or you need to make sure that the live button is clicked on YouTube. There's a little live indicator on the play thing. And make sure that it's red and it says live. And then I believe that turning on, like if you turn it into ×2 speed, like YouTube allows you to like speed up videos and stuff. If you do that to a live stream, it eats a lot of the lag. It eats a lot of the delay. All right. So something big just happened here. Give me just a second. I don't know how many times I have to say this during this year, but a very rare
new tornado
thing
warning
just
has
happened
been issued.
that we need to talk about. We've got a rare PDS tornado watch, and they don't seem like they're very rare this year, but they are. We've had a few of them this year. This is something that hopefully everybody, if you're following me on Twitter, I just retweeted this. My handle on Twitter is @RyanHall, y'all. The National Weather Service is @NWS Tornado. Everybody should retweet this. We want this to reach as many people as possible because we have a rare, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that's in effect until 11 p.m. Central tonight. For about 5 million people from Paducah, Kentucky, down to Dyersburg, Tennessee, through Jonesboro, Arkansas, up towards St. Louis, Missouri, Jefferson City, and Fort Leonard. Several strong tornadoes are likely. Okay? Several strong tornadoes likely. Widespread hail up to apple size likely. And widespread wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. 4.7 million people in the path of potentially strong to intense, maybe even violent tornadoes this evening. EF2 or greater damage possible with any tornado that forms.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We have a new mesoscale discussion for the line that's caused all of our power outage problems. That's kind of exiting out of the biggest risk area right now. But the severe weather threat does continue across the severe thunderstorm watch that exists from Ohio down into North Carolina right now, and the damaging winds are the main threat with that. So I really don't want anybody to get upset or scared because I'm talking a lot about tornadoes being possible over here, and you've got a big storm coming towards you maybe in Beckley, West Virginia. The good news for you guys is we're really not worried too much about the tornado threat with these storms at all. The ones that are coming up towards Pittsburgh, Beckley, Radford, places like that. This is definitely going to be a damaging wind thing. And it's dying out. So the farther east this goes, the less of a problem it will become, I do believe. Some of the bigger damage areas have been around Louisville and Lexington today. We had a lot of damage reports coming in from Hopkinsville and portions of Tennessee down there near Clarksville as well. We currently have yet another tornado warning here that I want to draw our attention to. And it's going to be right here for Carysville, LaFollette, and Habersham in Tennessee. This is another very precautionary tornado warning. I don't know what to tell you to focus on here as far as where the rotation is. The National Weather Service sees it necessary, though, to have a tornado warning here, and we obviously we trust and respect the National Weather Service. So please take shelter now if you're in LaFollette in Tennessee. So we got a couple of tornado warnings down here. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground at all right now. I'm going to stand. Give me just a second. I'll see you guys up there. It's time to get our blood pumping here. All right, bear with me, y'all. I gotta fix something really quick. All right, and I think it's done. All right. Oh, no, it's not done. Crap. Give me just a second. Elijah, if you have any sort of updates at all, like now would probably be a good time. I need just 1 minute to fix a little problem with a wire here.
Okay, so I do actually have two kind of updates from the tornadoes which happened yesterday. So the Anthony, Kansas tornado, we talked about that on stream, and we actually showed some damage from that on stream yesterday. That was just rated EF2 by the National Weather Service. Actually, that announcement just came out a few minutes ago, in fact. Also, the Claremore tornado, we talked extensively about that on stream. And yeah, we talked extensively about that on stream yesterday. That got rated EF3 preliminary. They're still surveying a lot of area, but they already released an EF3 rating for that specific tornado. So in terms of those two tornadoes, we're still getting all the other information about the Texas tornadoes and the Arkansas tornadoes, but unfortunately, I do have a sad report here to make, at least. We have at least 13 confirmed fatalities from the event yesterday. 7 of those were in Cook County, Texas, 2 of those in northeastern Oklahoma, 1 in Benton County, Arkansas, 1 in Baxter County, Arkansas, and 1 in Over Arkansas, and then another one in Louisville, Kentucky from early this morning. So unfortunately, we have 13 fatalities. I am also thinking, based on all the reports I've seen, we are probably close to 400 injuries from the storm system so far. So.
All right, thank you so much, Elijah. We're going to be hearing from Elijah quite a bit today as we continue to learn about more news updates that come out of the storms that are happening right now, the storms that are about to happen, and of course maybe even there's some updates out there about storms that happened this morning. I know a lot of you guys are still reeling from some widespread, pretty detrimental impacts from severe weather that happened this morning. So we're going to keep an eye on all that stuff for you as we continue to monitor the developing situation with our second round, or our biggest round of the day that's developing now in Missouri. Okay, so once again, we do have a couple of tornado warnings right now. Morristown, Tennessee, you guys need to be in your safe spots just in case. Same thing for you guys over there in La Follette, but this tornado warning should be allowed to expire really soon, man. It's just not necessary at this moment. I really don't think that. I don't want to make anybody think that we're, we don't need to take shelter in a tornado warning, but the convection has left La Follette now. You guys are not in the path of a tornado or anything. Now, the storms are not over for you. We need you to be hyper weather aware over the next several hours as the storms, the second round is going to come down here early in the morning. And then we've also got more storms right behind you here that we have to watch. But this specific area of storms is pretty much past La Follette now. So you guys you should be good. Some of the more concerning looking storms right now are actually down here in southeastern Tennessee. That one's got a little bit more of a robust mesocyclone, at least in the mid-levels here, coming over towards Murphy, North Carolina. I'd say we need to keep our eyes on that one. And then our really concerning storms are back here in Missouri. So I think we're probably getting ready to see a bunch of tornado warnings starting to come out of these storms over here. We might get in a situation where we have, 4 or 5 tornado warnings in Missouri, and we have, a bunch of tornado warnings over here in southeastern portions of Tennessee at the same time. So it's going to be kind of jarring going back and forth, but unfortunately, it might be something that we have to do today. This storm don't look good. This supercell here that's coming up into portions of extreme southwestern Missouri is exhibiting features of a very strong supercell that's capable of producing large hail damaging winds and maybe even a tornado. We're going to have to watch out for that as it goes towards southwest city and Noel.
Has been issued.
Destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in Missouri. Let's go fly over to that. So this is for St. Elizabeth, Iberia, and Vienna in Missouri. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and 2.75-inch in diameter hail. That's baseballs, and this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning because if you got baseballs flying through your windows at 60 miles per hour, that's a life-threatening situation. You want to take shelter for this as if it was a tornado. Okay, you're not under a tornado warning in Osage Beach, Lake Ozark, Tuscumbia, or St. Elizabeth in Missouri, but you are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is just as bad. In fact, it could be worse in some cases. So take shelter now if you are in any of those places. Once again, that's going to be Camden, Miller, and Morgan counties in Missouri. Take shelter. La Follette, Tennessee. That's one of those places that, well, you know what? No, not. Somebody's got to tell me in my ear what that sounds like. Because I've said La Follette, and I just read it, La Follette, but I know that whoever typed that probably is still expecting me to say it differently. You know what I'm saying? La Follette. La Follette, like there's a million different ways you can say it just by spelling it that way. La Follette. Okay, La Follette, Tennessee. This is the town that we've been talking about. I've been mispronouncing it. I am so sorry. Forgive me. I am your neighbor. I've been here. But I've been saying it wrong my whole life, I guess. But this storm, the tornado warning for La Follette, Tennessee, is definitely, that storm's moving out of the area. So that if the tornado sirens are going off right now, I think they're going to stop pretty soon. A pretty strong storm heading down to McMinnville, Tennessee. Right now, we just got a 60-mile-per-hour wind and a 1-inch in diameter severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. Get ready for that. just north of Springfield, Missouri, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail. That's 1.75 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Same thing for the storm going through Marshfield, Missouri right now, but that's actually going to be lime sized hail.
La Follette. La Follette.
La Follette. La Follette. I know that ain't how the people down there in Tennessee say it.
La Follette.
This is ridiculous. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. Leave me alone. I'm trying my best. All right, if you're just now tuning in, this is a challenge where I try to pronounce city names correctly. No, it's this is a pretty serious thing that's going on here. Actually, we're doing wall-to-wall severe weather coverage ahead of what might be a deadly severe weather outbreak. We've seen a lot of these this year, and they've turned out to be quite unfortunate a lot of times. All the ingredients are in place to have that happen again today. So we're doing our best to try to reach as many people as possible so that they can not be scared and rather be prepared and avoid, some negative impacts that could happen as a result of getting hit by a big storm today. If you know that the tornado is coming and you know what to do when the tornado is coming for you, your odds of survival and coming out of that situation unscathed are tenfold that of somebody who gets caught off guard. Okay, so our goal today is just try to reach as many people as possible, let them know that the storm's coming to them, and then tell them what to do when it does come to them. And just to go over that for you guys, if you are in the path of a tornado warned storm today, you got to get into the lowest, most interior room of a sturdy building, preferably a basement or an underground cellar. If you don't have that, then a downstairs interior bathroom or closet is going to do a lot of times. And you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And you want to protect your head by wearing a helmet. You want to protect your head by wearing a helmet. Or if you don't have a helmet, grab the mattress off the bed. Grab blankets, pillows, whatever you've got. Bring that with you into your safe spot and protect your head just in case there is falling debris. Also, wear closed-toed shoes. A lot of people don't think about this, but if you go into your safe spot and your house gets hit by a tornado and you have to evacuate your home over splintered wood, nails, screws, glass, or whatever it is, you're going to wish you weren't barefoot or in your flip-flops. All right, you want to put closed-toed shoes on, something that you don't care to get wet, something that can, kind of help you walk over things. Additionally, you want to wear clothes that you don't care to get wet. Imagine that you're going to have to walk outside in the rain and maybe there won't be a roof. This sounds like it's hard to talk about this without veering into hyperbole. I do want to reiterate that like most people watching this today and most people in the affected areas today are not going to get hit by a tornado. All right. It's extreme. It's a very unlucky thing. Like most people never get hit by tornadoes. But if you do, knowing these things and doing these things ahead of time are going to make the situation a lot less painful for you. Okay. The probability of somebody in the moderate risk area today getting hit by a strong storm that causes significant damage to their house is much higher than usual. This is a rare, moderate risk with a PDS tornado watch. So we're just trying to make sure everybody understands the full extent of what's going on here. Additionally, wear closed-toed shoes and clothes. Bring your pets with you. Make sure you've got whatever your pet needs, a leash. Bring your kids, obviously, maybe have the car seats, in there, ready to go, that kind of thing. Just think of everything that you could possibly think of that you might need in a worst case scenario, and go ahead and put it in your safe spot now so it meets you there when you have to get there in a tornado warning. Another thing to keep in there would be a charged phone or tablet that can use cellular service to keep watching me so that we can tell you when it's time to come out of your safe spot, or to call a family member or friend or watch your local news, whatever you're comfortable with. You know what I mean? There's a million different reasons why you would need a charged tablet, and that's just something to think about. And then, anything else that you can think of, whatever you think you would need in a worst case scenario, Put that in your safe spot. Make sure everybody in your house knows where the safe spot is. Right now, you know, who is you got a son or a daughter, or you got somebody that's not watching this with you right now. They're doing something else. Be like, hey, listen, if there's a tornado warning today and I holler for you, we're all going to meet downstairs in the closet. Sounds crazy. But, you know, bear with me here and please just do this. And that way everybody's on the same page and you're not running around trying to coordinate and orchestrate this situation whenever it happens. Just go ahead and tell everybody right now, this is what we're going to do. This is when we're going to do it. And things should go quite smooth. And the good news is the vast majority of you today that actually go through with all this are, you know, you're going to get into your safe spot. A strong storm's going to hit and you're going to come out and it's going to be like every other day in a lot of other storms that you've been through. There's not going to be any terrible damage to your home or anything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Unfortunately, I do believe there's going to be a lot of people who experience significant damage as well from today's storms. So just in case you're one of those people, let's do everything we can to make it a less painful situation for you. All right, we just got a new tornado warning for this storm down here in Tennessee. This, once again, has a little bit more robust rotation compared to some of the other tornado warnings we were looking at here in Tennessee earlier. This has definitely got a mesocyclone on it. It's capable of producing a tornado as it goes towards Gormley Mountain. Right now, the circulation is near Fields of the Wood, moving towards Vest, Hiwassee, Greta, Grandview, Boiling Springs, and Maltby, and Sales Ford in Tennessee. Take shelter immediately. Strong storm today, y'all. Speaking of strong storms, we've got them all up and down everywhere. Once again, I want to take you back to that destructive severe thunderstorm back here in Missouri, where once again we're expecting baseball-sized hail to impact Osage Beach, St. Elizabeth, and Vienna, Missouri over the next 56 minutes or so. You want to be sheltered as if it was a tornado right now for that. Additionally, one of the other considerable severe thunderstorm warnings that we just got was for Pikeville, Missouri. That's going to be associated with the forward flank of the strong storm that's moving over Grove, Oklahoma right now and towards Anderson, Missouri. This is going to be a very, very strong storm. If you have the Radar Omega app right now, you can click on Aaron J. Jack's little face here, pull up his camera and see what that storm looks like in real time. This is what that looks like. It doesn't look like there's anything happening with it right now, but he's following that storm, and if you live out here, you probably want to follow him as he, you know, is right there in the inflow. And this storm does look to me like it's poised to become a potential long-track supercell that's capable of producing multiple big tornadoes. So just get ready for that as this comes over towards Pikeville, Missouri, Bella Vista, and then over towards Seligman as well. Okay. Even without a tornado, this storm is capable of producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds also possible up here between Marshfield and Pleasant Hope, north of Springfield, Missouri. What else we got here? Some of the bigger storms that we have right now are in Tennessee, Missouri, Virginia. Here's a big one in Virginia and West Virginia. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for maybe up to 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Pearisburg, Radford, Hinton, and Galax. This is right here between West Virginia and Virginia. This is going to be over the next 39 minutes. I do expect that they will issue a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning probably for Blacksburg and Lewisburg within the next 15 minutes or so. Obviously, Roanoke, Virginia, you guys are going to end up getting in on this as well. Pittsburgh, you guys are also probably going to get hit by some of the stronger storms here, but I wouldn't expect much. We're talking about a general, you guys have gotten hit by the lines of storms before with the 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, that kind of thing. That's what we're expecting here, specifically in Pittsburgh. All right. Yeah, so we got all these severe thunderstorm warnings, and we do have one tornado warning. I'm going to check in on it as often as possible. Radar coverage here is not great, so we can't really see into the storm like we normally would be able to. But we can see enough information to tell us that there's definitely a mesocyclone here, and this is something that we should be sheltering for, absolutely. Oh, the heck. Hold on. Make sure that this is going to work. All right, sweet. Hey, huge shout out to John Kendall, who gifted 50 memberships. Everybody say thank you to John. That's big. That's a big deal. Huge. One second, I gotta open a couple of more links here before we get into the weeds, as I always say. Storm Chaser, this is from Riley Dibble, I believe. He was in the Valley View, Texas area. Hold on, wait. Is that where this is from? Sanger, Texas. Okay. And this is some of the damage from that significant tornado that occurred last night. And Riley Dibble's the one that took this video here. Wow. We were live covering this tornado along with many others last night until about 4 a.m. Eastern. It was about 11 hours of coverage. It was pretty rough, to be honest with you. Not because we were tired or anything, just because of how, a lot of towns got hit. Lots of, it was one of the more impactful severe weather outbreaks of the year, as far as a real immediate understanding of oh my gosh, we have this many people injured, this many people have passed away. It just seems like the storms last night hit some pretty populated areas, and were just really strong and negatively impacted a lot of communities. So I'm hoping that tonight is not a repeat of that, but unfortunately all the ingredients are coming together for a potential severe weather and maybe even tornado outbreak here. Yeah, this right here pretty much sums it up. From Storm Chaser Nick. That's how I'm feeling and looking at this point. If you are just now tuning in, I do want to go over everything here right before we dive back into the radar coverage. This is a broad view of the risk area. Everybody in the red, that's where we expect the most severe weather today. That's where we expect to see our highest concentration of damaging wind and tornadoes. However, you're still very much in the real threat here if you're in the orange and the yellow. It's a little bit less with each of those tiers, obviously, and even into the dark green. But basically, the red is where we expect the vast majority of our worst severe weather to happen this evening. That's our 4 out of 5 on the scale. That red area, that moderate risk of severe weather, is driven mostly by a damaging wind risk. We've got that 45% hatched damaging wind area right there in portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois. But also, we've got a very unfortunate, large 10% hatched risk of tornadoes as well. 10% probability of a tornado occurring within 25 miles of a given point within that yellow area. The hatched dotted lines indicate that any tornado that occurs could produce EF2 damage or greater. The red epicenter there is going to be a 15% hatched risk, which is not very common. The brown and green, that's going to be 5% and 2%. So a huge population under the gun today for some significant severe weather. We do have a tornado watch over here from Joplin to Lebanon. This is until 9 p.m. Central for a couple tornadoes possible. Just to the east of that, though, from St. Louis down to Paducah, down to Jonesboro, we have a very significant PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central. Several strong tornadoes are likely, apple-sized hail, 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, about 5 million people under the gun for potentially life-threatening storms tonight. And this is not hyperbole. This is not to scare you. This is not, we ain't, it really doesn't matter to us how many people are watching. Other than the fact that we're trying to reach as many people as possible. We don't run ads in the middle of this. We don't sell commercials, so it literally doesn't matter. So we're not trying to scare people into watching or anything. It's legit. Like it's going to be a pretty intense night of severe weather across these areas. You should see if there's anywhere I can watch that. Does he do YouTube? I don't want him on the grid because it looks bad. But yeah, I heard you. So if you're just now tuning in, every once in a while you'll hear me talk to myself. And what's actually happening here is I've got this new fancy earpiece, which has been needed for a while, but whenever I have to talk back, there's no way that you guys won't hear me talking to them. So, Chandler, you need to mute. All right. Storm chaser Hunter Hurley is going to be working with us today. And we're going to tune into him through his YouTube channel. And, he's with meteorologist Andy Hill. So we'll get to view that today and see some updates from meteorologist Andy Hill. By the way, for those of you who haven't been watching the past few days, meteorologist Andy Hill is not going to be chiming in like he normally does. He's going to come over as a storm chaser because he's on vacation. He's actually on vacation right now. He's not, he's not working. He's not, he's not doing anything, but he's still contributing and being a hero out there over the past couple of days. Not only using his vacation to storm chase, which is, something that a lot of people involved in weather enjoy doing anyways, but still contributing to the stream here. And he's even, been working the grill for the Y'all Squad in our relief missions after some of the tornadoes that we had a couple days ago. So Andy has been a real trooper out there on his vacation, still ever present and contributing and being involved in the weather world as he was obviously born to be. Like this is definitely the position that he's always needed to be in. So we will hear from him, but just not as much. And that's okay, because if anybody deserves a vacation, it's meteorologist Andy Hill. Am I right?
New PDS severe A new
boy.
PDS severe thunderstorm
PDS
warning has
severe.
been issued.
Dang. Let's go check it out. This one's also in Missouri here. Baseball size hail. Baseball size hail now moving into Grove Spring, Missouri. Get ready. Also, we have baseball size hail moving into St. Elizabeth and Dixon, Missouri. So right now, all these supercells that are forming, we don't have a lot of tornadic activity at this exact moment, but they're really growing upscale in terms of how tall they are, and especially how cold they're getting up there, and how much ice is able to kind of compact on those raindrops that are getting shot back up into the atmosphere thanks to the very strong updrafts. They freeze, they try to fall, gravity tries to bring them to the ground. They just collect more water on them, and then the updraft shoots them right back up. They freeze again. They try to fall. The updraft keeps suspending them in the air until they get so heavy as the ice packs on that they fall to the ground. And they are getting up to the size of baseballs before that happens now over here in Iberia, Missouri. Get ready for that. I'm telling y'all, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You got to treat it like a tornado warning. And also, this could cause significant damage, okay? We're talking about, it could cause damage to your roof. It could cause damage to your windows. It could cause damage to your car, especially. This is the kind of storm that will absolutely obliterate an entire car dealership. So, keep that in mind. Looking at these storms on velocity, it's looking like to me a couple of these storms are starting to see some of that rotation a little bit closer to the ground, especially this storm. Okay, so we got a storm producing baseball size hail moving into Harrell, Ford, and Abo, Missouri here. You can see a little bit of a hook trying to form here near north and west of Oakland, Missouri. Nothing tornadic yet, but if any of these storms was to go tornadic, I would say that this one would have a pretty good case to maybe be the first. Also seeing a big time increase in the inflow with these storms. Okay, so any of these back between El Dorado Springs and Urbana in Missouri, any of those could go tornado warned at any time here. Additionally, this storm down here in Missouri, well, honestly, it's right on the border of Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas at this point. Unfortunately, really close to some areas that were hit by some big tornadoes last night. This storm looks like it's also very capable of trying to produce a tornado here as it moves into Sulphur Springs and Bella Vista in northwestern Arkansas. Okay, it's not producing a tornado right now, but they might actually pull the trigger on a warning for that if just a couple more frames show some more intense rotation here. Once again, we got a PDS tornado watch for St. Louis down to Dyersburg, Tennessee, Paducah, Kentucky, Jonesboro, Arkansas until 11 p.m. tonight. Tornadoes, some of those being really strong, are expected. The Storm Prediction Center has also increased the tornado risk over the Tennessee Valley, north and west of Alabama and Georgia and Mississippi, and up there right around the boot hill of Missouri. That's kind of like the middle point. But they have upgraded the tornado risk to a 15% hatched risk over there. The primary threat is going to be happening between 7 p.m. Eastern and midnight. So starting about an hour and a half from now and then going for a good 4 hours, and then slowly the threat will taper off. It's not going to be a thing where it just suddenly ends, because we're going to see these storms continue to grow upscale well into the early morning hours tomorrow in a big squall line where the damaging wind threat is going to kind of overtake the tornado threat slowly but surely. All right. By the way, if you guys are out there and you're experiencing severe weather today, and you would like to share that with the audience here, and honestly, just send in reports or anything like that. The best way to do that is by sending in your report to at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. You can also send in pictures and videos to pics@ryanhallyall.com. That's PICS at ryanhallyall.com. A nice dusting of hail here in Murfreesboro. This is from Brian T. Sent this in on Twitter. Thank you for sending that in. Yeah, literally accumulating hail with some of these storms in Tennessee today. Even when they're not like huge hailstones, some of these storms can get so intense that they coat the ground in hail. That storm, by the way, the one that went through Murfreesboro, is long gone now. It's way out of there, and it's also kind of fallen apart over here in Tennessee. As it comes towards McMinnville, it's really weakening. So McMinnville, I don't think that you guys are going to see that large of hail. Similar situation going on back here towards Knoxville, Tennessee. These storms are getting ever so weaker as they approach you. However, man, this storm right here it's trying to rotate a little bit as it comes into downtown Knoxville. I don't think that we have a tornado here, but man, look at that. We definitely have a lowering. That's an SLC if I've ever seen one. This is a mini supercell, something you really don't see a lot in this part of Tennessee. So that's really interesting. Right there, you see that? That is the mesocyclone that's not rotating very rapidly. It's not about to produce a tornado, I don't believe. But like that is something that if the storm was stronger, this would be very capable of producing a tornado. So right now, Knoxville's under a severe thunderstorm warning. The most that you're going to get out of this is some gusty winds and some small hail. But this is definitely the kind of storm that we would normally watch here for the development of a funnel cloud or something. So we'll keep an eye on that just in case, but still not an immediate threat. But man, what if this storm was stronger? It'd be quite the unfortunate placement here, as it's going to go right over downtown Knoxville. Looks like there's an earthquake going on. It's just shaky there. Good job. All right. So we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that in on the screen there, so you can keep watching that. And then also, we're going to go take a look at our tornado warning that's crossing the Tennessee border now and going into the North Carolina area. Hanging Dog Mountain and Andrews, you guys are in the path of a pretty strong storm here in North Carolina, capable of producing a tornado. However, the tornado threat is diminishing a little bit, okay? Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have an update from Andy real quick. He wants you to bring up the Sulphur Springs, Arkansas storm and look at the northwest corner, or it's in the northwest corner of Arkansas. He thinks it may be getting a tornado warning soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. Andy, bringing our attention back over here to Sulphur Springs. We were just talking about this and how concerning this storm was looking, and Andy is seeing the same exact thing. So he also believes that we could see a tornado here with this storm very soon, and I agree now more than ever. And this is extremely unfortunate because this just to the south of here last night, we were dealing with some big tornadoes. I mean, you guys remember us talking about Grayville, We were talking about Decatur. This is where we had like 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time last night. Decatur, a lot of the town was destroyed by some of those tornadoes. I've seen some really unfortunate imagery coming out of that town. But I don't think that if this produces a tornado, it's not going to come down to Decatur, okay? It does look like it could move in the direction of Bentonville. Rogers is not out of the woods here, but I also think that the storm has a good chance of staying even north of that, okay? So Bella Vista, Sulphur Springs, these are the areas I would be watching out the hardest. I would be, getting to shelter. Honestly, if you're watching this stream, your goal is to be extra weather aware. So just go ahead and get to shelter if you live in Sulphur Springs or Bella Vista in extreme northwestern portions of Arkansas, as this storm is capable of producing a tornado, and it doesn't have a tornado warning yet. Got another
a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This time in Pulaski County, Missouri. Look at that. St. Robert, Missouri. You're now under a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 2.75 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And this thing is also trying to become a storm that wants a tornado warning as well. We've got a little bit of rotation right here. If that gets any bit more intense, we will probably see them pull the trigger on a tornado warning for St. Robert, maybe Brownfield here in Missouri. We're about to see another tornado warning here.
A new tornado
This is for
warning has been
Ashland,
issued.
Crawford, Huron, and Richland counties in Ohio. Oh.
Hey Ryan, this is Andy when you got a second.
I wonder if Andy wants to talk about this. I don't know. Let's listen. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, we're still positioned here on top of a hill on the freeway west of Van Buren, Missouri. We're pointed toward Mountain Grove, Missouri, where a blip has gone up rather quickly here and is establishing itself. Just to the east, to my north, I see clear skies now where several failed updrafts were previously. So this is going to head into an environment that's cooking at the surface. And I think that it will be one of our discrete supercells that will move into better low-level shear, thus helicity in the path, and we will be definitely chasing this one. So Mountain Grove and Willow Springs is where it's headed to next. We're hoping it moves a little bit north and east before it really becomes rooted with that corkscrew updraft, becomes a dominant supercell and a right mover and taking a due east path. So we should be able to watch it go northeast and then east right in front of us with a view looking down the valley here.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Andy is with Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley here over on YouTube. That's where I'm watching this stream, so we can also kind of get an update from them, their audio. All right, so we can hear the in-car audio if they see, if we wanted to. Also, we're just running out of spots on our screen here, so Hunter Hurley and Andy, we're going to be tuning into them. Somebody make sure you give me a reminder to pull them up if they haven't, chimed in and they've got something. Okay, we did get a new tornado warning while that was happening in Ohio, and this is for an area of rotation just to the west of Mansfield, Ohio. I do believe that we have a tornado here, or at least we did for a brief moment, coming right up into Ontario, and that very well could still be there. This is a weird storm where we've got a hook, we've got a velocity couplet here. Do we have a correlation? No, we don't have a debris signature, but this is definitely a storm that's capable of producing a tornado, as we do have a pretty tight area of rotation right near Ontario, Ohio here, going north. You heard that right, maybe a little bit northwest. towards Shelby, Shiloh, Greenwich, New Haven, and Peru in Ohio. This is a dangerous storm. You should take shelter immediately. We'll check in on that in just a moment. Pretty concerned about our storm down here in Arkansas and Missouri, so I'm kind of locked in on that right now, but of course, no tornado warning for it just yet. Yeah, it's moving northwest almost. Well, it is moving northwest, I should say. Oh. Mason McCormick. This is the kind of hail that we're seeing near Springfield, Missouri right now. This is associated with the storm that went through Marshfield, I believe. Okay. So up there near Springfield, Missouri, this is the kind of hail that's also probably still falling with the storm that's coming into Grimes Mill, Fusion, and Latham Mill in Missouri right now. So get ready. This is the hail that's coming for you. Continuing to see increasing signs of inflow and rotation on that storm as well. If you're in Hartville, Missouri right now, if you were to go outside, you'll probably feel a gust of wind or some steady winds coming from the south up towards the north. Turn around where those winds are going, and you'll see a giant towering cumulonimbus cloud. You might even see the base of the storm and developing, rotating mesocyclone even. But the warm air that's going by you there in Hartville is going to feed the supercell here as it tries to get stronger as it moves over towards places like Upton and Houston in Missouri. So far, none of these supercells are really promoting much of a tornadic threat in the immediate future. The closest one we have is the one near Hartville, Missouri, and the one down here near Bella Vista, Arkansas. The thing about that is, though, these storms are not yet in the main risk area. So we actually don't expect that these will have, the ability to create big tornadoes, or at least the bigger tornadoes that we will see today, until they get a little bit more over in this area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So an ambulance in McDonald County, Missouri is currently reporting a rotating wall cloud west of I-49. Near Bella Vista Highlands exit.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. And I totally, that makes sense. There's definitely a big storm here rotating near Bella Vista. And now we're starting to hear people talking about that. Okay. And this is going to continue to rotate. And I do think that this is a storm that's going to be trying to produce a tornado here as it approaches Bentonville. Okay, we got a lot of people in Bentonville and Decatur that are without power. Decatur, you're not. I don't think this storm's coming for you, so don't worry about that in Decatur. But Bentonville and Rogers, you're kind of in a spot where I'm not 100%. I can't, with any sort of confidence, say that this is going to miss you. But it does look like there's a good chance it's going to go to your north. I would be pretty concerned in Bella Vista, Miller, Blackjack Corner, and Garfield and Walnut Hill. Okay. Right now, no tornado warning. Okay, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning with half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in, but the tornado warning's not there yet, and we will let you know as soon as that happens. But just know that you guys should be watching out because we think it's probably going to come soon. This is these storms are like getting really spinny really fast. I don't like the way that looks. These storms right here need to be watched especially closely. This is not looking good. All right, I got a video to show you. Once again, you got photos, videos, storm reports, hail pictures, tree damage, whatever it is, as long as you can do it safely. As long as you can do so safely, send us your weather content that you want us to share here on Twitter or pics@ryanhallyall.com. This is from Ariel. Hey, Ryan and team. My name is Ariel. This was in Johnson City, Tennessee, about 20 minutes ago today. Thanks for all you do. That is some pretty ominous-looking cloud structures for Johnson County, Tennessee. At the Walmart there, you go to Walmart and you see that. I don't know if I'm going to go in. That's freaky. Look at that. That's cool, though. That's beautiful. But yeah, strong storms in Tennessee today as well. I don't want you guys to think that I am neglecting you. I will be talking about Tennessee a lot, especially later this afternoon and evening as these storms get closer to you. Right now, though, we've just got a couple of, strong storms with some small hail and gusty winds moving through extreme eastern Tennessee, coming into Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, Newport. Nothing crazy. And we've got a pretty strong storm coming into Andrews, North Carolina as well, where that was at one point tornado warned, but that's going to be allowed to expire here within the next couple seconds. Let's check back in on our tornado warning in Ohio. Okay, that rotation is really let up. So it looks like the tornado or the rotation that sparked the tornado warning up here near Ontario, Ohio was short-lived, and we no longer have that with us. But we still have a tornado warning for New Haven all the way up to Norwalk in Ohio, and we should probably stay in our safe spots because this storm is capable of producing a rotating area, and it could do it again. Okay, so stay sheltered at least for the next 35 minutes all the way up past Willard, New London, and Norwalk, Ohio. Let me walk you through some of our more intense severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for St. Robert in Edgar Springs, Missouri. Baseball size hail. That's the main threat there. Also, this one's trying to produce a tornado. We got another destructive severe for Iberia and Dixon and Vienna in Missouri as well for baseball size hail. So get ready for that. Oof. These things are rotating, man. Big time. This is not a look you want to see right at the beginning of a potential tornado outbreak. We've got a lot of discrete supercells popping up here, fully taking advantage of the environment. Yeah. If I lived down here in Houston, Missouri, Winona, Missouri, Mountain View, Salem, let's see here, Centerville, I would be hyper weather aware right now. That is not a good sign. All of the little storms that are popping up right now have a curve to them, indicating that there's some significant wind shear. Okay, when we're looking at a storm like this, we're looking at it. We're looking at a two-dimensional slice of a three-dimensional cloud, right? So essentially, this is the bottom of the storm. So if you're a person and you're looking at the storm in this direction and you see like the really dark clouds low to the ground, this is the part of the storm that you're seeing. Okay. If you're a person over here, for example, and you're looking this way towards the storm, and you see that the sky is kind of just like milky above you, it's hazy. There's some really high clouds, but in the distance, it just slowly gets more dark. This is the part of the storm that you're seeing, because what we're looking at up here, this is the top of the storm. Okay, this is the bottom of the storm. This is the top of the storm. Okay, this is kind of, once again, it's a two-dimensional slice of a three-dimensional cloud, and the bottom of the storm is kind of poking out like this, allowing for inflow to come into the base of the storm. Rain-cooled air from this part of the storm is coming around the backside and kind of meeting up with that inflow and enhancing the rotation here. That is leading to this hook on radar. Okay, and this is, once again, just a very telltale sign. This shape is a telltale sign of a storm that's able to produce a tornado. And look at that. That one looks like that. This one looks like that. Every storm has that look. And more storms are forming. All right, go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have a report of a funnel cloud from 8 minutes ago in Potterville, Michigan.
Oh. All right. Thank you, Elijah. We've got a couple of interesting storms over here associated with this kind of like the backside of our initial area of storms that have caused all of our severe weather problems, or our power outage problems and our damaging wind problems in Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia. Up here on the northern side, the storms are a little bit less intense. They're not causing as much in the way of damaging wind reports, but we've seen quite a bit of rotation. And this right here near Wheatland, that's an area of rotation where, this storm could be producing a funnel cloud. And there's a couple different areas like this all up and down Michigan. And we're actually getting reports of funnel clouds up here as well. So there we go. Be on the lookout in Toledo. These storms are coming in your area, towards your direction. Detroit, Lansing, all the way up there towards Cadillac. We're talking about Michigan now, too, apparently. Add that to the list. Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana. Did I mention Tennessee? So, yeah. Big time. Last couple of scans here on the storm coming into Bella Vista does look a little bit less like it's about to produce a tornado. You can see here that, we had a pretty good hook coming together. But look, as we go forward, we've got a lot of convection happening back here that might try to make the storm more outflow dominant and more of a damaging wind threat. We're going to hope that that's the case. We're going to hope that's what happens, but it is still rotating, and we still got to watch out for the possibility of a potential tornado here between Bella Vista and Garfield in Arkansas. Y'all should definitely get indoors at least as this storm comes towards you. St. Robert, Missouri. Do we have anybody watching right now from St. Robert, Missouri? You guys are about to get hit by some big-time hail. Potentially up to baseball-sized hail, so make sure y'all are ready for that. Otherwise, it's just going to be, some heavy rain, some gusty winds. And, we do have the rotating part right here that might be trying to produce a tornado. Hopefully it doesn't happen before it gets to St. Robert, but at some point during this storm's lifetime, it's going to really try to produce a tornado. So just keep that in mind. Rotation with this one over here that just went past Hartville continues to be more impressive. So we might see a tornado warning associated with this storm at some point as it goes over towards Upton and Houston, Missouri. Best parameters, best nadir juice, best ingredients, I guess you could say, for tornadoes right now are a little bit to the east of where all these storms are. Okay. And so that's why I don't think we're seeing them like these storms immediately produce tornadoes. But as they go east, they're kind of going to start tapping into that more favorable environment. So yeah, out of everything that I'm looking at right now that has a chance of producing a tornado, the most impressive looking stuff is our cell over here in Arkansas, and of course our cell down here near what's it called, Upton, Missouri. But I still think the main threat right now is going to be hail. We can't rule out a couple of these storms trying to spin as well in Wisconsin. Wouldn't be surprised to see some interesting reports come out of here. And then, of course, also we're watching these storms to the south and west of Detroit and just to the north of Columbus, Ohio. So a couple different areas, but the biggest tornado ingredients, exist right now in southeastern Missouri. Also, right now we have storms coming into St. Louis, Missouri. How many people do we have watching in St. Louis? Northwestern side of town just got put under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Lime-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here as the storm comes into, most specifically, I think, Ferguson, Florissant, Berkeley, Hazelwood, and Spanish Lake. This is a photo from MGC showing what that looks like right now. Look, that is an ominous storm coming over Cure Lake on the west side of St. Louis. So this is what's coming towards you there in St. Louis. Expect lime-sized hail and a potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gust as this comes into Maryland Heights, Overland, St. John, Ferguson, and Jennings within the next little bit. Downtown St. Louis, I think maybe some of the stronger winds are going to miss you. However, you're still going to get hit by some strong winds and some rain and some hail and all that stuff here. But I think that it might take longer for it to get to you. Maybe the southern and more central portions of St. Louis need to watch out more for this one, which is also still a pretty strong storm capable of producing ping pong ball size hail. So yeah, St. Louis, get ready. It's coming. Big storm. Uh-oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's in Missouri. Which storm is it? It's our storm. It's the one we've been watching. It's the one we've been calling out forever. Huge early heads up now for the people in Upton and Houston if they were watching this stream. Hopefully, we've got some people in here from those areas that have taken, precautions. But now we have the official word from the National Weather Service that this is a tornado warning, and now it's time to actually take action. Okay, we've all prepared. We've all thought about what we're going to do. We've all alerted our family members as to, where the safe spot is. Now it's time to get there. If you're in Upton or Houston in Missouri, you got to go. Take shelter now. This is Texas and Wright County in Missouri. The area of rotation right now, the tornado is going to be trying to form somewhere between Latham Mill and Rayburn, moving towards Rail, Bendavis, Huggins, Fairview, Dykes, Lundy, Plum Valley, and Houston. And Samoa in Missouri. Here we go. Another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rock County, Wisconsin, with a tornado warning. This is going to be from one of the storms that we were just looking at. Once again, told you wouldn't be surprised if we saw this, and now we're seeing it. And my goodness, a decent area of rotation right there, just to the north and west of Janesville. So yeah, take shelter now in Milton Junction and Koshkonong, Wisconsin. Take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. This is honestly, this is not like your regular, like, oh, come on. This is real. Like this right here is quite the significant, velocity signature to be coupled with this kind of hook in a storm system like this. We're right under the low pressure system, just to the south there. This is a classic kind of storm that actually has a history of producing many tornadoes. So I would not be surprised at all if this has actually got a tornado that could do damage here that would come up over the Interstate 39 corridor towards Milton within the next 10 minutes or so. Take shelter now in Milton, Anderson, Janesville, and Koshkonong, Michigan. Ohio, similar situation over here, but that original area of rotation that sparked the tornado warning is gone now. I really hope they allow that to expire because it's not necessary at this point. However, we still want you to stay in your safe spots in New Haven, Greenwich, and Norwalk, because if you're watching this stream, your goal is to be not scared, but rather prepared, right? We know the storm has a history of producing, rotating parts of the storm that could produce a tornado. So that means it could do it in the future. So let's just stay in our safe spot for at least the next 21 minutes until they allow that to expire. Okay, here we go. They're starting to pile up now. I do think we're going to see another tornado warning here shortly. But what we just saw come out was another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the Cooney Island area near Table Rock Lake. Yeah, the warnings are really pouring in now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so we got a new tornado warning now for just to the south and west of St. Louis. And this is also quite the significant area to watch here. This is once again, a very real and concerning velocity signature here as this comes over towards Eureka. A tornado could very well form right here where these inbounds and outbounds meet as they go towards Camp Wyman, Eureka, Wildwood, and Sunset Hills. Sunset Hills. Take shelter now. Once again, we just asked, how many people do we have in here watching in St. Louis? And it seemed like there was a lot. It seemed like there was a lot of people watching in St. Louis. This is what that storm looks like as it's coming in to St. Louis. MCG just sent this to me on Twitter. And now this is what it looks like as it comes in here. Now, on the northern side up here near Clayton and Jennings and Ferguson, what we're mostly concerned about is the tennis ball-sized hail and the potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds that are coming in. However, on the southwestern side of the metro here near, Des Perez, Baldwin, Fenton, Murphy, and Paulina Hills, you guys are actually under a tornado warning for the next 50 minutes as a rotating storm, a pretty significant significantly rotating storm is coming in. It's riding Interstate 44 or paralleling it past Camp Wyman, up towards Sherman, Marshalls, and then right into Sunset Hills. Take shelter immediately. We just got a new warning now for the downtown St. Louis area. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for lime-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. 70-mile-per-hour winds in a place, well, honestly, if we actually get widespread lime-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds in St. Louis, this is going to cause a lot of problems. Big-time metropolitan area, this is going to cause a lot of damage. Power outages are possible. So keep that in mind as these storms continue to move in. We got a lot of reports. We got a lot of reports from St. Charles of very large hail. So it's very likely that this is continuing to drop large hail as it comes into to St. Louis, especially down there near Ferguson and Florissant. The tornado part of the storm, though, once again, keep this in mind, is down to the south and west, moving towards Pacific and Eureka. Take shelter now. Additionally, we have a tornado warned storm moving towards Upton and Houston in Missouri. This is a very interesting looking storm here that's coming up towards Houston, and this is likely about to drop a tornado. Is this it, Chandra? Do you know? Is this the storm down here near Upton, Missouri? Do you know? DePere? Okay. DePere, that's the, okay, I know. Chandra, can you hear me? Let's see here. I can't hear you guys if you're talking to me. Okay, I see. It's Kabul. I don't know. So I don't know. So Brett Adair right now is giving us a shot of a lowering from a drone on one of these storms near Kabul, Missouri. I don't know if he's pointing us towards the one that's coming up towards Upton or the one that's going towards Willow Springs. I might as well ask him. Yeah, I don't know if he's listening in or not, though, so he might not respond. Brett, we're live on YouTube. If you get this, I don't know if you're going to get this or not, but if you do, just let me know. Are you pointing the drone towards the north or the south right now? Are you, which storm are we looking at here? The Willow Springs storm or the tornado warned storm? And Chandra, if you want to send me a link to whatever you're monitoring his location on, that would be very useful. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, Andy wants you to look at the terminal radar on the St. Louis tornado warning.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Andy is tuned in, and he is once again helping out. So we're looking through the terminal radar here, and I see a lot of the similar. I see a similar story as to what we could see through the regular radar. We have rotation down here coming into Eureka and Camp Wyman. We have a tornado warning. Please take shelter. I'm going to flip back and forth between these two just to make sure I'm not missing anything. But yeah, there's definitely a big rotating part of the storm that's capable of producing a tornado as it comes up towards DePere, and Eureka and Wildwood. You guys need to take shelter right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, there is a large TDS northwest of Kabul right now. Andy just pointed that out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Let's go back to one second. Let's go back to the drone shot here, because I think that's what we're looking at. Yeah, what we're looking at here through Brett Adair's drone is a developing tornado, I believe. Or if it's actually, It could be a tornado on the ground right now. Oh, yeah, it is. That is a tornado. Okay. So this is a live look at a tornado that's on the ground right now near Bendavis and Fairview in Missouri. Okay, we're looking at this from several hundred feet up. Brett Adair's got a drone in the air near the town of Kabul, but this tornado is not near Kabul. Okay, it's up here near Bendavis, Fairview, and Baddow, and it's moving over towards Lundy. Okay, so once again, tornado. We're kind of far away here, so it's hard to see the full condensation funnel, but there it is. You can see it there very easily now. Classic tornado on the ground, coming over towards Ben Davis or Bendavis, Alice, and Fairview in Missouri. And it's getting much bigger. This is live right now from a drone in the air, pointing us towards Ben Davis, Fairview, and Lundy in Missouri. This is coming over towards Houston, Missouri. This tornado that you're looking at right now is coming towards Houston, Missouri. Take shelter. I'm going to give you a little bit more mesoscale information here. The tornado that you see here, once again, is getting ready to cross the road between Timberstone Log Homes and Ben Davis, and then it's gonna, if it continues to move in the same direction that it's been going, it's gonna go over towards the Baddow Cemetery. Baddow Cemetery. All right. It'll cross Highway M. It'll cross
New information.
Highway
This
M
tornado warning
near
has been
the
upgraded.
Barnes Conservation Area and Fairview Church. Imagine in your mind the Piney Creek, if you know where Piney Creek is, and where Highway M, the bridge that goes over Piney Creek. Imagine from right there all the way up to Fairview Church, that whole stretch of road. Somewhere in that stretch is where this tornado will cross the road as it continues to go towards the Barnes Conservation Area, and then eventually towards Whispering Oaks Ranch. Now, we're really far away from this tornado, so it looks like a little tiny little, But I'm telling you, just from what I can see on radar, this is probably doing some pretty significant damage on the surface. Looks can be deceiving when we're this far away. But yeah, classic supercell here with the hook. A little bit of maybe even a debris ball here coming right over towards Baddow and Fairview in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And by the way, this is a confirmed warning now. So let's go back to Storm Chaser Brett Adair's live shot of this from a drone. Once again, it's hard to see there, but he is definitely, he's got us a view of a damaging tornado on the ground right now, crossing over that Highway M zone as it moves up towards the Barnes Conservation Area. Downstream, if this goes the distance, and unfortunately this is the kind of storm that definitely could, it's going to be over a rural area for quite some time. It's going to go past Whispering Oaks Ranch. It's going to go past Oak Hill Christian Church, White's Ford, the Garnery. But at some point here, it's going to make it over towards the Piney River natural area. If you know where the Piney River kind of comes up and intersects with the Little Piney River, and then we get the Big Piney River that goes up towards the Horseshoe Bend. That is the side of town in Houston where the tornado would come in. So, you guys know if you live over here in near Houston, Missouri, you know where the Piney River becomes the Little Piney River, meets with the other creek and turns into Big Piney River. Imagine where that is in your head. That's the angle. That's where the tornado is going to be coming into Houston, Missouri from. All right. It's too far away right now to tell you, what it's going to do from there, but just keep that in mind. It's coming towards the Piney River, where it turns into the big Piney River there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, we have a tornado on the ground in Wisconsin. They just confirmed that tornado warning as well.
All right, let's go look at that. We got a confirmed tornado on the ground in Wisconsin as well. We were just talking about this and how it looked pretty significant. Let's read this. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. Spotters reported a brief tornado just southwest of Milton. So we don't know for sure if the tornado is still with us, but we're going to assume it is because it still looks quite robust on reflectivity. So everybody in Milton and Milton Junction in Wisconsin needs to be in their safe spots. This is also still coming up towards Koshkonong in Wisconsin as well. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a pretty strong storm. It's producing a tornado, at least intermittently. If it's not currently producing a tornado, it will produce another one as it comes up towards Koshkonong. We still do have a couple other tornado warnings as well. The one in Ohio should be allowed to expire pretty soon. We've got one, obviously, in Missouri. A couple in Missouri. We got one for... come on. We've got one for Yancey Mills and Lake Springs, which is in a pretty unfortunate radar hole, but take shelter if you're in Edgar Springs. Additionally, we've got a tornado warning for southwestern portions of St. Louis as a pretty strong storm, rotating storm is moving over Eureka right now, moving over towards Sunset Hills. If we're in downtown St. Louis, we need to be prepared for maybe ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds over the next 37 minutes. And then, on the southwestern side, especially near Sunset Hills, we need to be sheltered for a potential tornado. And then, of course, down here, we have our confirmed tornado moving towards Houston, Missouri, that we have that live shot of right now. This is still on the ground doing damage right now, thankfully in a fairly rural area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, so this is a quick news update. So the St. Louis Cardinals game is currently, they were scheduled to play very soon. They are having all the people in the stadium shelter right now. A very large stadium with a high population inside due to it being a Major League Baseball game. So I wanted to alert you for that.
All right, thank you. Wow. Is there like live public cameras of baseball stadiums? Probably not. If there is, though, somebody send me a link, because this is definitely going to come into St. Louis, and I want to show what that looks like here over the next little bit. Obviously, we're kind of focused on this storm because we have a visual of the tornado in real time here, thanks to this drone that seemingly has infinite battery life. I don't know how long it's been up there, but at some point it's going to have to come down, unfortunately. But this is a tornado that's, doing damage here as it comes up towards Baddow and Lundy. In Missouri. All right, so he's bringing the drone down now. He's charging it now. Okay, so we're going to come back over here to the St. Louis storm real quick. And I would say that in downtown St. Louis, on the northern side near Granite City, you're already starting to see some of the really strong storms. However, it is very likely that a lot of St. Louis right now isn't seeing much in the way of strong storms, but it's coming. Okay, if you're in Granite City, Namoki, those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are moving in. We might have to wait a little bit on the more southern sides, like Shrewsbury, Maplewood, and Centerville, as we're going to wait for that tornado warned storm to get closer to us. All right. And there is...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A live camera here of the St. Louis Stadium. So definitely nobody in the stands right now, and you can see that there's a lot of people walking out of the stadium right now, and we'll be able to see this. We'll be able to see this storm come through St. Louis whenever it gets here. But right now, there's no big storm over the stadium. If you look to the north here, you're going to see a huge storm up there near Granite City. If you look to the south and west, that's where our tornado warned storm is working up Interstate 44 towards Sunset Hill. So we're in a little bit of a quiet zone right now. Let's go back to the tornado because, wow, it's getting bigger. Much bigger tornado, easier to see here now. Can we update, Chandra? Let's update the location to where it says Houston, Missouri, because this is nowhere near Kabul, Missouri, y'all. I want everybody to know that as they're tuning in. This is the tornado is coming into Houston, Missouri. So just as quickly as we possibly can, let's change that. This is a live look right now at a tornado doing damage as it comes into the Baddow, Missouri area.
Hey, Ryan, it's Hunter when you got a second.
Hunter wants to speak. Go ahead, Hunter.
Hey, so Andy and I are heading for this tornado warning that's heading for Mountain View. We just got a glimpse of a pretty beefy wall cloud in front of us. I think we're just going to post up in Mountain View and sort of look northwest into it and let it pass over us and see what we can see for the stream.
All right, thank you. Hunter and Andy are out there storm chasing right now, and we're going to get a look at that storm near Mountain View. Right now, at this moment, though, we are just honestly being blown away right now from a meteorological perspective of the storm we're looking at here from Brett Adair's feed. This is a classic supercell with a very photogenic and visible tornado. Unfortunately, it looks like the tornado is going to keep getting bigger as it heads towards more populated areas. So right now, that tornado is on the ground just to the west of the Baddow Cemetery. Okay. And from there, it's going to cross Baddow Cemetery right where Little Piney Creek goes under the road there near Murr Road.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris when you have just a second.
And then it's going to, kind of parallel Piney Creek up towards Lundy, Union Cemetery, Oak Hill Christian Church, and White's Ford. During that entire progression, it's going to be quite there's not going to be a lot of things for it to hit. As you can see, it's like a forest that the tornado is going through. But if it continues to get bigger as it makes it up past the Piney River Narrows State Natural Area, that's when we're actually going to see this maybe come right into Houston, or at least the area between Lundy and Houston along Highway 63. Let's talk to Chris. Go ahead, Chris. And then when he's done, I'll let you know, Elijah. Okay, he's not coming through, so go ahead, Elijah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey, Ryan, there is actually two circulations, one leaving the tornado warning in Wisconsin and one entering the tornado warning in Wisconsin. So I just wanted you to be aware of that there's actually two separate circulations now on radar.
All right, let's really quickly go look at the tornado warning up here in Wisconsin, because I know that we've got people tuned in from up here. Don't want to make you guys feel like we are not paying attention to you, but we do know what's going on. There continues to be a reason to be in your safe spots, as we do have an observed tornado on the ground now with multiple circulations visible to us on radar coming into
I don't know if you can hear
Fort
me right
Atkinson.
now. We're going through some pretty rough terrain here in southwest Kentucky. Just wanted to bring a quick update through here. Actually, don't know if we will be able to come back this way. We're on Highway 121 towards Cairo, and very high water. A lot of roadways, all one are closed due to high water. We'll see on the way back another scene possibly here as we approach southeast Missouri.
All right, thank you, Chris. We're going to continue to talk to Chris as he goes towards southeast Missouri. Once again, tornado still on the ground coming towards Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. We don't have a visual on this one for you, but we do know that it's there. Please take shelter if you're in Cold Spring, Hebron, or Fort Atkinson in Wisconsin. All right, this is a dangerous storm. Additionally, We've got tornado warnings all up and down Missouri right now. The storm that's coming into southwestern portions of the metro St. Louis near Sunset Hills is continuing to look quite intense. Lime-sized hail and maybe even a tornado coming up towards Parkdale, Murphy, and Fenton right now. This is also going to go up towards Sunset Hills. And then we've got the strong damaging winds on the northern side of town now going into Illinois. Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, Marine. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-size hail. Downtown St. Louis, you guys have been kind of dodging a bullet a little bit here because you haven't yet seen any of the really strong severe storms. But you know, the at least the forward flank of the supercell that's prompting the tornado warning for Sunset Hills is about to go over your area right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued,
or within the next 20 minutes or so. So you've got a little bit. Here is, okay, yeah. Dang. Tornadoes coming back down with our Missouri storm. All right, so Brett Adair, he's probably about to change the battery on his drone. So we're going to be kind of going by the radar here for a second, but that's okay. I can't get any of those St. Louis cameras to work. Let's see. All right. Okay, so I'm coming back over here to the radar, and we're going to go through these tornado warnings one by one, okay? St. Louis on the southwestern side, Sunset Hills, you guys need to be taking shelter. We also have a pretty intense storm coming down towards Edgar Springs, Lacoma, Lake Spring, and Seaton in Missouri. You guys are under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately. And then our newest tornado warning and the storm that Andy is watching is down here coming towards Mountain View and Cardinal Acres. Okay, that's a potential tornado producing storm coming up towards you right now. Take shelter now all the way back there towards Alley, Missouri. We have one observed tornado on the ground right now, okay, and it's coming up towards Houston, Missouri. We've had a live shot of this for a while, and now I think Brett's getting close enough to where he can just see it on foot, so he doesn't even need the drone anymore. There he is. He's just holding the camera with his hand, showing the tornado still on the ground there as it comes past Lundy and over towards Clara. Once again, tornado on the ground here to the south and west of Houston, Missouri. If this comes into the town of Houston, Missouri, it's going to come in on the side where the Piney River Narrow State Natural Area is. There is a chance, based off of some trends that we're seeing here with this storm, there is a small chance that this will skirt off to the south of Houston. If that's the case, it's likely that this will cross Highway 63 somewhere between Baptist Camp access, Simmons Ford access, and Ramsey Red Angus. These are a bunch of campgrounds down here, okay? If you live in Houston, you know what I'm talking about. Highway 63 down there past Souls Harbor Church. This is, if this continues with the more southerly trajectory, it could cross Highway 63 there. But if I'm in Houston, everybody in that town needs to be underground right now and taking shelter, because this thing is a pretty persistent tornado, and even though it looks fairly small at the moment, still doing damage. And it's these kinds of storms that are very commonly kind of notorious for suddenly kind of turning into a big tornado all of a sudden whenever we get whatever kind of ingredient is missing. And that might happen here with this merger. Look at this. Yesterday we saw a lot of destructive mergers. This might be more of a constructive merger here, as a left split off of this supercell has kind of now flocked itself up into the forward flank almost perfectly up here near Houston. This will intensify this storm and likely allow the tornado to get larger here as it comes towards Samoa and Yukon. You're not under a tornado warning yet in Raymondville or Yukon, Missouri, but y'all really need to watch out. Okay, y'all really need to watch out. Take shelter
New
now.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. New tornado warning, a confirmed tornado warning for Wisconsin. Fort Atkinson, once again, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Right here, another area of rotation that we're watching here. There's just anybody in the whole polygon needs to be taking shelter, though. Cold Spring, Fort Atkinson, and of course Hebron in portions of Michigan here. We've got a observed tornado on the ground right now, getting ready to cross Highway 12, and then it's going to go towards Cold Spring, cross Highway N where it intersects with Highway M, and then it's going to go towards Highway 106. Okay, so everybody between Fort Atkinson and Hebron in Wisconsin needs to be in their safe spots right now. Additionally, we've got another new tornado warning over here in West Virginia, in the Finn here, Powhatan Point and Moundsville. You guys are in a big, broad circulation that could result in a tornado as it comes up towards Sherrard, New Venbian, and maybe Triadelphia and Bethlehem. Right up here in the what do you call that? The Finn of West Virginia. So take shelter if you're in Limestone, West Virginia. That is a very dangerous storm. We don't have any tornado warnings in Tennessee right now. We had a couple a few moments ago. All the rest of our tornado warnings are going to be in Missouri, where we have a strong storm capable of producing a tornado coming into Turnerville right now. Turnerville, Missouri. Brandon Kopic.
Hey, Ryan, tornado on the ground north of Mountain View, Missouri, on the stream right now.
Okay.
Fully condensing.
All right, fully condensed tornado on the stream through Hunter Hurley's feed. Let's go look at it. This is a live look at meteorologist Andy Hill and Hunter Hurley storm chasing right now. This is the storm north of Mountain View. This is a live look at the storm north of Mountain View, also dropping a tornado right now. This is coming into Turnerville. Yep, and we've got him into, okay, so this is perfect. We can see both of these at the same time. We've got two storms simultaneously producing a tornado here in Missouri. These are two different storms very close to each other, but they're both producing a tornado as this storm moves off to the east. Turnerville, Missouri is in extreme danger. This tornado looks stronger, to be quite honest. It looks stronger than the one that we're watching that's going into Houston, Missouri. This one looks a lot stronger, so I'm going to have to dive into the mesoscale here. Holy smokes. Oh, Turnerville, Missouri. All right. So once again, just to the north and west of Mountain View, Missouri, we have a big tornado coming together right now near Turnerville. I believe that this tornado is on the ground near Turnerville or just to the south and east of Guild and Hattie. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to try to get a little bit of a better idea. Okay. So Hunter Hurley and Andy are on the State Route Y, or very close to it. All right, and they're looking north. So the tornado is honestly probably about to pass State Route Y right now as it goes towards Highway Crest.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got another confirmed tornado warning in Wisconsin. Walworth, Waukesha, and Jefferson counties in Wisconsin need to be taking shelter right now. Let's see. Turnerville. Okay. So the exact location of this tornado is going to be to the south and west of Highway Creek near Wolf Creek Customs. All right. And if I'm looking at this correctly, the tornado is moving kind of south and kind of east. Okay, but mostly to the east. So take shelter in Cardinal Acres, Radcliff Ford, and Turnerville. More specifically, take shelter if you're in Chimney Rock, if you're in Bell Hollow, or anywhere along Jack's Fork. If you live along Jack's Fork, that river in Turnerville, you are in the direct path of this storm. This is also going to continue to try to produce a tornado as it goes over towards, once again, Cardinal Acres as well. And on its way there, it'll pass Waldrop Drive. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a confirmed tornado warning now for Texas County, Missouri. That's going to be an extension of our tornado warning for the storm that we're watching through Brett Adair's feed. Once again, y'all, this is another tornado. We're watching two separate tornadoes in Missouri right now. Both of them look like they're intermittently at least lifted. All right, they're not. Neither of them are fully condensed to the ground. They were just moments ago. But the problem is, from what I can tell, the mesocyclones are getting larger. You can especially tell from Hunter Hurley's feed there, where meteorologist Andy Hill is, that there is a large rotating part of this storm. And that means that if we do see any more condensation, any more tightening up of the rotation, we're probably going to see a much larger tornado. Okay, so big tornado maybe trying to be, coming together here as it comes towards Mountain View and Cardinal Acres. Remember, Mountain View, Montier, Birch Tree, and Bartlett in Missouri. You guys are all under tornado warnings, and you've got to take shelter. This is still a radar-indicated tornado warning from the National Weather Service, but we saw this thing doing damage on Andy's stream just moments ago. If this is the real deal, take shelter. All right. Additionally, our big storm producing a tornado back here near Houston, Missouri. I think hopefully it's lifted now as it's going over Houston, but it might come back down as it comes towards Raymondville, Yukon, and Big Creek. You guys need to be taking shelter immediately. Beyond that, let's go back up to St. Louis, Missouri. There is still a tornado warning for Sunset Hills, and honestly, that last frame there,
a new tornado
looks pretty
warning
concerning.
Has been issued.
This little hook right here, we might have a tornado trying to come down right now south of Fenton in the St. Louis area. We just got a new tornado warning. This one includes downtown St. Louis. Oh my God. Okay, a lot's going on here. We have downtown St. Louis under a tornado warning. We have multiple tornadoes on the ground in Missouri, south and west of St. Louis, more towards central Missouri, north of West Plains. One tornado that's on the ground we have a live shot of right now from Hunter Hurley's feed near Howell County, Missouri. The exact location of this is near Mountain View. Okay, near Mountain View, Missouri, specifically on the road between Turnerville and Mountainville. This is where this tornado is right now, doing damage as it moves over towards Cardinal Acres and Montier. This is an extremely dangerous storm. We've watched a lot of tornadoes form, y'all, and this is exactly what a big one looks like. They're really close to this, too. Get some audio. This is a live look at a tornado on the ground right now near Mountain View in Missouri. Holy smokes, y'all.
It's going to hit those buildings, Andy. Be ready for search and rescue.
Once again, this is a live view of a big tornado now doing very big damage near Mountain View. This is crossing over that road now, Highway Y, between Turnerville and Mountain View. All right, these guys are going to have to turn around here. Whew, that was really close. but the unbelievable footage there from Hunter Hurley and Andy. This is now, so the last couple of frames that we saw there, you could tell very easily that the storm was getting bigger, the tornado was getting bigger. So what you just saw, the damage that you just saw, the tornado was going over the road near Western Union and Mountain View Warehouse. If you know where Western Union is and Mountain View Warehouse, and you know where Highway Y is, and those are the relative positions between them, you know where that tornado just crossed. Okay, now it's going towards ABC Greenhouse. All right, it's also going to continue to move in that direction. Honestly, it's going kind of south and east. It's going kind of south and east. It's got a weird kind of deviant motion to it right now because the storm is growing, and it's kind of like the hook is like pushing down. You know what I'm saying? So Mountain View, everybody in the town of Mountain View and anybody along Highway 60 east of Mountain View needs to be underground. You got to run, not walk. This is going to be a huge tornado. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Once again, you can see just how large the mesocyclone is here as this is about to turn into a big wedge tornado that does unbelievable damage here as it comes really close to Mountain View. I really hope the people in Mountain View are in their shelters. Wow. Okay, so once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a tornado on the ground here near Mountain View, Missouri. Specifically, it's now in the space near Pivot Ranch Road. Next, the tornado will cross Highway 17. Okay, it's about to cross Highway 17 north of H&R Block. If you know where the H&R Block is in Mountain View, you could literally stand in the parking lot and see this thing right now. That is a giant rotating mesocyclone. Oh, they've got some damage they're going to have to get past here if they're going to keep up with it. Once again, this is a live look at Hunter Hurley's feed here. Meteorologist Andy Hill is in the car with Hunter. And once again, let's listen in here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Watch for the ghost train. It's going to be on the right. Also, pay attention to satellite. Rear flank downdraft is going to hit us.
Okay, with that, I think they might have lost service. Let's give them a real quick refresh. Okay, I think they just lost service. Okay, so we're going to go back to radar here. Andy and Hunter are okay. They are in a tornado. So they're going to lose service every once in a while, all right? But the last couple of frames there, this is still a big-time major tornado on the ground. It's causing big-time damage near Mountain View. This is moving towards Teresita and Montier and Birch Tree and Bartlett in Missouri. This is not going to let up. This is not going to dissipate. This is coming. This is the real deal. Okay, this is going to be a tornado that is capable of completely flattening well-built homes, well-built structures made out of bricks. So you've got to, get to shelter, and you've gotten to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And you definitely, hopefully, want to get into a basement or a storm cellar if you haven't already gotten there. All right. From what I could tell from this storm, it might not happen in a minute, but at some point this is going to be a big wedge tornado, and hopefully that's not whenever it gets to Teresita or Montier, but it's definitely going to be a damaging tornado by the time it gets there, and Birch Tree. All right, so take shelter immediately. The good news is on radar. There's not a whole lot of, uptick in the velocities or anything like that. This is just kind of, still doing the same thing it was doing whenever we was watching it on, Hunter's channel there. But still, this is still doing damage here as it comes over towards Birch Tree, Missouri. You've got to take shelter now. Brett Adair is still on the storm that's now coming into Yukon. Once again, still you observe tornado on the ground coming into Yukon, Missouri. You guys need to take shelter immediately.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. I'm going to make this quick. Peace-out cell coming down on a very quickly developing cell here in Illinois, very southern tip of Illinois.
All right, new storms going up in Illinois, already producing hail. That's Chris. Another tornado warning here, by the way, for Rat and Midridge in Missouri. You guys got to take shelter immediately. And then I also want to make sure that we mention St. Louis again. St. Louis, you're under a tornado warning. Right now, downtown St. Louis, you're getting the lightning, you're getting the thunder, you're getting all that stuff. You know, this is going to be a pretty big storm capable of, you know, dropping 2.5 inch in diameter hail, which is tennis ball size. But I'm really concerned about this little feature right here. We could have an actual tornado coming through maybe portions of St. Louis on the extreme southern side near Highway 55, crossing over 255, going towards Phelps and Columbia. This is going to cross the Mississippi River here within the next little bit. But that is a signature that could be an actual tornado going through a pretty populated area here in southern St. Louis. What was that? Say that again. Okay. Okay, so a lot of you guys are watching right now in the Radar Omega app, and you're telling me that there is some damage visible through Brandon Koppick's stream on Radar Omega, and I think he's turning away now, but I am aware that it seems like there was a house with this roof ripped off. Oh, that is a really dangerous place to be driving. Anyways, yeah, you guys can follow along in the Radar Omega app with Vince and Brandon out here as they are seemingly assessing the damage associated with the storm that just went through Mountain View. All right, this is still a big storm capable of producing a big tornado. I don't know if we've got Andy back yet. The moment that we do get him back, okay, he's back. Is he back? No, he's not back. Okay, the moment that he's back live, Hunter and Andy, please somebody yell at me. Don't worry about interrupting me. Just let me know. Okay, so still got a big tornado coming over towards Montier and Birch Tree, Missouri. Okay, we know for a fact now that it's capable of producing damage. We've seen that damage through Brandon Koppick's stream. And we also have a tornado still on the ground coming up past Yukon towards Hartshorn, Missouri as well. You guys need to be taking shelter. Storm Runner Media, where's that? Okay, we've got another view.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
From Storm Runner Media. Storm Runner Media is approaching the tornado warned storm from the east. So we should see it right here soon. This is a live look, once again, of our tornado warned storm that is coming out of Mountain View, Missouri, and going towards Birch Tree. It's paralleling the road here, Highway 60. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, there is an ongoing tornado in the St. Louis metro. They just confirmed that tornado warning, and there is a CC drop with it. All
right. All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. Guys, the area of rotation that we were just talking about in the St. Louis metro is now a confirmed tornado. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in a very populated area of St. Louis doing damage. Okay, this is near Matisse, moving towards Jefferson Barracks. It's going to cross the Mississippi River near Interstate 255 on the Jefferson Barracks Bridge. And it'll continue to go east towards Phelps and Sugarloaf Heights. Take shelter now. Now, what you're seeing on your screen is a live look at a different tornado. There are multiple tornadoes on the ground right now all across portions of Missouri. This is a different tornado that is causing damage right now north of Teresita, Missouri. It looks to me like the big mesocyclone is continuing to get bigger and bigger, but we still just have that skinnier tornado that's making contact with the ground. This is not going to last long, y'all. I want you to know. I want you to know this. I've seen this. I've watched a lot of tornadoes form, whether it be through video or live streams or whatever it is. And this is what big ones look like right before they get really big. Once again, if you are downstream here, as far east as Winona, you guys need to be running, not walking to your safe spots, as this is a damaging tornado coming towards you right now. Can we get Storm Runner Media on one of the 6? Is that possible? Okay. All right. Let me try something here. Oh, yeah. All right, so that's a live look at the tornado there near Birch Tree, Missouri. And I want to call out a couple of more kind of mesoscale areas, because this is a big tornado doing damage right now. And it is getting bigger, just as we expected. So right now, that tornado is crossing the road here near Highway 17. Okay, it's crossing Highway 17. Now it's going past Turkey Oak Cemetery, Duncan Cemetery. All right, this is going to make it dangerously close to Thunder Mountain Ranch. Okay, it's also going to cross M464 just to the north of Birch Tree. If it continues its trajectory, it's going to go right towards Bartlett as well, and Highway E. This is a live look at a tornado on the ground near Birch Tree, Missouri right now. Let me get a little bit of a better view of the vector here. Yeah, it's unfortunately, this is going to probably
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Bartlett directly. Bartlett, Missouri is in an incredibly dangerous situation, and so is Winona. Do we have anybody watching right now from Winona? What was that, Chandra? Hello? Carly, Chandra, was there a message there? Okay, all right. All right, so we've got Hunter Hurley back live. So we're going to pull him up as well. Hey
Ryan, this is Andy. Real quick, we have the stream back up and going, pointed at the multi-vortex tornado right now, northeast of Mountain View, Missouri.
All right, so meteorologist Andy Hill and Hunter Hurley are live again on YouTube, on Hunter Hurley's YouTube channel, and we're gonna keep showing you this tornado from their point of view, and also Storm Runner Media's point of view here near Birch Tree, Missouri. I also, let's go ahead and put Andy and Hunter in one. Let's go ahead and put them in one. Because I got to go back to the radar here and update folks on some other stuff that's going on. Once again, we got a confirmed tornado on the ground also in Missouri, south of St. Louis, near Columbia. This is a damaging tornado ongoing right now. It just crossed over the Jefferson Barracks Bridge. Now it's going towards Interstate 255, where it forks off to Highway 3 there near Columbia. This is going to impact very highly densely populated areas between Phelps and Bluffside. It's going to continue to go up towards Belleville and O'Fallon in Illinois. Okay, you've got to take shelter now. This is a dangerous tornado. Tornado on the ground south of St. Louis right now. We also have tornadoes on the ground up here in Wisconsin. All right, a couple of different tornado warnings up here for Mukwongo, Burlington, and Oconomowoc. In Wisconsin. You guys have got to take shelter right now. The rest of our tornado warnings are in Missouri. We've got a bunch of storm chasers currently on the tornado that's coming into Birch Tree and Bartlett. And we're showing you that live right now. And then we've also got a tornado that continues to be on the ground as it goes over towards Midridge as well. So take shelter now if you haven't already. This is a live look at a tornado up close here from Storm Chaser Media, Storm Runner Media. He is up close and personal with this thing. Once again, this is the tornado that's on the ground right now near Birch Tree. It's getting ready to cross over Highway FF. So we got a tornado on the ground right now near St. Louis. We got a tornado on the ground right now near Birch Tree in Missouri. The St. Louis tornado is moving over into the Illinois area, but this all the rest of our tornado warnings that are on the ground right now are in Missouri. This is now a live look from Hunter Hurley, who has another look at that as well. Meteorologist Andy Hill is in the vehicle with him. All right, lots going on here. Let me pull up a couple of other things here. Once again, I want to kind of emphasize where this is going next. Next in line here to receive the impacts from this tornado is Birch Tree and Bartlett and Winona. Okay, Winona is not under a tornado warning, but they should be. This is coming towards you. We've seen this thing every time we see it. It's bigger. Have you noticed that? We started tracking this thing. It was a tiny little noodle. Now it's more of a stovepipe tornado. Okay, and it's going to continue to grow, I think. All right, so keep that in mind as this goes towards Birch Tree. The tornado is getting larger, and it's going to try to do some more damage here as it comes into the Highway FF area just to the north of Birch Tree. I'm going to hope it goes north of Birch Tree once again, but it could very well go right through Birch Tree. If it does, it's going to enter town up there near the Rock Point Nursing Center and the Best Bargains of the Ozarks on Sycamore Street. If you live here, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's where the tornado's coming in. Here's another view of this thing, a live look from Storm Runner Media. Storm Runner Media, Storm Chaser DA Scales on YouTube. DL Scales on YouTube. Live look at the tornado right now that's coming into Birch Tree, Missouri. I really hope that everybody in Bartlett and Winona is taking their precautions, because we talked about this earlier today. This is the kind of situation where you guys are the unlucky ones, where if you live in these towns, you might need to be the ones that put on your closed-toed shoes, get into your safe spot, and you might have to evacuate your home. You know, if as the tornado causes significant damage, you don't want to walk over nails and splintered wood and glass with your flip-flops on. So when you're getting into your safe spot, put on closed-toed shoes. Bring a helmet with you. It sounds crazy, but it could save your life. Bring me with you on a charged phone or tablet. Bring a raincoat. Bring your pets. Bring the car seat. Do all that now. Put it all in the vehicle, or put it all in your safe spot right now, and then brace for impact. We're going to hope that the vast majority of you get missed. But if your house does take a direct hit from a tornado like this, it's going to be damaged quite significantly, and you're going to be not scared but rather prepared, and your odds of making this out of this unscathed are going to drastically increase if you follow those steps. Tell everybody in your family where you're going to go, most interior room of your home, preferably underground, or in an interior bathroom or closet on the lowest floor. And you're going to cover your head with a helmet. If you don't have a helmet, mattress or blankets will do. And then you're going to, just keep me with you. Cell service, hopefully we'll keep it, and we'll let you know what to do from there. Closed-toed shoes. Pets, don't forget them. Let's go. Take shelter now. Everybody in Bartlett and Winona. This is now doing damage in Birch Tree. Right now, it's doing significant damage in Birch Tree, likely on the northern side. This is a live look from Storm Runner Media right here. Wow. Notice how the tornado seems like it's still quite a bit away from Storm Runner Media here, but we're seeing debris flying around. That's because technically, he is under the mesocyclone. The tornado circulation is a lot bigger than that little funnel right there. So this is a pretty sketchy situation to be in as a storm chaser. That tornado could get much bigger very quickly. And also it's pretty unfortunate for the residents out here as the tornado is expected to get much bigger. It's right on top of him, man. Holy smokes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my God. It's literally right on top of him. This is unbelievable footage there from Storm Runner Media DL Scales in Birch Tree. Yeah, that's a little too close, but seems to be all right. All right, let's come back over here to the radar real quick. Currently, once again, the tornado is still doing damage in Birch Tree. Next in line, we've got to worry about the Three Rivers Sheltered and Industries, Old Highway 60, Phillips Truck Repair Incorporated, B&A Lumber, KMJ Pallet and Lumber, Downey Pallet, Baker's Towing and Auto Salvage. Additionally, this is going to have the potential to hit Bartlett, which is a very small town. Right before you get into Winona, which is a little bit of a larger town, and this also has the chance to hit Winona here. So take shelter if you haven't already in Winona. Wow, this is crazy. Let's try to touch on some other tornado warnings here. I want to check back in with our friends in Wisconsin. We got a bunch of radar indicated tornado warnings up here, and the newest one's going to be for Wheatland and Twin Lakes. Take shelter if you haven't already in Wheatland and Twin Lakes in Wisconsin. Additionally, we continue to have that tornado warning ongoing for St. Louis. It's storming pretty intensely right now in St. Louis. If you're watching right now in St. Louis when this storm is over, if you have hail photos or damage photos that you would like to send to us so that we can share what just happened in St. Louis, please do that through pics@ryanhaulyall.com, pics@ryanhaulyall.com, or on Twitter @ryanhaulyall. But please wait at least 22 minutes when this warning's allowed to expire and when you can do so safely. Stay in your safe spots right now. The spinning part of the storm that's producing the potential tornado is now moving into Millstadt and Roachtown and riding Highway 158 Douglas Road here towards the east, towards Freeburg. All right. And by the way, the Mountain Valley tornado, Andy's tornado, it was lifting debris 31,000 feet in the air
A new tornado
as it was going through Birch
issued.
Tree, according to what we could see on radar there. Belleville, O'Fallon, and Mascoutah and Lebanon in Illinois are now under a tornado warning. We have several other tornado warnings here in Missouri to update you on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning for Reynolds, Missouri. Ellington and Centerville, you're now under a tornado warning. We're seeing a little bit of an uptick with the rotation with this storm coming out of Hartshorn. We might see a new warning issued here soon for Ink, Flatwood, and Round Spring in Missouri. But the storm that's doing the damage in Birch Tree that we've been watching is now moving over towards Bartlett, and we do have a tornado warning for Winona. But I think the storm might be cycling. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't see it anymore through Hunter or Storm Runner Media's feed, and they're either driving away from it right now to try to get in front of it, or it has briefly lifted. But that doesn't mean that we should abandon our safe spots in Bartlett or Winona, because this is going to come back down. I'm almost certain of it. Yeah, everybody's heading east here, so it probably is. So the tornado, luckily for our storm chasers, unluckily for the residents that live along the highway, but the storm's going to kind of dance along and ride Highway 60 all the way through Bartlett and Winona. So they're going to have a pretty easy time keeping up with this thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Confirmed tornado warning in Carter County, Missouri. All right, so that updated warning is for Van Buren, Fremont, and House Creek. So that's a continuation of the observed tornado warning for Van Buren, Missouri here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Shannon County, Missouri, now also under a tornado warning. So we saw this thing get quite intense there for a bit. It never really got to the wedge status that it looked like it was trying to, but you saw how the mesocyclone really expanded and the storm got much stronger and the tornado got bigger. Now,
of that one because it's switching over into Paducah's National Weather Service jurisdiction now.
The kind of the opposite thing has happened, and that big mesocyclone has kind of lifted up a little bit, and now we have a smaller one coming back down. So this is a very common thing that happens. It's a cycle. The storm is cycling, and it's happening right above storm chaser Hunter Hurley right now. Look at that. Oh my God. Chandra, is that the correct name and location in 2? Okay, never mind. I see it. All right. So we have 2 views of this thing from Storm Runner Media and Hunter Hurley of the huge spinning mesocyclone right above them right now. This is a live look at the giant spin. This is not sped up or anything. The giant rotating tornado-producing storm that's moving past Birch Tree and into Bartlett right now. This is Highway 60. Our storm chasers are on Highway 60, pointing the cameras right above them. This is about to produce another big tornado right here. Wow. So if you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at here is a live look at the base of a thunderstorm that has produced several tornadoes. It's about to do it again. We think this storm is capable of producing a very large tornado. This tornado has already done significant damage, but I'm concerned that it's going to become a tornado that could do even, bigger damage than what we've already seen. And the storm is still spinning enough to promote that idea, that's for sure. Once again, not sped up or anything. Oh, you can see now on the ground there. We've got contact with the ground. Tornado once again on the ground here. Now coming into Bartlett, Missouri.
Ryan, I'm unsure if you can see it on stream, but we do have another tornado on the ground to our left right now. We've got the camera pointed right at it.
And that's the voice of Hunter Hurley right there, who once again also is in the car with Andy. There it is. Look at that. Damage now being done as the tornado is on the ground, moving into Bartlett now. Unfortunately, y'all, this is put that in 3. Put Jordan in 3 so I can have all 3 of them. Unfortunately, now this is kind of going through its recycle period as it comes up into Winona. And Winona is a pretty large, quite populated area. It's not a huge city or anything, but it's out of all the towns that we've been talking about today, it's one of the bigger ones. So as this tornado rides Highway 60 past Bartlett and over towards Winona, it's going to come into town on the side over there where the Motel 60 is, okay? Anywhere between Hilltop Farm and Brawley's Powderhorn and Turtles, Hull, and Guns. If you guys know where that is, if you live over here in Winona, draw a line between those things and look west. That's where the tornado will come into town from. Can't tell you any like specific streets it's going to cross or anything like that just yet, but it's going to come in from the west where Troy's Transmissions is, and Sarton's Towing and Winona Water Tower number 2. If you know where that is, that's where the tornado is going to be coming in at. You still see debris flying in the air here from Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media, who is pretty much in a very similar spot to Hunter Hurley. Oh, and now you can see the tornado doing still doing damage there as it looks like it's crossing the road now, or it's just about to cross the road right in front of them. And the road that these guys are on, once again, for anybody that's just now tuning in, the road that these guys are on is Highway 60. Highway 60 that connects Birch Tree, Bartlett, and Winona. Wow. This is a live look at the tornado now crossing Highway 60. You can see it's not a huge tornado, but whatever it hits, it's tearing it apart. So this is why we're asking you to be in your safe spots in Bartlett and Winona. And we're also continuing to be quite concerned that this is going to get much larger as it approaches Winona. Wow. Unbelievable footage here of the tornado crossing the road right in front of Storm Runner Media. Also, right in front of Hunter Hurley, where it looks like there's some pretty significant damage there. He's got to get out of there before a tree falls and they're stuck. Oh my gosh. Also, Jordan Hall. Jordan Hall has a live look at this thing too. But, wow. Yeah, so you can see there's a lot of debris here. Oh my God, we have too many angles of this thing. I don't know what to show. This is Storm Runner Media's view once again as the storm is now past Highway 60. It's still really close to 160 or Highway 60 though. Okay. We've got Jordan Hall, but his feed just continues to be frozen. But yeah, okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we're trying our best to show you this tornado because it's scientifically proven that people pay more attention to tornado warnings when we can actually show them the tornado and it's not just a bunch of colors on the map, okay? What we just saw was a pretty intense but small tornado crossing Highway 60 right before it comes into Winona. What we're concerned about is that tornado obviously hitting structures. If that hits a house, it's going to cause significant damage to it. It could be a life-threatening situation if you get caught, without being in shelter. But what we're concerned about is the storm as a whole getting larger and producing an even bigger tornado as it comes into Winona, okay? Something interesting is happening here on radar where we're starting to notice another storm that's formed back here near Birch Tree.
Ryan, hey, this is Hunter. We do have twin tornadoes ongoing right now heading for Winona.
twin tornadoes. So now we have 2 tornadoes on the ground associated with this storm, according to Hunter Hurley. Once again, who meteorologist Andy Hill's in the car with him. But this little storm right here that's kind of nudging up against the hook where the tornado is, that is usually something that actually enhances tornado genesis and leads to a larger tornado. So this is unfortunate timing once again for Winona, as we have that nudge happening. We have 2 tornadoes currently on the ground, and we have potentially an intensifying circulation here as it comes right into Winona. Yeah, the mesocyclone is huge here. Like the lowering, the big part of the storm that's rotating, that's not necessarily the little funnel that's making contact with the ground, is so large. So thankfully we haven't seen that fully condensate all the way to the ground, and we haven't seen it kind of evolve in the way that it could. But this thing's got a long ways to go. This is why we always tell you that we are concerned whenever there's a chance that we see discrete supercells. This thing is going to dance around Highway 60, hitting little towns for hours, and nothing's going to stop it. And as we go later into the evening, the sun's going to start to set, and we're going to see an increase in our low-level jet, and then that's going to enhance the tornado probabilities as well. And it's also going to make the possibility of seeing a large tornado more likely. So if these supercells stay discrete and they continue to kind of put down tornadoes like this, they're only going to get more intense as time goes on. Okay, put him in 3 because I haven't seen anything on Jordan's. It's so laggy. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the tornado we just saw on stream minutes ago, debris from that was actually lofted at least 19,500 feet. So even that small amount of debris you saw, some of that got lofted over 19,000 feet into the air.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. So at one point, the tornado, especially as it was between Mountain View and Birch Tree, it was quite powerful. So we're afraid that might happen again here. As the tornado continues to go over towards Winona, which it's coming in now. It's getting quite close now. This is a live look from Bryce Shelton. If you're just now tuning in, basically we've got all of our eyes on this one storm here that's coming into Winona and Van Buren in Missouri, because we've got so many storm chasers on it, and we can very clearly see that there is a tornado here that's causing some problems. But this is not the only tornado warning that we have. We have a bunch. So I'm going to go over all of them, but first I want to reiterate that everybody needs to be in their safe spots here in Winona. This is about to be a big storm, especially on the southern side of town there. Turtles, Holes, and Guns, over towards Two Pines Conservation Education Center, over towards Low Wassee. This is coming towards you, and it's going to cause damage. All right. Now, some other storms that we are watching right now that might produce a tornado in the next little bit, if it's not already producing a tornado, is the storm coming up towards Ellington and Annapolis in Missouri, and also Mauser Hill and Midridge in Missouri. Additionally, we have a tornado warned storm to the east of St. Louis now, moving into Muskota and New Baden and Lebanon in Illinois. This is continuing to look quite, concerning on radar. And, we need you to take shelter if you're in Rentschler, or Muscuda, and New Baden. We had this, this tornado was actually on the ground in St. Louis as it crossed the Mississippi River near Dupo and Columbia. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but it's capable of doing that again. Once again, if you guys are in St. Louis, and the storm's over now for the most part, if you're in downtown St. Louis, so if you want to send those health photos or any damage reports or anything, feel free to do that over on Twitter. My handle on Twitter is @RyanHall, y'all. Now, let's come back down to our tornado that we're tracking right now. We have a big tornado on the ground near Winona, Missouri, and it's continuing to move east towards Fremont, House Creek, and Van Buren. We need everybody in Van Buren to get into their safe spot if they haven't gotten there already. Looks like everybody, all of our storm chasers around Winona have lost service, or it's becoming a lot more intermittent, which might mean that we've seen some damage down here to a cell tower or something, because they were staying pretty well connected for a little while. Okay, Freddie McKinney's on that storm too, so let's get him up there. Let's put Freddie McKinney up there for whichever one is freezing the most. Or just leave him right where he is. We'll pull him up like this. Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney is giving us a live view of the storm near Shannon County, Missouri. But so is who is that in number 2? Chandra, talk to me. Okay. I'm trying to figure out. It looks to me like Andy and Hunter mentioned that there was twins tornadoes. The shot that we had from Bryce Shelton and the shot that we have from Hunter, it was incredibly different. So I don't know if we saw the 2 tornadoes at once there or not. But anyways, once again, that bowl lowering that you see in front of Hunter is where the new tornado is going to try to form here momentarily. So please take shelter in Van Buren if you haven't already. This is a dangerous storm. It's going to drop a big tornado here, I think.
A new tornado
warning
Chandra? Has been issued.
Freddie and 2? Okay. We got a new tornado warning, by the way, up here in Illinois. Round Lake Beach, Grays Lake, North Chicago, Waukegan, Gurney, Wadsworth, and Zion. All these places on the northern side of Chicago are now under a tornado warning. Wow. 2 very well-defined areas of rotation here, too. We might have a couple of tornadoes trying to touch down right now near McHenry, moving towards Antioch, Round Lake Beach, and Grays Lake. Do we have anybody watching right now in Chicago or on the northern side of Chicago? If you're in Grays Lake, Round Lake Beach, or Wadsworth, or even all the way over there towards Waukegan, you need to take shelter. This is a dangerous storm. Back down in Missouri, this is what our storm's looking like. It's not currently producing a tornado, I don't think,
Hey,
but
Ryan,
we
it's
can
Pierce.
still
You have an
see.
explosive supercell moving towards the Paducah Metro right now. It's very rapidly organizing.
Okay, we're going to go look at that, because how many people do we have watching right now near Paducah? Probably a few. But yeah, this storm is still growing. The mesocyclone is still maturing here, but it's kind of in another cycle phase. All right, it's not producing a tornado at this very moment, but it's about to drop another one as it comes into Winona, Missouri. Please take shelter if you're in Winona, Missouri. Also Van Buren. Now let's come over here let's keep our storm chaser feeds up here, and let's look at our storm, but south of Paducah. And that's a concerning looking storm that we're going to have to watch. This little cell that's popped up here south of Paducah, Kentucky, north of Mayfield, Kentucky, is exhibiting similar features to what we were noticing with the storms in Missouri. This one's going to be capable of producing a tornado at some point, so we're going to watch it as it comes right up towards Paducah, Kentucky. Chandra, let's put whoever is in 4, put it in 1. Whoever that is, put it in 1. Okay, so we got a new mesoscale discussion. We got a lot of people watching right now, I think, from southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and western portions of Kentucky. I was just talking about that, the storm in Paducah. The National Weather Service is talking about that as well. There's an open warm sector of supercells capable of all severe. Look, the National Weather Service is feeling the pressure too. They're making typos over here, or the Storm Prediction Center. Capable of all severe hazards, including strong tornadoes. This is going to, develop soon. There's going to be a new tornado watch issued here, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's also a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. If you're just now tuning in, you are watching the beginning stages of a big severe weather outbreak. We've seen a couple of tornadoes. We've had storm chasers on them. We've seen a couple of pretty strong tornadoes. Right now, we're in between cycles of a supercell that is coming through Winona. It's likely about to drop another tornado as it comes into Van Buren. We're also watching new storms and supercells pop up in western Kentucky between Paducah, Metropolis. It's unfortunate, but I do think that these supercells are going to be moving into the Evansville, Indiana region as well. So yeah, make sure that you guys are getting ready in Evansville, Indiana, Paducah, Kentucky, Mayfield, Madisonville, down here near Sykeston. This is all kind of closing in on this area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have some damage that came in from just a few minutes ago. Several storm chasers came upon a house that had a severely damaged roof, and it looks like an outbuilding, like a shed or a barn, that had some roof damage as well. It also looks like there are some trees snapped that they came upon, but these appeared to be smaller style trees. So they weren't gigantic, like 2 or 3 foot diameter trees.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. Damage reports coming in. Some of the more significant damage that I've heard so far is still coming from closer to the Mountain View area. I'm sure we'll hear more about places between Birch Tree and Winona. But thankfully, I think that tornado, as it went over Winona, it really weakened a lot. This is what it looked like just moments ago from a storm chaser Hunter Hurley's perspective. Once again, this is the tornado that we were tracking near Birch Tree, Missouri, just moments ago. And that storm's still active. And it's coming up, coming to Van Buren. Okay, sorry, as I'm being a little quiet because I'm I'm kind of absorbing a bunch of different information here, as we do have a brief moment where we don't have a tornado on the ground with that storm specifically near Winona. It's about to happen again, but I'm just trying to make sure I've got all of my ducks in a row, and I'm ready for this next round of reports that come in. I do want to say that one of the more impressive looking storms that we have at this moment is coming into North Chicago, surprisingly. 2 areas of distinct rotation with potential tornadoes coming over towards Grays Lake, Gurney, and Waukegan. We need everybody in their safe spots over there, okay? Take shelter. We also have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings popping up, around the tornado warnings over here. And just remember, any storm that's forming right now around St. Louis, coming down into south central portions of Illinois, southeastern portions of Missouri, into western Kentucky, and extreme southwestern portions of Indiana. Any of these storms today are going to be capable of producing tornadoes, but they're also going to be capable of producing straight line damaging winds and large hail, maybe up to the size of apples. Our storm chasers here are continuing to follow the storm as it exits Winona and goes towards Van Buren as it tries to produce another tornado. And we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So the St. Louis Fire Department is reporting that there are vehicles trapped under several of the underpasses along I-55, and they are currently responding to try to rescue all those people. But there are multiple reports of vehicles trapped in floodwaters. So flooding appears to be a major issue in St. Louis area right now along I-55.
All right, thank you, Elijah. And we're not assuming that we don't know how the people ended up in these underpasses, but we see a lot of people that try to take shelter in a storm under overpasses and stuff like that. And this is just another reminder why that's probably not a good idea. Okay.
Hey Ryan,
so
it's Chris. The Paducah cell, it is visible from my stream right now. It is a very tall and explosive supercell right now.
Okay. All right, Chris Hall. We should maybe put him in 6. Okay, so we've got another tornado coming together here, I believe, with our storm that's coming out of Winona now and moving over towards Van Buren, Missouri. This is a live look at this storm as it is looking much more organized, I guess you could say. Once again, our original rotation, which caused all the problems back there near Winona. I don't think that this is that same area of rotation. We've got kind of like a handoff happening here, and we have a new tornado forming right now. This is a live look. Unfortunately, we are in one heck of a radar hole. So there's not a lot that I can do for you by looking at the radar, but thankfully we've got a team of some of the best storm chasers on Earth.
A new tornado
giving us a
warning
live
has been
view
issued.
of this thing. We just got a new. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's huge. We just got the biggest tornado warning I've ever seen in my life. Okay, we've got a giant tornado warning now for pretty much everyone in extreme southwestern Illinois to the south and east of St. Louis, from Centralia, Carlisle, Oakville, and Sparta. This is a precautionary tornado warning, as there are several parts of the line that could potentially have a tornado in them. All right, we're going to continue to track that storm here. So yeah, you see the big purple polygon there, the flashing one. That's the tornado warning that was just issued. Millions of people now are hearing tornado sirens across portions of Illinois. Now, this is definitely a dangerous storm that's coming in to this part of Illinois here, and there are lots of little places where tornadoes could be possible. Not everybody that's under this tornado warning is going to get hit by a tornado. However, you are going to be susceptible to 70 to maybe 80 mile per hour winds, large hail, and there are a couple of different places where little tornadoes are going to be possible here, which will cause additional problems and additional damage as they go towards Oakville, Irvington, and Nashville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a tornado warning in Kentucky now. This is for Chris Hall's storm. Chris Hall does have a view of this thing from a distance. Chris is in Stoddard County, Missouri. He's looking at the top of the storm now that's coming into Paducah that is now producing a tornado warning. And my goodness, oh no, this is a very concerning looking storm on radar. Talk about a hook. My goodness. Supercell here. Forward flank, hail, wind coming into St. John's and Simpsonia in Kentucky. This down here is the base of the storm. This is where the tornado is going to be happening, right here between Kansas and Melbourne. I don't know. We need to try really hard to see if we have a storm chaser out here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Or something, because I think this is going to be a big one. Another storm that produces several tornadoes, and this one's coming up right towards Paducah, Kentucky. If anybody knows anyone in Paducah, Kentucky, please let them know about the potential danger associated with this storm. I think that is going to go right up in that direction, and essentially go towards Rhineland, Stiles Crossing, Woodland, and Crowell Landing, and Tyler. Near Paducah. Once again, this signature right here is indicative of a big tornado trying to form right now. So we got another one. Look at this. Oh, go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
I was about to bring that to your attention about the confirmed tornado on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah. Making sure that our attention is in the right spots. It's going to be hard. This is going to be a things are getting wild. There's a lot of different states involved here. There's a lot of different locations. I'm going to do my best to make sure I'm constantly saying the state names with the towns, because if you're just now tuning in, you might not know exactly what I'm talking about. But the tornado that you see on the bottom of your screen there through Brett Adair's feed is in Missouri. That is not Birch Tree. Chandra, let's update that location. And then the tornado that we see on radar here is in Illinois. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground right now to the west of Kelly's, Sunset Harbor, and Lake Crest in Illinois. This is moving towards Creal Springs. Please take shelter immediately. If you live out here, we have a tornado on the ground right now moving towards Creal Springs, Illinois. This is also eventually going to impact Carrier Mills. Okay. This is also going to impact Carrier Mills in Illinois. Brett. Chandra, he's in put Van Buren. VanBuren. Okay, sorry, y'all. All right, so we have a tornado on the ground here getting ready to cross Lake Egypt. My gosh, what is it with tornadoes and lakes? Another unfortunate situation where we've got a big tornado right now doing damage as it crosses a recreational area with RVs on Memorial Day weekend. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So Canada, Environmental Canada, has just issued a tornado warning to the east of Detroit. It's mostly over Lake Erie, but you should be aware of that because there may be people coming in here due to that, because Canada issues very, very large tornado warnings.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Elijah. So yeah, we got Canada involved now. I'm trying to zoom in and do some mesoscale stuff here. I want to make sure that we all understand what's going on. Oh my gosh. Lake Crest. Creal Springs. Illinois. Okay, so what we're looking at here on radar is a
New information.
tornado
This tornado warning
that's on the
has
ground
been
causing
upgraded.
pretty significant damage crossing over towards Lake Crest. Okay, I believe that update that we just saw there for the PDS, PDS tornado warning now for Creal Springs. All right. So a PDS tornado warning means that this is a particularly dangerous situation, and there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. This is likely not the same kind of monster that we were dealing with over there in Missouri that we had a live camera of. This is probably a much bigger and deadlier tornado than that, okay? I want to show you where this is going in the next minute. In the next minute or two, this is what is being impacted. The Lake Egypt area, tons of RV parks, tons of mobile home parks and stuff, and a power plant over here on the northwestern side of the lake. That is where this tornado is right now. Okay, it's crossing the lake. It's going to go over Lake Egypt. All right, and now we have a very visible debris ball. This is a powerful, potentially violent tornado here crossing Lake Egypt in Illinois right now. If anybody knows anybody in Lake Crest,
A new
Egyptian
tornado
Hills,
warning has been
or
issued.
Creal Springs in Illinois, you have to call them right now and you have to tell them to stop whatever it is that they're doing, drop everything, and take shelter. Once again, we've seen a lot of tornadoes today. We've seen them live on the air here. This one is much bigger than anything that we've seen. Okay, we don't have a live camera of it. I'm sure we're looking for one, but we don't have that for you. But what I can tell just from this right here and the debris ball that we're seeing, that this is a major tornado going on right now. And unfortunately, it's going through, once again, this place is probably packed right now. May 26th on the weekend. So this is going to continue to go up towards Creal Springs. Once it passes the lake, once it gets over the lake, near Lake Crest and Egyptian Hills, it's going to go towards Creal Springs, and on its way, it's going to ride along Marion Road. It's going to be in a pretty rural area, but there are several residences that it could impact. It's also going to go over the WSIL TV transmitting tower. So that's not good. If WSIL, if that's something that is currently on the air, helping these local people out, the transmitter is in the path here. Also, the transmitter for WOOZ-FM is in the path here. I don't know. Oh, okay. This is the news station right here, I bet. So the news station, WSIL, is in the direct path of this storm. We should probably pull them up and be watching them in the background. And then this is going to continue to go in the general direction of Creal Springs, and it'll enter town. If it comes into town, I'm really hoping that the big damaging tornado stays south of town. We can't go off of hope, though, so we need to be in our safe spots. But if it comes into town, it'll come in on the side where West Henshaw Road is. If you know where Lake of Egypt Road intersects with Highway 160 as you come into the town here near Williamson County Fire Station number 7, that would be the direction that the tornado came into town. All right. It could also very well cross Creal Springs Road on the south side, south of Borton Avenue. We're going to hope for that because it would impact less structures that way. But yeah, this is a huge tornado, y'all. PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning now. Let's go back down to Paducah. Hopefully we've got some people watching now from Paducah, Kentucky, because we really need you guys paying attention. There's a good chance that this is going to go off to the south of Paducah and it's not going to affect downtown. But
new information. This tornado warning has been
areas
upgraded.
south and east of Paducah near Woodlawn, Rideland, Ledbetter, Crowell Landing, and Cloud Crossing are in the direct path of another tornado that's developing here in Kentucky, and it's going to be coming towards Fremont next. There's a developing tornado right here near St. John's, and it's going to do the same thing as all of these other storms has, okay? It is going to produce a tornado. You are in the path right now in Ryland and Stiles Crossing. Take shelter immediately. We just got a PDS tornado warning on our Missouri storm. Once again, PDS tornado warning now for Fremont and Van Buren. Do we have a live view of this? Okay, it's Storm. I guess Storm Runner Media is on it still too, right? This is a live look at our PDS tornado warning in Missouri. Bryce Shelton's on it. We have a couple of people on this storm, but I don't think anybody currently has a view of the tornado down on the ground. Unfortunately, the tornado is now probably much bigger, so it's not as safe to get really close. But once again, that latest PDS tornado warning that you guys just saw come over the screen, that is a PDS tornado warning for the storm that we've been watching back here towards Van Buren.
Is on your storm in Paducah right now.
What did Chris say?
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Brandon Clement is on your storm in Paducah right now.
Oh, yeah. Chandra, if Brandon Clement is on this storm, we have to have him up. So make sure you get him up there and let me know once he is. And then this is a live look from
a new tornado warning has
Hunter
been issued.
Hurley. Okay. This is a live look from Hunter Hurley and Andy giving us a shot of the storm from a distance. I don't see anything, but man, the storm is just monstrous. The storm overall is monstrous, and once again, somewhere shielded inside of all of those dark clouds is a massive, destructive, and deadly tornado. I'm using the Radar Omega app right now to look at some additional Storm Chaser feeds. This is a live look from Brandon Kopic, who is in the Radar Omega app. A lot of you guys have this app and you're following along with me. If you don't have it, you can get it. There's a link in the description. But there's definitely, like, just on the other side of the road here is where that big tornado is in Missouri. Okay, once again, a PDS tornado warning here for Fremont and Van Buren, Missouri. Large, damaging tornado on the ground right now. Take shelter immediately. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, that Illinois tornado is actually moving southeast. It seems to be deviating actually out of the polygon some.
Wow, okay. All right, let's go back to that. Let's go back to our storm here in Illinois. There is, once again, a similar thing is happening here where the storm is growing, and sometimes we see whenever the forward flank really expands like this, sometimes we see that push down on the hook, and the RFD kind of is forced to swing a little bit farther around to get into that inflow, and we see the tornado actually get pushed a little bit to the south along with all of that motion. So that honestly can also sometimes disrupt tornado genesis. So hopefully this will this will make the tornado not last as long, but Creal Springs is still a place that needs to be in their safe spot, but now we have to add a couple of places here, okay? Egyptian Hills, Wagon Creek Heaven, Parker, New Burnside, all of these places, you are not, especially Parker and New Burnside in Illinois, you guys are not under a tornado warning right now. However, you are under, you need to watch out. Y'all watch out because the tornadic part of the storm is about to exit the warning polygon.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We're seeing a little bit more convergence over here on our Paducah storm. Still not actively producing a tornado at this moment, but it's rearing up. It's about to get ready in Paducah, Calvert City. You guys are also not under a tornado warning, but there is a tornado warning just to your south, and we believe that this storm is capable of producing a tornado very shortly. Hold on, I'm just getting my ducks in a row here. So, once again, a couple of places that we're extra concerned about right now, Creal Springs and New Burnside in Illinois, Paducah, Kentucky, and Calvert City and Reidland in Kentucky. In Missouri, we are very much concerned about Van Buren, as we are under a considerable tornado warning, or a PDS tornado warning over here, as we do think a big tornado is doing damage right now near Fremont, coming up towards House Creek and Van Buren. It's currently 7:56 local, 6:56 central, 24Z. It's just about 0Z. So we've been going now for about 3.5 hours. I want everybody to know that's just now tuning in. We are going to keep going. This is actually still the beginning stages of a tornado outbreak that's going to continue to take place tonight over portions of southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southwestern portions of Indiana. We just got a new tornado watch. Let me show you this. A brand new tornado watch that includes areas farther east that goes all the way until 1 a.m. Several tornadoes are likely. Apple-sized hail, 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is for places like Evansville, Indiana, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Elizabethtown, Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, Scottsburg, Indiana. So we're going to be here for 5 hours more at least. And we do expect these storms to continue to get stronger, especially over the next 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours from now is going to be the main part of this tornado outbreak. So if you know anybody in any of these places, then please let them know. There's about 3 million people under the gun there for significant severe weather. And we're going to be covering it here with our storm chasers. Absolutely no commercial breaks, nonstop for the rest of the night if anybody needs that. So once again, we've got that PDS tornado warning in Van Buren. In Missouri. We've got some really ominous side glances of this storm from our storm chasers, but I've yet to see like a head-on view of the bottom of the mesocyclone, so I don't know what's exactly going on the ground. But just from radar, we've got a huge rotating storm here. We've got a bounded weak echo region. We've got a big-time velocity couplet here. And we've got a couple other indicators that are, indicative of a strong tornado. And that's why we continue to have that PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Van Buren, Missouri. We need everybody in that town underground. Okay? This is once this goes by Van Buren, this is also going to go towards Chicopee and Chilton. Chilton in Missouri, you guys are not under a warning yet, but you will be, okay? So will you in Crider's Corner. You guys need to be taking shelter right now. Okay, I think Hunter Hurley is getting close. Oh, yeah. This is a live look from storm chaser Hunter Hurley, who is with meteorologist Andy Hill. And I believe what we're looking at there is the mesocyclone responsible for our tornado that has sparked the PDS tornado warning. So we just got a new PDS tornado warning that encompasses areas to the east of the original warned zone. This includes Chilton, Crider's Corner, and Ellisnor. So everyone that we just talked about, essentially. All right, Storm Runner Media has a really good view of this as well. This is a live look at the developing tornado here that's coming into Van Buren. It's recycled once again, and now it's coming back together as a strong tornado heading over Highway 60 near Van Buren.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Some other places that we're watching right now. Once again, we've got this big tornado coming up towards Van Buren, Missouri. Some other places that we are watching, it continues to be up there in Illinois. Johnson and Williamson County in Illinois, you are still under that PDS tornado warning. The radar confirmed to PDS tornado warning. You've got to take shelter. Additionally, we've got Carter County, Missouri, obviously, which is what we're looking at here. And then we've got...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Bond, Fayette, Marion, Clinton, Randolph, St. Clair, and Washington counties in Illinois that need to take shelter. And this is another angle of that. This is a live look from Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley with meteorologist Andy Hill showing the developing tornado once again. It's coming down. So we've seen this thing go up and down multiple times today. It's doing it again. This time it's doing it on its approach to Van Buren. So we hope that everybody in Van Buren is in their safe spots. Let me go check back in on a couple of other storms here. The Paducah, Kentucky storm. Do we have a lot of people watching from around Paducah, Kentucky? It looks to me like the really concerning part of the tornado warning storm that's coming by your town is going to stay just barely to the south and east of Paducah, and the tornadic part, the rotating part, is going to be going over Rhineland and Stites Crossing. So there's still no tornado on the ground with this just yet, but it's going to happen. It is going to happen, okay? Hopefully it waits a while, but at some point this is going to be a tornado-producing storm, whether it be near Calvert City or Smithland. Look at that motion above Hunter Hurley's vehicle here. Additionally, how many people do we have in here watching from the Creal Springs area? So we just had a big tornado go over the Egypt Lake, and that rotation went over Creal Springs. And now I think it's kind of recycling the tornado, similar to what we're seeing here. Now it's coming back, and it's coming towards Palzo and Stonefort. Stonefort, Illinois, you've got to take shelter immediately. Now, we have a giant tornado warning as well in Illinois for places like Centralia, Sandoval, Nashville, Illinois, Coulterville, Illinois, Sparta, Steelville, and Chester. Okay, this is a precautionary tornado warning, mainly for damaging winds and the very real possibility of a spin-up tornado. And then what you're looking at here live on your screen is the tornado warned storm that is, or the PDS tornado warned storm that is going towards Van Buren, Missouri. Here's
a new tornado
latest,
warning has been issued.
Mesoscale discussion. A well-organized convective line continues to surge southeastward across the region. So they're talking about the line of storms that has prompted that tornado warning, east of St. Louis. It's going to continue to cause problems in the form of gusts over hurricane force at times as it goes down towards Vandalia and Mount Vernon. Chandra, I don't know if Zach's feed has changed in the last hour. Is it paused? Actually, never mind. I see it moving now. If let's try to put Storm Runner Media in one of the top ones, probably in 3.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see if there's somebody else that we can do in 6, unless he starts moving. Okay. All right. Well, let's put Storm Runner. Let's switch 3 and 5. I'm sorry. We're doing some back end production
Hey Ryan, it's
here.
Chris. You have another explosive supercell developing south of Evansville.
All right. So that was the voice of Chris Hall, who is kind of directing our attention over to some of these other supercells that are forming over here in western Kentucky. All of them in a very supportive environment for tornadoes. We've seen that. We've seen this today. This one coming up towards Evansville, Henderson. Honestly, probably more going towards the area between Evansville and Owensboro is rotating. Okay, and it is probably going to be our next tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised, within the next 20 minutes or so, to see them issue a tornado warning for this storm that includes Seabury and Robards in Kentucky. Get ready in Evansville and Owensboro, Kentucky, okay? Also, this huge line of storms that's coming down past Nashville, Irvington, Centralia, Coulterville, Sparta, and Chester. This is going to now come over towards Pinckneyville, Cesar, Spring Garden, and Mount Vernon as well. It's going to produce 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and possibly up to, possibly a tornado or two. So get ready for that and take shelter. The Van Buren storm continues to look like the most impressive and concerning storm that we have. This is currently causing damage now between House Creek, Van Buren, and Chilton. That tornado is going to continue to go towards Crites Corner and Ellisnore over the next little bit. So please take shelter over there if you haven't already. This storm, this PDS tornado warning here, this is a big deal, okay? If you're down here in Crites Corner or Chilton and you haven't gotten into your safe spot yet, this is a situation where you're going to need to get underground or at least put a bunch of walls between you and the outside world, okay? Lots of people sending in photos and videos over there on Twitter. Andrew Hart. Mother Nature is amazing. This is likely the tornado that we just saw. Honestly, I don't know which one this is. We've had so many that he didn't include a location. If you do send in stuff, please try to send in your location, because as much as we like to see the tornadoes, it also really helps us to understand, is that the storm near Paducah? If there could be some novel information here that we could learn. Also, please tag your local National Weather Service office as well. Where is Goreville? Okay, that is, so this is good stuff. Somebody sent in a video of a tornado and included the location. This is the tornado that went over Lake Egypt. This is sent in from Zach. So this is the tornado that just moments ago was going over Lake Egypt. So thank you for sending this in, Zach. And remember, guys, only if you can do so safely, feel free to send me pictures and video updates. over at Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, or on email pics@ryanhallyall.com, PICS at ryanhallyall.com. That tornado that we just saw there that was going over the lake near Goreville is gone. Okay, but a new tornado, I believe, is trying to form here near Carrier Mills as the storm moves up towards Pikeville, Somerset, and Cottage Grove. So you can see that tornado that went over the lake there near Goreville was quite a bit bigger. That's why we were making a big deal out of it as it went towards Creal Springs. I don't think that hit Creal Springs, but it came close. Where is that, Chandra? Okay. By the way, Chandra, one of the people helping us out back there in the production room, just came over and was reminding me that we have all of these cameras available to us on the Radar Omega app. Okay. And I want to remind you guys as well, if you live out here, these can be a pretty valuable resource. If you live near Poplar Bluff, a lot of times these cameras are going to be way up on power poles or cell phone towers and stuff like that, so you can see pretty far the storm coming. And there's a ton of these cameras in Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, so pretty useful stuff there. And we're obviously going to be able to show that to you here as well. The big area of rotation that has sparked our PDS tornado warning is now moving past Van Buren and is once again going into Kreitz Corner, Ellisnor, and places like that. This is a rain-wrapped tornado at this point. I don't think that we're going to be able to see it. However, this is still doing damage. It's still a tornado as it moves through portions of Missouri here. We also have a tornado warning that continues here for Buckhorn and 12 Mile in Missouri. The rotation is less convincing with this one, but definitely some strong winds coming into Buckhorn, strong enough that should inspire you to get into your safe spot, okay? So the supercell that's going past Paducah, Kentucky now it's really the supercell that could, okay? It's slow, but it is doing it. It is doing the thing. It is going. I still have a lot of confidence that this is going to produce a tornado. It's just not quite there yet. Notice how it's getting larger. Notice how, as I push this forward, this is what it looked like when it was a little baby, okay? This is what it looks like now on the velocities. Lots of more colors here. Lots of more, organization with the mesocyclone. So it's not producing a tornado, but the more that this happens, the more greens and the more reds that we see close to each other here, as this goes off to the north and east, the more likely it is that we are going to see that tornado. And it could happen anywhere between Calvert City and up there towards maybe Pikeville and Dykesburg in Kentucky. So this is all happening along the Interstate 69 corridor here as it approaches Eddyville. Get ready for that. Additionally, strong storms and supercells capable of producing tornadoes are coming together as they go towards Evansville, Indiana. This is a rotating mesocyclone. This is a rotating mesocyclone that will likely get a tornado warning soon. And this is, of course, a rotating mesocyclone that has a history of producing a large tornado. All of these storms are moving in the general direction of Mount Vernon, Evansville, and Owensboro. You guys need to be thinking about what you're going to do whenever that warning comes through for you, because it is going to come, and you're going to want to take shelter whenever it does, okay? You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, get to the lowest, most interior room of your home, and take me with you. Wear closed-toed shoes, put on a helmet. Don't forget your pets. Get the car seats ready. Lots of things to think about, but if you think about it now, you don't have to think about it when you're running and freaking out because there's a tornado coming. And it sounds crazy. I'm not trying to scare you. It's legit. It's the real world that we're living in today, in the middle of a significant tornado outbreak. Let's see here. Lots of people in the chat are asking about towns. Unfortunately, I can't get to every town. Can't give a forecast for every town. There's 130,000 of you guys in here right now. There's one of me. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm trying my best to talk about every town that has something significant going on right now. If I am not talking about your town, right now, then it's probably a good thing, right? If I'm not talking about your town, then we don't need to worry too much about that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's okay. Because the towns that I am talking about are the towns where there are most likely going to be some potentially life-threatening storms in the next little bit. So, I'm not talking about you because I don't like you or like I'm paying more attention to one area than another. Anytime I zoom in on a storm, it's because I believe that this has the real potential to take life and property, and I need to focus on it so the people out in front of it know what to do. If you've got some thunder and lightning going on right now, and I'm not talking about your town, that's probably a good thing. With that being said, Calvert City is now under a tornado warning because, of course, the storm is continuing to try to produce a tornado. This is the one that just went by Paducah. So Calvert City, Grand Rivers, and Cuttawa in Kentucky, leading up to Eddyville, you need to take shelter immediately. And I don't think that's on the ground yet, but it looks like it's about to be. Speaking of being on the ground, the tornado back here in Missouri near Van Buren is likely still on the ground, and it is still moving over towards Ellisnore, so we need you guys to take shelter. Here's another view.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, real quick. Saline County, Illinois. Hold on. Okay, Saline County, Illinois has been upgraded to a radar-indicated PDS tornado warning. Let me get you some more information on this before I show you what I was about to show you. Okay, so we have a much larger area of convergence coming together here in Illinois. Do we have anybody that lives in Harrisburg or Equality, Illinois, or anywhere near that? If we do, you guys, if you haven't already gotten there, you need to get to your shelter. The National Weather Service just upgraded this to a radar-indicated PDS tornado warning, which doesn't mean that we have a tornado on the ground necessarily. It means that it looks like we very well could, from what we can tell on radar, and it looks like it could be a very big one. So if we do have a tornado here, it's going to be right in the middle of somewhere between Carrier Mills and Pikeville, moving up towards the area between Pikeville and Cottage Grove, and it looks like it's going to be a big one. So take shelter if you haven't already. Hopefully everybody already has, because we've been hooting and hollering about this spot. But take shelter now if you haven't already. This is what's coming. This storm that is now coming into Harrisburg and Somerset and Rudiment in Illinois. This is what it looked like just less than an hour ago as it crossed Lake Egypt.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So this is not a small tornado. This is a big one. Glenn Bundern Jr. sent this to us on Twitter. Look at that, power flashes. Yeah, so this is a big, nasty tornado, once again, coming into the Rudiment and Somerset areas of Illinois. This was just moments ago as the storm crossed over Lake Egypt. Wow. That one definitely did some big time damage there. So once again, that was what the tornado looked like just moments ago with this storm that's now moving into Somerset and Rudiment and Pikeville in Illinois. Additionally, let's go back here to the Van Buren storm. We still got a tornado down here.
You probably have a tornado imminent now near Calvert City.
Okay, we're going to go check back in on that. But this is still a big tornado here near Van Buren. Some of the towns that I haven't said yet is Jewett, Saco, Buckhorn, Albright, Marquand, and that's between now and 7:48. If probably within the next couple of minutes in Saco and Buckhorn, Albright by 7:43, Marquand by 7:48. Also Ellisnor and Kreitz Corner in the path here with the Van Buren tornado. We've got storm chasers on this one. You can see a live view of the thing above my head there, but I do believe that if the tornado is still with us, and I think it is, a lot of that's going to be rain wrapped, so we're not going to see it. So I am going to continue to show the storm chasers as we go back and look at the storm near Calvert City, where we've been seeing this thing try to produce a tornado so many times. It hasn't necessarily done it yet, but it's almost there. Okay, and speaking of that, this is that storm. Somebody sent us this photo on Twitter. Gene says this is from outside of my cousin's house in Paducah, Kentucky. So you can see right here, there's definitely a lowering, definitely got a mesocyclone. We might even already see some intermittent contact with the ground. Okay, so this is what the storm looks like there near Paducah, Kentucky, and they're looking east towards Calvert City. As the storm is, once again, there is a big time convergent signature here. A velocity couplet is the next step. And then we've got ourselves a tornado coming over towards Calvert City, Kentucky, eventually up towards Lucca and Cuttawa. Take shelter immediately. PDS tornado warning also up here for Harrisburg, Illinois, Pikeville, Somerset, and Cottage Grove. I'm hoping that you guys are in your safe spot right now. Look at the view that Zach Hall has of this thing coming into Carter County, Missouri. That is a ominous storm if I've ever seen one. Williamson, Johnson County line. Somebody wrap this one up for me, and I'm putting it in. What am I putting it in? I'm putting it in all media. Somebody confirm where that is and wrap it up for me. Wow, and here's another one. Allie, stuff like this should just go in unsure. Just put it in unsure. This is a view of that same tornado that was near Lake Egypt outside of Creal Springs. So this is the caliber of tornado that we're talking about that might be associated with the storm coming over towards Somerset and Rudiment right now. Now, we've got a couple other tornado warnings outside of these really pertinent ones that we haven't been talking about as much, and I want to explain that, and I want to go over what's happening right now. We do have a tornado warning for Salem, Lucca, and Kinmundy in southern Illinois. This is there's not like one specific area of rotation to kind of highlight for you. This is just a big wall of straight line damaging winds, and there are a couple of different places where there's some kinks in the winds with the inbounds and the outbounds, and that can lead to quick spin up tornadoes. So we've got this broad tornado warning for Kinmundy, Omega, Lucca, and Creal in Illinois. Take shelter. But once again, there's not like a one little place that we can like track and show you where the tornado is and stuff. This is a large storm with widespread 70 to 80 mile per hour winds likely. Same thing down here for you guys in Mount Vernon, Spring Garden, DuQuoin, Benton, and down there towards Carbondale, Illinois. A large line of considerably strong storms with 70 mile per hour winds is moving in right now. So take shelter as if it's a tornado warning. That's what I would do. There's a tornado possible with any storm today. We just got a new tornado warning on the border of Illinois and Kentucky. Oh boy, look at this. This is just not looking good for the entire Evansville, Owensboro area. We have a train of tornado-producing storms, or storms with very intense mesocyclones, moving from around Carrier Mills over past Old Shawneetown and then over towards Wanamaker and areas just to the south of Henderson in Kentucky. This is an extremely dangerous situation for the residents down here as all these storms are going towards Owensboro and Henderson and Evansville. Our newest tornado warning is for Old Shawneetown, The Rock, Spring Grove, Harding, and Morganfield in Kentucky. Take shelter now. We're going to get another warning here soon, likely for Seabury and Robards, as that is another area of intense rotation that deserves a warning, I believe. Calvert City, big time rotation signature over you right now. It's quite broad. But man, I don't know. The reflectivity tells me that there might actually be a tornado right here. That might be a tornado right there. So please take shelter if you haven't already in Newbern, Cooper Landing, Altona, Heater, and Smithland in Kentucky, right on the northern side of that warning box. That is probably a developing tornado right now. Take shelter if you haven't already. This is an insanely dangerous situation where we have tornadoes falling out of the sky like raindrops. So many different mesocyclones all over the place in this area between Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. Get ready up there in Eddyville. This photo is coming in from Dillon near Calvert City. So this is the storm that just went past Paducah up near Calvert City. I don't see, there's not enough information on this photo for me to call that a tornado, but certainly a lowering there. So yeah, definitely take shelter up there between Calvert City and Heater in Kentucky. That's a very dangerous storm. Storm chaser Zach Hall has an incredible view of the storm coming into Carter County, Missouri. This is near Ellisnor right now. And this is once again where we do have a tornado warning that was just extended out for Brush Arbor, Keeners, Williamsville, Halloran, and Ladero in Missouri. Take shelter now if you're in any of those places. Another general location, the Kentucky storm is moving in the general direction of is the Kentucky Dam there. I'm waiting for another radar scan. It's been a second. What do we got here? 8:27. It's currently 8:31. So I'm just seeing if we're going to see, if we see another scan like this, then that's, I mean, it's going to be hard for me to believe that that's not a tornado. This is another picture coming in from the the Calvert City area. That one definitely looks a lot more like a tornado. But I still can't. I can't, like, you can't see the ground, so I don't know exactly what we're looking at there. But certainly a very dangerous situation as we have a tornado trying to come together here to the northwest of Calvert City, moving up towards Smithland, Heater, and of course Dykesburg in Kentucky. Yeah, now the tornadic part of the storm is technically outside of the warning polygon, so there's that. And we just got a new tornado warning for our storm south of Henderson, like we said we likely would, because the rotation has started to pick up a little bit here as it's coming over towards Givens and Wanamaker. Another view, man.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. It looks like our Calvert City storm is trying to undergo a hook handoff, very LP hook over Calvert City right now.
Yeah, low precipitation hook over Calvert City. This is where, a lot of... So there's a couple different areas of rotation now with our Calvert City storm. There's this one, which might have been an original area of rotation that is occluding now, and I think that's where most of our pictures and videos have been coming from. But a new mesoscale or a mesoconvective... A mesocyclone handoff is happening right over Calvert City, where we see more convergence between inbound and outbound winds over here. So I think we're going to see a new, tornado form with this area of rotation as it goes up towards Lucca. And we're talking about a storm in Kentucky right now, but we have several other storms. We continue to have a tornado-producing storm moving over towards Horseshoe, Illinois. We also have a tornado-producing storm moving towards Morganfield and Spring Grove in Illinois. We have another, and that's actually in Kentucky. We have another storm capable of producing a tornado moving into Seabury and Niagara, Kentucky. That's not all. We have another storm capable of producing a tornado moving into Williamsville, Missouri. And this is one of those pictures of the occluding tornado, I think, that is occurring near Carter's City, Calvert City in Kentucky. All right, so this is the lowering that was associated with that. Another tornado is likely going to form right in here between Calvert City and Grand Rivers and go up towards Cuttawa. Another picture of the Lake Egypt, Illinois tornado, which was sent a while ago. We got to figure out a way to find these faster. Mesoscale discussion from about 30 minutes ago. Strong tornado risk remains high as these storms in Missouri move over towards Poplar Bluff. We just got another new tornado warning in Kentucky. Thank goodness. That's a good move from the National Weather Service there for kind of warning the part of the storm that's now outside of the warning polygon that still has the rotation here, just to the east of New Liberty, crossing over Luca Road, moving up towards Heater and Pikeville. Now, Heater and Pikeville, you're under an official tornado warning. I think what's happening here, though, is we've got that tornado that's happening. I think
Ryan,
it's still happening.
This is Chris. A spotter just reported a tornado on the ground on the northern occluding side of our storm there in Kentucky.
Yeah, so there's a tornado here getting ready to cross the road on Highway 453, but there is also a new tornado forming. I don't want anybody to forget this, near Gilbertsville to the east of Calvert City and Lake City. That will likely become the dominant tornado as it moves up towards Lake City and Suwanee and Cuttawa in Kentucky. Chandra, just remind me when to go to that whenever it's got something on it. If you're just now tuning in, we have 10 tornado warnings, 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are in the middle of a tornado outbreak here. We've had several large damaging tornadoes throughout portions of Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky. We're getting ready to see those move into Indiana as well, portions of Tennessee. The area that we are most focused on right now is right in here. This is where the ingredients are most favorable for tornadoes right now. And, you know, that's just kind of where we're focused on. There's going to be strong storms that happen up here. There's going to be some strong storms that maybe even happen a little bit farther south than that. But right here in the middle, that's where the best favorability, the best conditions are going to be for tornadoes for the next little bit. By the way, that newest tornado warning that just came across your screen is going to be for Louisville, Illinois. And that's actually a pretty impressive signature there for a QLCS tornado. So definitely some damaging winds and potential tornado coming into Okaloosa and Louisville, Illinois. Take shelter immediately.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so here's another view of the funnel cloud that was east of Paducah, Kentucky not long ago. I do believe that what you're looking at here, by the way, thank you, Zachary, and everybody else who's sending this in. I do want to make it very apparent. I want to make it known that, like, you know, don't go out and don't go looking for tornadoes. If you're under a tornado warning today, take shelter. Only send photos and videos and stuff if you can do so safely. But I do, obviously we appreciate this. This is what the occluding tornado looks like right now as it comes up towards Heater, north and east of Paducah. To the south and east of this, a larger tornado is probably trying to come together. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take, but there's a larger area of rotation trying to come together between Gilbertsville and Lake City. So this is what we're looking at in the areas just to the east of Paducah near Calvert City. This is a view from Dalton. Gosh, This is a view from Dalton on the ground near Mountain View, Missouri earlier. So this is that tornado that we were watching through meteorologist Andy Hill and Hunter Hurley's feed. There was a lot of people who were up close and personal with this one. Look at the rapid motion. Look at the spin. This was one of the craziest tornadoes that I've ever seen up close through a storm chaser feed. It was quite intense. Hunter and Andy are okay. They're still chasing. They're still out on the road there. And we should be getting an update from them soon. But yeah, Dalton, thank you for sending that in. Justin Hillard, storm chaser Justin Hillard, is in Gilbertsville, Kentucky, correct? Gilbertsville. Okay, so what we are looking at here is a live view of the tornado that is developing then near Lake City. And so this is the storm that we've been tracking through Calvert City. So I'm glad we've got Justin Hillard on the ground there. We can clearly see what's happening on the left side of the screen, or the left dangly bit there hanging out of the cloud. That's our occluding tornado. That's what we've been seeing all the pictures and videos of. Okay, that should dissipate. That should go away soon. On the right side, that's a much bigger lowering. That's less concentrated, but it's the new parent circulation that's associated with the storm. So on the right side over there, that's where the new tornado would be forming. You see what I'm saying? That we've got the occluding tornado that's going to disappear. That looks like a funnel over there, and then we've got this big messy thing over here on the right side where we've got lots of rising scud. That is the new parent circulation associated with the supercell that's coming over towards Suwanee, Cuttawa, and Eddyville. So we're going to keep an eye on this just to monitor what's happening here with that storm, as it's probably the most imminently concerning one. Actually, I take that back. Let's keep that in one, and let's go back to the radar here. Every time I go check in on our storms that are coming up towards Evansville, these get a little bit more concerning, especially the one that's coming over towards Morganfield now. That storm's looking pretty intense. Tornado is developing or about to happen here as it comes towards Morganfield, Kentucky. Also, the rotation coming over towards Junction and Old Shawneetown is broad right now, but this area of inflow will increase, and we'll likely see a stronger rotation occur with that. So Morganfield and Old Shawneetown, take shelter immediately if you haven't already. This is another really ominous view of the storm near Morganton, North Carolina. Wow, there's storms going on in Morganton, North Carolina, y'all, and they look like this. Check it out. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for Statesville, Troutman, Cooley, and Newton. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be the main thing there. Not much hail, just some wind problems in North Carolina this evening. So that occluding circulation is probably pretty much out of the picture now with our storm coming up towards Eddyville, Kentucky. And we're going to pay very close attention to the new circulation now, which is visible above my head. We've got a storm chaser on the ground here near Gilbertsville, Kentucky. He is on the road moving towards Cuttawa. Okay, so we're going to be able to keep up with this one nicely. It's not going to be able to surprise us. Neither is this storm over here coming into Poplar Bluff. We've got cameras here. We've got cameras there. We've got cameras everywhere over here in the... Whoa, did you see that lightning? This is a camera over here near Poplar Bluff. We're going to see the storm approach from this location. There's also a camera on the south side of Poplar Bluff in the Radar Omega app as well. We're going to see the storm come in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So get ready in Poplar Bluff. This is going to be a pretty strong storm that's coming towards you, and they're likely going to tornado warn it again. So the tornado sirens are going to go off here whenever they do that. They just issued a new tornado warning for Eddyville, Crowtown, Bakers, and Fredonia in Kentucky, associated with our new circulation here between Lucca and Suwanee. That's going up towards Eddyville, okay? And Princeton, Kentucky, you are now under a tornado warning. Sorry, y'all. Just give me just a second here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we're going to zoom in on this newest tornado warning, and then we're going to do a circle around all of them. And I need to stand up. I'll see you guys up there. All right. I also need something else to drink. I'll be right back. We're locking in for several more hours, I believe, of significant
a new tornado warning has been
weather
issued.
And tornadoes, unfortunately. I'm going to go over all these tornado warnings, but real quick, I got to grab something to drink. Give me just a second. Okay, we're back. We're back in action here. Rapid fire. This is what I'm going to do. All right, for anybody that's just now tuning in, I'm going to do a broad overview of everything, and I'm going to go over all of these tornado warnings, okay? This is a tornado outbreak that's going on right now. We've had several big tornadoes today. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center for our severe weather outlook. This is what we expect for the rest of the evening. If you're in the orange or the dark red there, that's where we expect the worst severe weather tonight. More big tornadoes, damaging winds, hail, flooding, you name it. The more towards the center of that red you are, the more in the bullseye you are. So that, this answers everybody's questions. This answers everybody's questions. If you're asking right now, what about my town in Ohio? What about my town in Alabama? This map, this one image should answer everybody's questions. The worst severe weather is expected this evening in the orange and the red. It's moving from west to east, so the farther east you are, the later tonight it will occur. In the yellow and the dark green, we're expecting less severe weather, but still some severe weather. Same thing, west to east, early, late. So I can't talk about each individual town. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability. I'm one person. But what I can do is talk about each individual tornado warning. All right. We've got one for Eddyville here. And we've got a new developing tornado here coming up towards Eddyville right now. Take shelter if you're in Eddyville or Princeton, Kentucky. Additionally, down here around Evansville and Owensboro, we've got a couple of different developing tornadoes. One of them is near Robards and Niagara, moving up towards Euterpe. Take shelter. That storm is eventually going to go up towards Owensboro. So you guys need to start getting ready.
We are approaching Calvert City right now, finally. Caught up to this storm here. There is a tornado imminent with that.
All right, so that's Chris. Chris Hall is chasing the Calvert City storm for our production room. I don't like the way this looks. Looking at the loop here of the supercell coming into Owensboro, this is very common. This looks like a supercell that's about to try to produce a big tornado here as it goes up towards Owensboro. Please, everybody in Owensboro, be hyper weather aware as this storm gets closer to you. Over here towards Morganfield, we've got another storm that's developing a tornado coming through Morganfield right now. We've been hooting and hollering about Morganfield for a while, so hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spots. Get underground, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and protect your head. Additionally, we've got a pretty stout area of rotation coming up towards Shawneetown as well. You guys should take shelter. Another one over here coming over towards Rogerville and Dikersburg in Illinois. You guys should take shelter. Now, the tornado warning associated with the storm that is coming into Poplar Bluff was allowed to expire, so that's good news. However, it's still an incredibly dangerous storm coming into Poplar Bluff, Missouri right now. We think that this is going to be capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Okay, 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's more than your traditional severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to tear down trees. It's going to cause power outages. It's not going to be a fun time. All right. We also got a bunch of severe storms back here to the east of Springfield now. These are all below severe limits. Not below severe limits, but they're not doing anything spectacular. These are quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind type things, okay? I want to bring your attention back over here to the Eddyville, Kentucky storm, which we should go ahead and update this location here for Justin Hillard to Eddyville, Kentucky. And whoa, holy smokes, this is a live look at that storm. Near Eddyville, Kentucky right now. I don't know if we have ground contact or if we're just looking at the mesocyclone kind of ground scraping there. But my goodness, oh, what do we got going on here, son? A very ominous, scary-looking storm there, visible from Justin Hillard's feed. This is a live look from Eddyville, Kentucky. at the tornado warned storm moving through right now. That is a massive mesocyclone, and this is definitely doing damage. This needs a confirmed warning on it. This definitely needs a tornado, a confirmed warning on it. We got a ground scraping mesocyclone here. Looks like to me it's capable of dropping a giant tornado as it comes up towards Eddyville right now. Holy smokes, y'all. Once again, Eddyville, you're in the path here. Additionally, Bakers, Crider, and Farmersville in Kentucky. Definitely going to have to dive into the mesoscale here. This huge mesocyclone and developing tornado is currently on the west side of Eddyville, over there towards the Eddyville Police Department, over there towards the Highway Department. It's going to continue to move east-northeast towards Horseapple Creek, towards the Skin Frame Creek area, and then it's going to continue to go up towards Highway 461, or 641, I should say, near P&H Farms. So right now, that tornado that you're looking at here is right around the bend there, just past Rolling Hill Cemetery, moving towards Skin Frame Creek. If you're familiar to this area, you know what I'm talking about. This looks like it's capable of producing big-time damage, y'all. This is a giant rotating mesocyclone. Maybe even be like a full-on wedge tornado on the ground right now as it's moving just past Eddyville. This is by far the most concerning thing we've seen through a live stream this evening.
Ryan Chasers there are reporting a tornado on the ground due north of Cuttawa, moving towards Eddyville. We're approaching it right now.
Okay, and Chandler, make sure we're looking at Chris because he's on this same storm. Okay. All right, so once again, if you are just now tuning in, this is a live look near Eddyville, Kentucky, of a tornado coming together, moving over towards Dulaney and Crider. We also have a pretty big storm coming into Poplar Bluff. Which one of these is advanced? I don't know. Is it this one? Oh, okay. We also have a big storm coming into Poplar Bluff, and Advance, Missouri, and Radar Omega has a pretty wild view of one of the storms moving in there. This is a shelf cloud coming into Advance, Missouri. So this is the same storm that is coming into Poplar Bluff, and this is going to be capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds here as it comes in. This is also going to hit Dexter, Dudley, Bloomfield, Wapapello, and Puxico, or Puxico in Missouri. So we just watched a developing tornado. We just watched a tornado develop right over Eddyville, Kentucky. We still have a visual on this, and we need to keep that in the #1 spot there. But right here, this hook, that's where the tornado is right now. It's moving up in this direction, and it is currently causing damage. The National Weather Service is still calling this a radar-indicated tornado. I mean, there's no way in any possible world where that is not causing damage. It's probably not it might not be a fully condensed funnel, but we definitely have, stuff happening there underneath that mesocyclone, and it's going to continue to cause damage as it goes up towards Crider and Bakers. It's going to cross Highway 91 here, near Princeton. Okay, I'm really hopeful that this tornado is going to go to the north of Princeton. but it very well could, continue to parallel Interstate 69 and go towards Princeton. So we need everybody in Princeton to take shelter now and stay there. Also, really don't like the way this supercell is looking as it approaches Owensboro. Get to shelter in Seabury and Rangers Landing, southwest of Owensboro. This is a dangerous situation. Here's the storm moving in to Advance, Missouri. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yep, we officially have an Eddyville. We officially have a debris ball with the Eddyville storm. Another really unfortunate situation.
A new
where,
tornado
for whatever
warning
reason,
has been
we
issued.
don't have a confirmed warning from the National Weather Service, and that might be the stimulus that it takes to get these people to take shelter out here. They just issued a new tornado warning for St. Joseph and Sorgo. So once again, this supercell that's coming up towards Owensboro, it's coming, okay? And now we've got a warning all the way over here towards Mosleysville, Rome, and Sorgo. This area of rotation down here is where the tornado is forming right now, and it's probably on the ground. It very well could be on the ground, or it's about to be as it comes up towards Comer. Take shelter. Go ahead and start making your plans to take shelter in Owensboro as well. So we definitely have debris associated with our Eddyville storm. And Justin Hillard is on the move. And here's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning, or severe thunderstorm warning that's moving into Advance, Missouri right now. All right. I don't like the framing on the 4 tower cam. Can we put Chris Hall there and then just tell me when to pull that up? Because I have a link. So if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a considerable severe thunderstorm hitting the Advance, Missouri area on a tower camera. We have another view of that from a little bit down the road here near White Oak, Missouri. And then Storm Runner Media is showing us another view of that from a little bit down the road near Poplar Bluff, Missouri. So we got a really strong storm coming into the Poplar Bluff area, and here we go. We got another view of our big-time storm near Eddyville, Kentucky, where we just moments ago we had a tornado on the ground here near Eddyville. I can't tell if we still do or not. It looks like we might.
New information.
And,
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, it looks like that we have a confirmed warning now from the National Weather Service on this storm. So if that's what it takes for you to take shelter, do it. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now doing damage just to the north of Eddyville in Kentucky, moving up towards Crider. Let me once again give you some more mesoscale information here. The tornado is currently just past Highway 641, moving up towards the West Kentucky Correctional Complex. big prison up here in the direct path of this tornado. Honestly, the tornado might be over that prison right now. Once again, if you are from this area, you're probably familiar with the Western Kentucky Correctional Complex, a large prison here. That's about where the tornado is right now. It's going to continue to move up to the east and to the northeast towards Bakers. And as it does that, it'll get really close to the Hill Cemetery and Sycamore Drive.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We're coming up on exit 40 right now. We are 2 miles due south of our tornado on the ground near Eddyville. Should have a backside view of it here very, very shortly.
All right, so Chris Hall, let's put Chris Hall in 2. Let's put Chris Hall in 2. And we're going to have I think a dual view of this thing whenever Chris Hall gets on it, because Justin Hillard has a view of it right here. And yeah, that's making contact with the ground. Still, as once again, we have a tornado on the ground here doing significant damage just to the north and east of Eddyville, Kentucky. This is a live view of that tornado right now from Justin Hillard near Eddyville. Wow. Yep. Chris Hall should have a picture of it as well right here in just a second. But this is, once again, this is what that looks like on radar. This only happens with big time damaging tornadoes, and this is what that looks like in real life here as we can continue to see that tornado do damage as it comes up towards Crider. Once again, it's right over that prison, man. It might even be doing damage to that prison right now, the Western Kentucky Correctional Complex. It could, have just missed it to the north or south. I obviously don't have eyes. I don't have a camera there at the prison or anything, but based off what I'm seeing on radar, that's around where the tornado is right now, the Western Kentucky Correctional Complex. This is a live look at that tornado, which is moving up towards the Pleasant Valley Bulk Foods area. And the Crider area. This will cross Highway 91 right around the Pleasant Valley Bulk Foods and the CNC AG Enterprises. All right, so Chris Hall is also in Lyon County, Kentucky, near Eddyville, and he's also going to have us a view of this thing right in front of him here, I think. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a damaging tornado that's ongoing here just to the north and east of Eddyville, Kentucky. This might be a good candidate for a PDS tornado warning, so we might see that come through here soon. PDS tornado warning would mean that this is a particularly dangerous situation, and your life is in extreme danger if you're in the path of this thing. And that might be the case here if you're in Crider. You want to get into the lowest, most interior room of your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And you want to protect your head. Get the mattress off of the bed, take it into your safe spot with you, or take a helmet. Here we go. There it is.
PDS
tornado warning
has been issued.
This is now a particularly dangerous situation. Let me read you this. PDS tornado warning. National Weather Service has issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Caldwell County and Lyon County in western Kentucky. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. It was located near Eddyville, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado is going to be near Princeton and Farmersville around 8:15 p.m. Central, Dawson Springs around 8:40 p.m. Central. This includes Interstate 69 between mile markers 71 and 90. Once again, you got to get to a basement or an interior room, the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Holy smokes, there it is. from Chris Hall's point of view.
Ryan, large cone tornado on the ground right now, right in front of us north of 24.
This is, once again, a live look at that extremely dangerous tornado that's coming up towards Crider right now. Again, it's very close to the jail, the big prison here, the Western Kentucky Correctional Complex, and it's moving up towards Pleasant Valley Bulk Foods. Next in line, we've got to be worried about Norman Cemetery. Okay, we got to be worried about Norman Cemetery, and of course the areas up there towards Asher Cemetery.
New tornado emergency.
And now they have upgraded this to a tornado emergency. A tornado emergency is the highest possible level tornado warning that can possibly be issued by the National Weather Service. It's only issued during times of extreme and rare danger where a potentially catastrophic situation is unfolding for the people in the path of the storm. Catastrophic damage is possible, once again, in Crider and White Sulphur in Kentucky. This is an unbelievably dangerous situation for the folks here along Interstate 69 in Kentucky. Once again, a tornado emergency for Crider and White Sulphur. This is for Caldwell and Lynn County in Kentucky. This is not a baby tornado. This is not a maybe tornado. This is the real deal. And if you're in the path of this thing, this is likely one of the most dangerous situations that you've ever been in your life. You can't accidentally survive a tornado like this in the living room. You have to try. Okay? So once again, get into that lower, most interior room of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Grab a helmet. It sounds ridiculous, but it could literally save your life. And you want to, if you don't have a helmet, grab the mattress off the bed, grab blankets, grab pillows, whatever it takes to put over your head whenever you're taking shelter. Put on closed-toed shoes. If your house gets hit by a tornado of this magnitude, it will take significant damage. You will have to walk over broken glass. You will have to walk over nails, screws, splintered wood, and that kind of stuff as you exit your home. You might have to evacuate your home due to a fire or who knows what, a gas leak in the event where your home takes a direct hit. Wear closed-toed shoes. Take a charged phone or a tablet with you, and we will be with you until the warning is allowed to expire, okay? Once again, large, extremely deadly tornado on the ground right now, ripping up trees, ripping up people's property here just to the west of Crider, moving up towards White Sulphur, Kentucky. This is
Ryan, this is still down. It is still north of I-24. We're about to turn around to get another view of it. This is still a very large tornado on the ground right now, northwest of Princeton.
A new tornado warning.
What you're hearing here is the voice of storm chaser Chris Hall, who is trying to give us another view of this thing and is ensuring us that the tornado is still down on the ground. This is very apparent as we do have the velocity couplet still visible here. We also still have a very well-defined debris signature now visible here coming into Crider as well. So the radar can literally see the tree limbs. The radar can see the shingles and whatever else is in the sky there that's floating around that shouldn't be there. And also we're seeing a debris ball like a very significant proportions here coming up towards Crider as well. White Sulphur, Princeton, Cedar Bluff, Claxton, and Dawson Springs. Dawson Springs is in this this tornado warning as well. Dawson Springs is not in the tornado emergency. We've got a lot of friends in here from Dawson Springs. I hate that you have to be in here again in these circumstances. I am not confident, but I'm quite sure that this tornado should not go into Dawson Springs. But just in case, you guys should take shelter, okay? I think that this is going to stay just to the north and just to the west of Dawson Springs. It could get close, but you guys should take shelter just in case. Dawson Springs was destroyed in the Mayfield tornado a couple years ago. So once again, Crider, White Sulphur, you're immediately in the path here. I would be downstream. I'm a little bit more concerned about Lewistown, okay? Needmore, areas just north of Pumpkin Center. These are the places that are immediately in the path of this extremely dangerous storm. Somebody holler at me if Chris gets another shot of that. But honestly, at this point, we don't even need a visual. It's very easy to see exactly what's going on here. Giant tornado coming into Crider right now. It's officially past the jail. Okay, so we saw the tornado. Whenever we saw it on Chris's feed, it was just to the east of the West Kentucky Correctional Complex. And now it's a little bit closer to the Crider area near CNC AG Enterprises and Pleasant Valley Bulk Foods. Okay. All right, yeah. So this is a live look from Chris Hall here, who's given us a view just past the road there on the other side of the Interstate 69. You can still see the big, broad mesocyclone associated with the tornado. And once again, it's crossing over Highway 91 right now. Once it gets completely past Highway 91 and past Crider, it's going to go over Bethlehem Cemetery, and then it's going to go towards Craig Cemetery. Pretty rural area. It's going to go over Black Sulphur Ridge, all right? And then it will eventually make it to the Donaldson Church area near Farmersville and just to the south there. If you guys know where Big John's Barbecue is, Big John's Barbecue, that's kind of the next commercial thing that's in the path of this storm. Now, we're probably still about 3 to 5 minutes away from Big John's Barbecue taking a hit from this, if it actually comes in that far, just north of Trimble Farms. But you know, I'm just trying to make sure that you guys know exactly where this thing is or the approximate area so that you know how close you are to this thing. If you could drive down to Big John's Barbecue tonight for dinner, and that's like a normal thing that you would do on a Saturday night, you're probably too close
Brian,
to this thing, all right, and you need to take shelter.
I would estimate the entire mezzo to be over 2 miles wide. We're going to try to stay out in front of this. We are in Princeton right now, to the north of Princeton, and this road takes us northeast here. It looks like we'll be able to get another visual near Dawson Springs. This is going to be very close to Dawson Springs, I'm afraid, Ryan.
Yes. Chris Hall giving us an update there, as he is obviously locked in and chasing this storm for us. Super grateful for Chris Hall giving us that visual that probably aided in the decision to issue the PDS tornado warning. So Chris Hall's doing amazing stuff out there. This is, once again, a very dangerous, life-threatening tornado still on the ground, coming across Highway 91 now, going towards Farmersville and Lewistown in Kentucky and Crowtown. Y'all got to take shelter. Real quick. There are other tornado warnings right now, and I want to make sure we don't leave anybody out. Owensboro, you're not under a tornado warning just yet, but that supercell that's coming up towards you looks really nasty, okay? So Owensboro, get ready. You might be under a tornado warning soon. Same thing for you guys up there in Henderson, Kentucky. We're watching you very close, but that's pretty much it right now as far as tornado warnings goes. There is one over here in Virginia I want to really quickly check out, because I know we've got some friends in Virginia that are watching right now. You guys in Round Hill and Boston need to take shelter, but this looks like the rotation is kind of letting up a little bit, okay? So take shelter anyways. For the next 20 minutes, you'll be under that warning. Obviously, all of our resources need to be focused on the tornado emergency here near Crider, because we do expect that there is catastrophic damage occurring right now with this storm. Anything that this storm comes into contact with is likely to be destroyed. White Sulphur, Crider, within minutes or seconds. Farmersville and Crowtown, Needmore, Lewistown within minutes, okay? Thankfully, for the most part, right now this thing is still in a fairly rural area. I'm going to pull all of our resources over here to this. 1 second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Yeah, so the debris signature with this is huge. We've got debris going up to 30,000 feet in the air now, y'all. This tornado is lifting debris 30,000 feet in the air. That only occurs with some really strong tornadoes, okay?
Ryan, visually, this looks like it's trying to start shifting southeast. This is going to come very
A new
close to the
tornado
interstate here in the
warning
next
has been
few
issued.
minutes, so if anybody is on I-24 near Princeton, they need to stop.
Chris just brought up a really good point, a really unfortunate trend here, okay? You can see that our tornado was going north and east. That's when I said I was hoping that the tornado wasn't going to come to Dawson Springs, but the last couple of frames, you see how it's got a little bit more of a right turn to it. It's moving a little bit more east. This is going to come very dangerously close to Dawson Springs. Okay, so once again, I want you guys to take shelter. I want you to get in your safe spots. I'm not trying to scare you or anything like that, but it's going to come close. And he's right. Anybody driving on Interstate 69 between Princeton and Dawson Springs, you're in an incredibly dangerous situation. I want you to look at this. I want you to look at this right now. We just had a good view of the tornado. Right now, where is it? You can't see it because it's dark. And you're going to have that, same problem if you're a resident out here. Stay off the roads, especially if you haven't made it into Dawson Springs or past Princeton yet. All right, go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have a message real quick from Andy. There was an unwarned tornado near Buncombe, Illinois, 2-3 minutes ago. And there is also a TDS right now near Burnt Prairie, Illinois on KVMX.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Also here, Justin Daniels tagged us in this photo here of the tornado near Crider right now. So this looks even much larger than it was whenever Chris showed us that. So okay, that's what's going on right there. Once again, big tornado just went through Crider, Kentucky. Now it's moving over towards the area between Princeton and Dawson Springs, Kentucky. We need everybody to take shelter. If you haven't already, a couple of signs that are occurring to me here with some of the more recent frames. It does look like the velocities are letting up a little bit. Okay, it looks like this storm might try to recycle. Let's hope. All storms do it at some point. So let's hope that this happens here and the tornado lifts. But unfortunately, this is a very healthy supercell, and a new tornado, even if this does decide to lift, is going to very easily be able to form as this comes over towards Lewistown and Dawson Springs. Nobody come out of their safe spot just yet. This is still a big tornado. I'm just hoping that it's going to lift here for a moment to give us a break. Additionally, I'm going to go take a look at some of these other signatures that we're being alerted to with some of these other tornadoes. We do have a tornado warning for Eddyville, Illinois, and Simpson, Illinois. You guys need to take shelter. We got a potential tornado right here near Vienna, moving over towards Simpson. Take shelter. We still have that supercell that's coming up towards Owensboro as well. Owensboro, Kentucky. Take shelter.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
This is going to eventually come towards you. We just got a new PDS tornado warning for this includes Madisonville, Kentucky, Earlington, Kentucky, and Nortonville, Kentucky. So the National Weather Service over here is very confident that this storm's going to continue to produce a tornado for the next hour as it goes up past Dawson Springs, Kirkwood Springs, Charleston, Richland, Earlington, Victoria, PV, and Madisonville. We need everybody between Nortonville, Mortons Gap, Earlington, and Madisonville, Kentucky to get to shelter extremely quickly. This is a very dangerous storm. This is up there with some of the most insane, supercells that we've seen in this part of the world. And unfortunately, we're dealing with it tonight. Once again, big tornadoes still on the ground here between Crowtown and Farmersville. The next places that are going to be impacted here are Lewistown and Needmore. That recycle that I was talking about looks like it's occurring. It's definitely occurring that we're seeing a re-ignition of our extreme velocity couplet here. So this is not going anywhere anytime soon. We might We might even see a new tornado emergency issued here if this continues to show signs of strengthening after it exits the tornado emergency box. Damage, getting reports of roofs being ripped off near Baden, Illinois as well. So lots of damage happening across Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri right now, and we'll keep you updated on that, especially as more reports come in about what's happening down here in Kentucky. I want to dive back into the mesoscale a little bit. This is definitely the most life-threatening storm that we have right now, so that's why we're dedicating most of our resources to it. So right now, the tornado just passed Highway 139 north of Crowtown, and it's getting ready to go over towards Highway 293. So right now, the tornado is near the Silver Springs Helping Hand area, Coleman Ridge, and Bethany Church. And if it continues to go in the direction that it's been going, it's going to go over towards Perry Cemetery, One Way Repair, Calvert Cemetery, and then maybe even down there near the Fairview Missionary Baptist Church as it approaches Lewistown. So remember, Lewistown, Kentucky, you guys need to be in your safe spots, and also everywhere in between, especially up there. If you live close to the Perry or Calvert Cemetery, you're in a very dangerous spot. All right, so we're also seeing this photo from Shane. And I don't know if this is still with us or not. We don't have much of a confirmation on that, but that Shane has sent that in from Robards, Kentucky, which would be associated with the storm that is south and west of Owensboro, Kentucky. So that wouldn't surprise me. We might have a funnel associated with this storm near Curdsville as it comes up towards Sorgo and Griffith over here in Kentucky. Owensboro, once again, I think they'll probably issue a new tornado warning at some point here soon, and you will be included in that more than likely. So Owensboro, Kentucky, y'all get ready for that. Additionally, back down here, oh, yeah, that's not good. Our storm that sparked the tornado emergency definitely did go through a little bit of a cycle, but it's back. It's back now, and it's maybe even bigger than ever. As the debris ball is coming back, the velocity signature looks downright wild, and we still see that big tornado debris signature as well. So unfortunately, I do think we have a big tornado on the ground still over here. As the tornado is crossing Highway 293 near Paws and Princeton. Near Frank Walpert Road. Once again, this might, at some point here, this might warrant a new tornado emergency. As the storm is still looking quite intense. Next in line here, once it gets past 293, Calvert Cemetery, once again, we're watching this go towards Young Cemetery. This is going to get pretty close to the only missionary Baptist church. And, you know, this is going to come close to Dawson Springs. All right, but I'm still holding out hope that it's going to go to the north and west of Dawson Springs. However, if the tornado continues to go in the path that it's on right now, if you were at the subway up there near the Interstate 69 intersection with Highway 109 north of Dawson Springs, you would probably be able to see the tornado pass pretty close to you right there. All right, so there it is. Yep, we got a new tornado emergency. Thankfully, that does It doesn't quite include Dawson Springs, but it makes it just to the west of Dawson Springs. So now we've got another tornado
warning
emergency.
Has been issued.
Once again, for anybody that's just now tuning in, a tornado emergency is the highest caliber tornado warning that can possibly be issued by the National Weather Service. It means that a catastrophic tornado is on the ground, and I personally believe that this tornado right now is even bigger than it ever was when we were looking at it earlier near Crider. This is the maxima of this tornado right now. It's bigger, it's more powerful than it's ever been, and it's moving in the general direction of the space between Lewistown and Olney in Kentucky. Anywhere in between those places are in extreme danger. Once again, if you find yourself in the path of this thing today, you are in the most dangerous situation you've ever been in your life. You have to try to survive a tornado of this magnitude. It won't happen on accident. You have to take shelter. You have to take action. You have to take precautions. Okay? We've been hollering about these areas for a while, so I really think I'm hoping that we're doing a good job of making sure that everybody is aware of what's going on. Now we've just got to make sure that everybody's taking that seriously and they know what to do. You don't want to be in a mobile home for this. Okay? You don't want to be in a mobile home for this. You want to abandon the mobile home and get to a sturdy shelter that's nearby. Okay, you don't want to be in the top floor of your home for this. You want to get downstairs into an interior room. You preferably don't want to be above ground. If you've got a basement or a storm cellar, that's the place to be. If you don't have that, then you're going to want to get into that interior bathroom or closet on the lowest level of your home or building or whatever you're in, okay? So just keep that in mind, and then wear a helmet. You're going to want to wear a helmet. And you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Bring the mattress off the bed, blankets, pillows, whatever you can do to protect your head. Put on closed-toed shoes just in case you have to evacuate your home and walk over glass. And bring me with you. Charge tablet phone. Be able to call somebody and call for help whenever this thing is over, which hopefully will be soon. Is Chris Hall completely down? Have we tried refreshing? If he is, then we can just put something else there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So a very quick update. We now have confirmation that debris is being lofted 37,000 feet with this tornado emergency. So if you are in the path, please take shelter. Debris is being lofted very, very high into the atmosphere.
Thank you, Elijah. 37,000 feet is no joke, y'all. That only happens with the really, 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 really bad ones. Once again, Olney and Dawson Springs and everywhere in between, you got to get to shelter. The good news is here, if there's any good news here, this is a very rural area. We've yet to see this go over a very populated zone. Now, don't get me wrong. It's went over some small communities. It's went over some households, some farms, some ranches. If it makes it to Olney, though, or if it makes it to even the road that connects Olney and Dawson Springs here, it's going to be hard for it to not hit something.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we definitely got a lot of people along Olney Road that need to be in their safe spots right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. There is a debris signature on the Virginia tornado warning. So there is a tornado ongoing in Virginia as well.
Unbelievable. Let's go over to Virginia really quickly because I know we got some folks over here that are watching. Yeah, there you go. Tornado on the ground right here near El Dorado and Egbornsville, Virginia, moving up towards Rixeyville and Monumental Mills and Oakshade, Virginia. So take shelter now if you haven't already. That's happening in Virginia. We got a lot of tornado warnings in Indiana, Illinois as well. We just got a new tornado warning for Fort Branch, Illinois, and Hobstadt, Illinois. That's probably a tornado on the ground right there near Upper Hills and Hickory Ridge. So if you're in Egg Harbor or Johnson, Illinois, I'm sorry, that's Indiana, isn't it? Yeah, that's Indiana. You've got to take shelter. This is south of Princeton, Indiana. That little signature right there is a telltale sign that we've got a tornado going on right now. Take shelter in Hickory Ridge, Indiana. That's a tornado coming in right now. We also have a tornado warning for Eddyville, Illinois. You guys need to be taking shelter. No new tornado warning for Owensboro yet, which is good news. That supercell that's coming into Owensboro it's not as robust as it was just 5 minutes ago. It's kind of falling apart. I hope that continues to happen, but it's important to note that the rotating part of this storm, the part of this storm that would produce a tornado, is going to go right over downtown Owensboro. Okay, so hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it continues to weaken. But if it doesn't, this thing gets a little extra pep in its step, that rotating part of the storm is going to go over Owensboro. So you guys should be prepared for that, whatever comes of that. Coming back over here. Once again, looking at all of our different, radar resources. I want to bring your attention to the obviously we've got a large debris field here just to the west of Dawson Springs, Kentucky, associated with our tornado lofting debris close to 40,000 feet into the air. We also already have a very large debris fallout area visible here, which is also another thing that only happens with very big tornadoes. Pieces of insulation, pieces of debris could be raining down on people in Madisonville and Earlington here over the next little bit as this huge tornado continues to rip up tons of debris just to the west of Dawson Springs. So yeah, this thing is not stopping. It's still there. It's still big. It's still bad. I think we're about to get a new tornado emergency that extends this out a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. This might include Hopkins County. Yeah, there it is.
A new tornado emergency has been issued.
So now a little bit of Hopkins County, Kentucky, and a good chunk of Caldwell County, Kentucky is under a tornado emergency. So they have extended this tornado emergency all the way out to include Charleston, Kentucky, and Ilse, Kentucky, and now it does include the entire town of Dawson Springs. I'm really rooting for the idea that this storm's going to go to the north of Dawson Springs, but y'all, you're under a tornado emergency. We don't want to take anything lightly here. Everybody in the town of Dawson Springs needs to be underground and sheltered, and we're just going to hope for the best here. Good chance that this thing rides Interstate 69 and stays on the north side of Interstate 69. And if it does that, if it follows the path that it should, if it follows the path that it's been on, it's going to go... Right now, if you were at that subway that I was talking about earlier on the north side of Dawson Springs, you would be able to see the tornado if it wasn't dark. But it should continue to go in the general direction of Charleston. The next places that would be hit by this...
Hey Ron, it's Chris. I'm having to holler at you through my phone because we're having bad internet issues. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Gibb Spring and Cap Spring next in line before it gets to Charleston.
We're in St. Charles right now. We're about to drop south so we can look back up into this. Outside of bigger than quarter-sized hail right now, we are still looking at prolific lightning behind us. We're about to have another view of this when we drop south here. We also may have stuff falling out of the sky ahead of this. I'm not even going to lie to you. It's just so hard to see right now.
All right, Chandra, make sure you're looking at Chris Hall's feed, and as soon as we get something from him, put him back on my screen. Okay, so Chris Hall is going to be dropping south into this storm. He's coming through the forward flank right now, telling us about the hail that's associated with it. Right now, if you're up there in Madisonville, you're also probably getting in on some of that hail as well. But the tornado right now is going over just to the north of Dawson Springs. I really don't want to lighten this too much. Like, this might impact Dawson Springs, so we need everybody in their safe spots. But this also very well could impact areas to the north here near the Dunn Missionary Baptist Church. It'll cross Charleston Road here. It's likely going to try to cross Charleston Road here, where it intersects with Interstate 69 near the Ideal Market. All right. We've got a couple of different things. There's a pay lake out here on Fox Road, if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Ryan, one more thing. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we was north of Dawson Springs a moment ago. There's a gas station off of I-24 in Dawson Springs, on the north side of Dawson Springs on I-24. And there were so many people sitting there. We tried to tell them to get the HE double hell out of Dodge. I don't know if there's still some there, but there's a gas station right there off of 24, and that's very close to where that tornado is currently right now.
Yeah, that's not a good idea, guys. When I say that you could go to the subway and see the tornado, that you shouldn't do that because you can't see it. You're just going to get hit by it. Okay. Anyways, yeah, if you're out being a tornado tourist right now, this is not that kind of tornado, y'all. Seriously, it's not. Being out here in this kind of situation, all you're doing is potentially putting yourself in a situation where you need your life saved by somebody who doesn't want to do that, and now you're putting other people's lives at danger. Okay? There's a firefighter, there's a police officer, there's an ambulance that has a family at home. They don't want to be out in a tornado and sifting through gas leaks and debris to help save you. And you're going to make them do that. That's selfish. Anyways, we've got a huge tornado still ongoing here, getting ready to cross into the northern side of Dawson Springs, up there where Interstate 69 moves over towards the 109 corridor. All right. This is going over the Dunn Cemetery area, the Charleston Road area, and basically anybody between Dawson Springs and Charleston right now is potentially going to get hit by this tornado. It's untelling how large it is at this point. It's a huge tornado. So it'll cross Charleston Road here. Unfortunately, there's no part of Charleston Road that doesn't have homes. You know what I mean? So yeah. And by the way, that gas station on the north side of Dawson Springs, over there where the subway is, Ideal Market, is also one of the places that could get directly hit by this tornado. The last couple of frames here have pushed it a little bit farther to the east. That gas station is right here. The tornado is right here. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. It's going to start raining. You're going to hear the freight train. Next thing you know, there's no point in trying to look for it. Okay, it's going to be wrapped in rain. Some other places that need to be in their safe spots. Of course, we need Dawson Springs underground. Everybody. We need Charleston, Kentucky underground. We need Ilse, Kentucky underground, St. Charles, and Hamby as well. All right. The tornado is currently coming around the bend there on Highway or Interstate 69 between the Olney Missionary Baptist Church, the Blanchard's Glorious Acres, the Ideal Market, and Dunn Cemetery. It's going to continue to move over towards Charleston and Ilse on its progression over that way. It'll cross over the Star of Bethlehem Church. Chandra, if the names aren't updating, I've done everything on my end, so you need to reach out to the tech guy. We do have Zach. We have Chris. So do we still not have anything from Chris yet? Okay. Okay, have you reached out to Ryan yet? Okay, all right. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty with our overlay. Bryce Shelton, the name there on the second camera is not correct. That's actually Chris Hall's camera. So just bear with us while we fix that. But just know the middle camera right there is Chris Hall, and he's going to be getting really close to this tornado here soon as it comes up towards Charleston, Kentucky. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado emergency. This is a life-threatening storm. Your life is in extreme danger. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes is possible. A confirmed large destructive tornado was observed near Olney or near Dawson Springs, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Catastrophic damage possible over here between Dawson Springs and Charleston as this continues down the path that it's on. It's moving quite slow, 30 miles per hour, so we've been able to do a pretty good job at giving out warnings with an incredible lead time, I believe. Let me ask Chris for his location. We're not getting it. Chris, can you give us your approximate location right now? Do you know what road you're on, or are you in Dawson Springs or closer to St. Charles? What do you think?
Right now, going towards Nortonville. I'm about to look back northwest towards the tornado. Prolific lightning right now.
Chandra put Nortonville, Kentucky. All right, so the tornado is still ripping up debris, causing major damage here as it comes. I mean, the gas station that Chris Hall just told us that there was a bunch of people there taking pictures, it's about to get obliterated by a tornado. So I really hope that those people are gone now. If it doesn't hit that gas station, it's barely going to miss. Justin Daniels sending in this photo, unconfirmed, of a picture of this tornado near Dawson Springs. I would definitely believe it. Honestly, I don't know. Guys, I'm just waiting on the next couple of radar scans here to give you some more information. And also our team, like if we start hearing any sort of information about damage or anything like that, this is a fine time to, just as soon as we hear something. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we are getting reports of damage. Nothing really specific right now. Law enforcement sounds overwhelmed on the scanners. We do have reports of confirmed injuries as well via the scanners as well.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So we've got a big tornado here, still doing big time damage. Of course, law enforcement is going to be overwhelmed. We're not going to hear a lot of clear, coherent reports in a situation like this for a little bit. It's likely unbelievable chaos right now where this tornado has hit. Search and rescue is ongoing, and they're clearing roads to get to people. This is a pretty heavily forested area, so sometimes the biggest part of it is just chainsawing your way through the debris to get to the people. But yeah, now once again, Charleston, it's coming. It's coming slowly, but it's surely coming. Right now, the gas station that Chris was talking about, tornado is either there or just to the north of it, crossing over Highway 109. And it's going to cross over near Dunn Cemetery, and it looks to me like a pay lake. If you live here, maybe you know what I'm talking about. Looks like a pay lake there on Fox Road. That's about where the tornado is. Moving on from there, it could impact Charleston. This tornado, if you're a local here, you guys know exactly where Ideal Market is, and you know where Charleston is. Imagine the entire space between that the tornado could be that big. It could do damage in Charleston and the Ideal Market at the same time. That's how big the tornado is. So as it goes east, it's going to go over towards Star of Bethlehem Church, and also the Hamby Auto Body Paint and Detail store there near Ilse Road. What was that, Chandra?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
No, I can just pull it up. This is a live look at Owensboro right now. And I told y'all not too long ago that the rotating part of the storm that would produce a tornado is going to go right over town, and there it is. It's not producing a tornado. But you can see it right here, the rotating mesocyclone associated with the supercell that's going through Owensboro. So thankfully, this supercell did not take the same environment. It didn't root up in the same way as the one down in more, to the south of Owensboro. But yeah, Owensboro, you are getting a severe thunderstorm that's moving up towards Grandview as well. $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, we got a new tornado warning. This is an observed tornado warning for Fort Branch, Mackey, and Spurgeon in Illinois. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Take shelter now. Once again, this site right here, this signal, is a sign of a big tornado coming over towards Mackey and Spurgeon right now. You got to take shelter. Big line of storms now coming into Kentucky, Paducah. Everybody in western Kentucky is about to get slammed by a pretty strong storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This might be what ends up stopping our supercell. So this big tornado producer is going to continue to try to produce tornadoes all the way up towards Madisonville and Central City. When this big line hits it, it'll be done. So the sooner that happens, the better, but it could take several hours. Who knows? Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, we have an unwarned tornado occurring near Decker, Indiana right now. Several analysts in the server just pinged me about that.
Near Decker, Indiana?
Decker, Indiana.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Decker, Indiana. We've got a tornado ongoing here. This is just to the north of a tornado warning, but it's not in a tornado warning. Moving up towards Wriggleville and Pond Creek Mills in Indiana. You guys got to take shelter. Hopefully the National Weather Service will issue a tornado warning for that shortly. Back down to our Kentucky storm, where the debris ball continues to look nightmare inducing. This is a nasty tornado, likely one of the bigger ones that we've dealt with in this sequence of tornadoes that we've been covering for the past month. Is there anything else coming in from the Dawson Springs area yet that is confirmable that you guys know of? No? Okay. So the tornado is now crossing Charleston Road, just to the north of the Ideal Market, moving over towards the Star of Bethlehem Church now. Once again, a tornado emergency is still in place. And the only thing that I see...
Ryan, we should be back up and going. Had some issues with Starlink there for just a minute. We are on the Penny Rowell Parkway right now. We're going to be looking back to the due northwest. Prolific lightning right now.
Yeah, this is a crazy supercell. There's something about this part of Kentucky that just really invites these rogue supercells that stay discreet and just go produce tornadoes for miles and miles and miles. This is crazy that we've been watching this thing since it was way back, before it got to Paducah. You guys remember us looking at this thing when it was just a little rain shower back here before it was in Paducah? It went past Calvert City, started dropping a big tornado near Eddyville, and it's been doing that.
A new tornado
ever
warning
since.
has been issued.
Now we've got still like a massive, potentially, huge wedge tornado doing significant damage east of Charleston, Kentucky, moving over towards Mortons Gap and Earlington. There's a couple of different things that's going to help us lose this, okay? So first of all, this is what the supercell looks like whenever, it's in its prime state, whenever, it's kind of feeding off of the environment and it's kind of in its perfect state, right? It's all by itself. It's got this big wide open inflow area. Look at what's happening right now. The tornado is bigger. We have a stronger circulation here east of Charleston, but there's a new storm that's popped up down here that's nudging into that inflow. Some of the warm, moist air that needs to get inside of the storm is getting choked off, but also some additional cool air that normally comes in through the rear flank downdraft is able to get in there at the last moment and cause an increase in the circulation. So this tornado right now is likely stronger than it's ever been in its whole life. However, if this storm cell continues to choke off that inflow for a significant period of time, it could stop the delicate process that is tornado genesis and cyclogenesis here at the surface. And that would maybe give us a break where we don't have to worry about this tornado making it all the way plumb over to Central City, Kentucky. But let's say that this storm right here absorbs the supercell and the merger doesn't necessarily stop the tornado. Then this is likely going to continue to produce a tornado on its approach to Central City, Kentucky, a big one, and we have to wait for this cold front, this big line of storms to hit it. Once that slams into the supercell, then it, right when it first hits, it'll probably increase the rotation and lead to a big tornado, but that'll erase a lot of the forward momentum, and the tornado will likely be done for a period of time. So we're hoping for that. We're hoping that the inflow gets cut off, or we hope this big line right here makes it to the storm, because that's going to stop the tornado. But right now, it's not stopped. This is big. This is as big as it's ever been. Every scan, we see the debris ball getting bigger. This is probably a mile-wide tornado. Okay, this is probably a huge, nasty mile-wide tornado here now to the east of Charleston near the Star of Bethlehem Church. It's going to keep going over there towards Southard Church. Next road it's going to cross there is, you guys know it as Ilsey Road and Carbondale Road. If you know where they intersect there, near the, looks like a park, like a community park. That's about where the tornado is going to kind of move over towards Morton's Gap. So once it gets past Ilsey Road, it'll go over a really rural area that's just nothing but forest. But then it's going to go over there towards Morton's Gap. So we hope that this thing is going to die before it gets to Morton's Gap and somewhere over that big forest area. But unfortunately, within the next little bit, it is going to hit a couple of things. Right now, the tornado is once again near the Star of Bethlehem Church. I want you guys to look at this with me. I want you to take note of the divot in this road, okay? This debris ball might be indicative of the size of the tornado, all right? Let's come over here to the map. There's that divot in the road, okay? This is how big the tornado could be, all right? If you zoom in here, that's a big building right there. We're talking about a tornado this big or bigger. As it moves over towards Highway 112, once again, where we've got some homes right here. So within the next couple of minutes, this area right in here where Carbondale Road and Ilsey Road intersect, That is where the tornado is going to be coming in here momentarily. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a big monster tornado on the ground right now. This is likely what it looks like.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Never mind. I had a image of it somewhere, but that's fine. It just imagine the biggest, nastiest, scariest looking tornado you've ever seen. That's probably what we've got going on here. And it's getting ready to cross over Highway 112 on its approach to Earlington and Mortons Gap. We're going to really hope that these sails right here continue to choke off the inflow, because that will stop tornado genesis for the most part.
New information. This tornado warning
so we got a
has been
new
upgraded.
confirmed tornado warning in Indiana. Let's go check that out real quick for our friends over there in Indiana. Do we have anybody watching right now in Indiana between Oakland City, Linville, and Huntingburg? If you're in Jasper, Schnellville, or St. Anthony, Indiana, you are now under a tornado warning, and this is a dangerous situation. You want to take shelter right now. We've got another, tornado here near Somerville. That's moving over towards Enos Corner and Scottsburg. I think so. For a moment there, we didn't have a tornado emergency, but they just went ahead and reissued that tornado emergency and continued it into Mortons Gap. So now this is a really unfortunate situation where for the first time, really, this huge, nasty tornado is going to have an opportunity to really interact with a pretty populated area. Everybody between Earlington and Mortons Gap needs to run, not walk, to their safe spots if they haven't gotten there already. There's a couple of things going for us here in a positive way, okay, like that. There's a couple ways that we could really see this tornado stop. I don't know if those things are going to happen before the tornado makes it to Mortons Gap, though. So we have to treat this as if we know for sure that this big, nasty tornado that we've been tracking tonight that has caused unbelievable damage. I'm sure we're going to start seeing images soon. We have to assume that that's going to go right through Mortons Gap. I don't want to scare you, but this is scary. If you live in Mortons Gap, you have to be a little scared and get to your safe spot. Don't be any level of relaxed. You have to absolutely, I'm not telling you to panic, but you have to absolutely stand up and get to your safe spot. Get underground. Get into a really sturdy shelter, abandon mobile homes, get to a nearby sturdy shelter. If this makes it to Mortons Gap, okay, it probably will. I'm being really optimistic over here. But if this makes it to Mortons Gap, it's going to enter town on the western side over there where the Dollar General is. If anybody heard me say that and you think that you should go drive to the Dollar General and look for it, that is a death wish. Okay, like you do not want to do that. Please, whenever I start naming off these landmarks and stuff, nobody take that as advice as to where to go tornado tourisming. This is not that kind of tornado. All right. The Dollar General over there, that's where the tornado will enter town, somewhere between the Dollar General and the Mortons Gap Second Baptist Church. Additionally, some places that could get hit by this is really
a new PDS
it's
tornado
big,
warning
right?
has been issued.
This tornado is big, so it's a lot bigger than the Dollar General. So the tornado could cause damage as far south as the South Hopkins Middle School. If you know where that is, the South Hopkins Middle School could receive damage from this tornado, even though it's hitting the Dollar General in Mortons Gap. And as far north as the Hopkins County Central High School could also, get hit by this tornado and receive damage. Just if you lived here, just think about that in your mind real quick. The tornado could be hitting the South Hopkins Middle School, the Dollar General at Mortons Gap, and the Hopkins County Central High School all at the same time. That's how big this is. In anywhere in between that, has the opportunity of receiving catastrophic damage as a result of this tornado. And they went ahead and issued a PDS tornado warning all the way out to Central City. Central City, Kentucky, you are under a PDS tornado warning. If for some reason this tornado doesn't die out and it does actually make it all the way over to Central City, Kentucky, you guys have an unbelievable lead time here. Okay, you guys have gotten an hour to prepare. You've got an hour to figure out what you're going to do in Central City. I personally think, and I'm hoping that this will dissipate, hopefully, before it gets to Central City. I'm not confident enough to say that that's certainly going to happen, but I'm being optimistic here. But if I was in Central City, I would be doing everything I could to just prepare for the worst here, as a nasty tornado is coming in. Chandra, let's put Chris in one. Can we put Chris in one? Chris Hall is in Nortonville, Kentucky, awaiting the passage of this tornado near Mortons Gap. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado emergency for Mortons Gap, Kentucky, as a catastrophic tornado of literally epic proportions is ongoing here near Highway 112 southwest of Earlington, Kentucky. It's moving north and east. It'll impact Mortons Gap within the next 15 minutes to 20 minutes. Mortons Gap is a tiny town, but there's quite a few people that live there. It's the home of the Hopkins County Central High School. Once again, if you live down here, it's going to enter on the side of town where the Dollar General is, and it'll exit town near the Mortons Gap Christian Church and, of course, the Pilot Travel Center. And I do want to reiterate, we've got a lot of people watching. We've got almost 200,000 people watching this right now. And a lot of you guys are local. You live in the area. It is not possible to be near this tornado safely. Okay, so we don't want any tornado tourists
do you have a copy?
Going after this thing. Yeah, Chris Hall has years of experience storm chasing. That's why he's out there to show this thing to you, so you don't have to do it. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey Ryan, I'm not gonna shortly put this out nicely. However, if you are in front of this storm, the things that I'm looking at behind the scenes, you have to try and survive this tornado. Mortons Gap, it's going to be very close to Earlington. There may be a debris ball as wide as 2 miles wide on this. I don't know how big the tornado is. It is completely rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to go outside and look for this. I'm currently on the side of the highway. I'm not going any more north right now. We can't see your finger in front of your face right now, let alone a tornado coming right at you. So you're going to have to try to survive this. If you are in the path, if you're south of Earlington or near Mortons Gap, this is coming beelining for you right now, and this is not a mess around situation. This is the real deal right now. Absolutely. Chris Hall driving home several of the points that we've been trying to reiterate to people here. Yeah, this is the real deal. This is probably a tornado that will be remembered around this area for some time. And it's not these. These are not the ones that you want to start your storm chasing career with. You don't want to go looking for this. Okay, this is not that kind of tornado. This is not a game. So yeah, just keep that in mind, and let's just keep the people of Earlington and Mortons Gap in our thoughts here, because the tornado is about to go between those towns or through those towns. I'm hesitant to talk about small landmarks at this point because the tornado is big enough to just take up a lot of space. So everybody in Earlington and Mortons Gap needs to be underground, and within the next couple of minutes, we will likely see a direct impact here near the Hopkins County Central High School, West Kentucky.
A new tornado
ATV
watch
Park,
has been issued.
Earlington Assembly, Copart, Earlington, the Pilot Travel Center in Mortons Gap. All of these places are in the path of a dangerous, deadly storm. Last couple of frames there, it does look like there's a little bit more of a northerly component to the movement here. And I think what's happening is, I talked to you guys earlier about the inflow and how it would be choked off by these storms to the south. That is happening a little bit. And the tornado, instead of just weakening, it looks like it's trying to occlude. So the tornado is still on the ground, and it's likely entering. It's a big tornado, so it could still hit Mortons Gap, but it's getting dangerously close to Earlington as well. We need everybody in Earlington. Hopefully, to goodness, nobody thought that they didn't need to be in their safe spots in Earlington. But if you aren't in your safe spot in Earlington, Kentucky, you got to run there now, because the last couple of frames show this thing making a jog last minute. Right.
It looks like our tornado is trying to occlude up into Earlington.
Yep.
Looks like our tornado is trying to occlude up into Earlington. That is the exact same town that got hit by the Mayfield tornado there back in 2021.
All right, Earlington, Kentucky. Everybody needs to be running into their safe spot if they haven't gotten there. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spot. You are under a tornado emergency. It looked like if this thing was going to continue to go east, it looked like it was going to go towards Barnsley and Morton's Gap. And right now, those towns could certainly still get hit by this. But there's some unsettling trends here with the last couple of frames where it looks like maybe Earlington's going to take a direct hit. It would come into town through the Brown Meadow Farms area and the Earlington Assembly on the southwestern side of town. Okay, if you know where that is, West Thompson Avenue there, if you know what I'm talking about, that's where the tornado is going to come into town. Also, all out towing and recovery and the Barnsley Cemetery are places that the tornado likely is right now. Okay, so Barnsley and Earlington take shelter. West Kentucky ATV Park, Sanitation Department, all the way up there to Copar, Earlington, KMAC Contracting, Genmar, big Genmar plant, warehouse here. Untelling how many people work there. That's a big job site there. That is now in the direct path of this tornado. Also, if this occlusion continues for any amount of time, we have to be worried about areas outside of the tornado emergency polygon, including maybe Grapevine. But right now, we're most immediately concerned about our friends in Earlington and Barnsley, Kentucky, where a life-threatening, catastrophic tornado is about to cross the road, Highway 41 there. And like Chris said, and like I've said many times during this broadcast, this is not a tornado that you can survive in the living room. You got to try. So honestly, at this point, all we can do is just hope that we've done a good job of getting the word out there and hope that people are heeding the warning, because there's nothing that's going to stop this from going through the area between Morton's Gap, Barnsley, and Earlington. The good news is, if you really zoom out here and look at this supercell, these storms that have kind of popped up and have rammed into the inflow part of the storm have really made the supercell look less impressive. What's likely going to happen, though, is, once this merger is complete, we'll probably see that occlusion finish, and then a new area of circulation is going to try to pop up. So that could still happen, but then we have to, wait for this line to come in before the tornado's done. So I don't want anybody in Central City, Kentucky, to let their guard down. Central City, Graham, Earls, Midland, New Cypress, Powderly, South Carrollton, there's a lot of things on our side. Bremen, Kentucky, there's a lot of things on our side that is maybe alluding to the idea that this tornado is going to try to give up before it gets to you. But and just in case it doesn't, you guys have a big lead time. You have a lot of time right now to figure out what you're going to do to protect yourself from this thing. It could be 45 minutes before it gets to Central City if it makes it that far. Okay? Use that time wisely and prepare your safe spot and get ready. Abandon mobile homes, get to more sturdy shelters. Right now, we have a large, potentially
Hey, Ron, it's Chris.
catastrophic
I believe
tornado.
once our tornado, we may have a new area of rotation to my due west near St. Charles. So we're watching that very closely. We are on the north side of Nortonville right now on the I-24 interchange here, the Penny Ryle Parkway.
All right, thank you, Chris. Right now, we have a large catastrophic tornado impacting Barnsley, Kentucky, and the areas in and around Earlington and Mortons Gap, as our big tornado is likely breathing its last breath during the occlusion process. But as Chris just stated, the new circulation may be trying to pop up right down here to the south and west of Nortonville near St. Charles. So it's nothing crazy yet. It's nothing, no huge cause for concern. Our main concern is still going to be for Earlington and Mortons Gap. But we do have to think about this supercell maybe sparking a new tornado here as that occlusion finishes itself. All right. So once again, we've got Elijah chiming in. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, we have an exact specific report here now. 5 miles north of Princeton, there were 3 people injured, according to emergency managers. Trees were downed across multiple roads, making travel impossible. From listening to scanners, these were marked as walking wounded, which means that people were still walking. They did not have to be pulled out of rubble.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. We're probably going to hear from Elijah a lot over the next couple of hours as we learn more about what just happened.
Ryan, we have power flashes right in front of us due north right now.
Between Earlington, Charleston, and Crider, and Eddyville in Kentucky. Chris is reporting power flashes now, as we still do have a tornado on the ground here. It's quite evident exactly where it is. It's just past Barnsley now.
Ryan, we also have potentially a new lowering. It's directly in front of me right now over I-24 at the interchange of Penny Ryle Parkway.
Okay, I see what he's talking about here. Once again, we've got the original tornado right here, and we're also watching this area as well for a new area of rotation to kind of form on the southwestern side of that supercell. We're going to listen for Chris's updates on that, and we're going to keep you updated on that. But our main focus right now is still this area of rotation that's crossing Interstate 69 now in Mortons Gap. Once this gets over Interstate 69, which once again, this is going to cross over Interstate 69 near the Boss Truck Stop. And it continues to move off to the east or to the northeast. It's going to kind of parallel White City Road up there in the general direction of nothing. There's not a lot. Once this gets past Interstate 69, between Mortons Gap and Earls and Graham, there's not a lot of anything, thankfully. So there's going to be plenty of time for this thing to die out before it gets to Central City, which is what we're hoping for. But that new area of rotation is quite concerning. We definitely want to continue to look at this. Okay. A lot of people are asking about the word occlusion in the chat.
A new tornado
Basically,
warning has been issued.
when I'm talking about that is, anytime we have a supercell that has a mesocyclone that is responsible for a tornado, there's one parent circulation that leads to the overall health and performance of the supercell. The mesocyclone, there's one big swirling area where all of the warm, moist air comes up into the storm, and sometimes there's several circulations around that in the inflow, and you can have satellite tornadoes and stuff like that. But this right here is an example of the parent circulation associated with that supercell. But watch what happens here as I move this forward. Notice how it kind of wanders up to the north a little bit and then starts to dissipate. Whenever that happens, and especially whenever you see a little bit of a handoff to maybe a new area of circulation associated with like a new base or a new parent, circulation within a storm, the word occlusion literally just means like old circulation on the storm. So it's the old circulation that's kind of getting sucked up into the storm, the forward flank of the storm, and then that allows for a new area of circulation to kind of form in its place, as long as the supercell is allowed to continue. So occlusion, a lot of times.
Sorry, Ryan. Correction from earlier. I'm near the Western Kentucky Parkway at the intersection of Pennyrile. We're looking now due east. We're right behind if this does try to form a new tornado.
Yeah, so the occlusion and a tornado is just like the weakening old circulation of a storm that no longer is the basis of the storm, and it just kind of becomes part of the storm as it kind of wraps up into itself, and then the storm creates a new base for itself. So it just means old circulation. This storm, I think that it doesn't have much left in it. Like there's obviously a chance that we see some more circulation down here between Nortonville and Greenville, but whenever this big line right here slaps into it, there might be a brief moment where that actually increases the circulation and maybe leads to another tornado, but I certainly don't think this is going to continue to produce tornadoes as far east as Caneyville and Morgantown, Kentucky. Central City would be as far east as I think this supercell is capable of producing a tornado. So hopefully everybody over there is in their safe spots. But I think the occlusion process is for the most part over. So that's good. We need to be in our safe spot in Fies and Earls, but the occlusion is for the most part over. And so one of the things that we're going to do from this point on is really focus a lot on news. We want anybody that's tuned in right now that is curious about anything that's just happened here with this prolific tornado. We're going to let you know. If you got family members out here, they're without power, you haven't heard from them, we're going to let you know what we know about in Eddyville. We're going to let you know about Crider. We're going to let you know about everything that we know about as it comes out. We're already talking to emergency managers. We're already listening to scanners. And Elijah has an update for us right now.
Hey, Ryan. So there is a damage photo that you can show on stream. It's in the media channel for you. Basically, this is from Dawson Springs, tornado damage. A home has been pretty much completely destroyed by the tornado in the photo. I also have some statistics real fast that we have. So obviously 3 injuries, that is currently what's known. That is most likely much higher, but that's the only true number known. There is also 140,000 people without power in Kentucky. There is 94,000 people without power in West Virginia, 94,000 people without power in Virginia, 83,000 people without power in Missouri, 71,000 people without power in Arkansas, and then tens of thousands of more without power across Ohio, Texas, Kansas, and Michigan from these storms. So I will let you know as we get more information.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. We have our our correspondence with our nonprofit organization, the Y'all Squad, reaching out to, anybody who may be in need of assistance, also asking about any sort of updates that they have about what just happened here. I do believe that one of the biggest tornadoes that we've covered all year just happened. Okay. I'm hoping that it mostly hit trees. I'm hoping. But unfortunately it got pretty close to some areas there near Earlington and Mortons Gap, Charleston, Olney, Dawson Springs. Obviously we see the damage. We know that there's going to be plenty of damaged structures. But I'm hoping that I'm hoping that it's little, but we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure yet. By the way, this big line of storms is about to smack into our supercell here. So that's good. Also, Chandra, I don't know if there's something wrong with our warnings overlay system, but we haven't lost the tornado emergency colors yet. If you could maybe reach out to Ryan. Well, there is, I don't believe there's currently a tornado emergency in effect. They have allowed that to expire, so that's good. How's everybody doing? I haven't looked at chat. It's been quite busy. Is everybody okay? Are you guys all right? That was nuts. Thanks to everybody that has tuned in. I think we did a really good job of reaching people there. Maybe a little bit too good of a job. There were people literally driving to the subways that we said that would be hit by a tornado. So we got to figure out how to stop that from happening. But I really appreciate y'all for helping us get the word out there. I think we did a really good job. Some of these towns had a lot of lead time. Because we were talking about them so long before the tornado got there. So we would be talking to nobody if it wasn't for you guys sharing and stuff like that. So pat yourself on the back. We do have a couple more tornado warnings I want to briefly cover because this is not over. We still have an ongoing severe weather situation, but just to let you guys know that I am watching these. I'm thinking about you guys up here in Indiana. We've got a tornado warning for Jasper and Norton, Indiana. You guys should take shelter at least for the next 16 minutes. And we've also got a tornado warning for Crane and Colleen in Indiana. You guys got to stay in your safe spots for the next 30 minutes or so. Both of these tornado warnings are radar indicated, and the velocities, the rotation isn't quite concerning, really. So I'm not saying that there's not a tornado associated with those, but certainly not the monster of a storm that we were dealing with back there in Kentucky. I think we do have to watch this little storm out here in front of the line moving over towards Seymour, Indiana. This is something that might become a problem over the next little bit. So just know that I've got an eye on that for you. The rest of everybody pretty much is from Poplar Bluff all the way back through Paducah. Mayfield, Kentucky, you're about to get hit by some 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a big line of storms that's going to cause some problems with power outages and straight-line damaging winds that's getting ready to come down through Kentucky. It's going to make it all the way down into Tennessee. And they're also, at least for the next couple of hours, there's going to continue to be a tornado threat. But nothing like what we just saw with the Kentucky supercell. Okay, but like I'm going to be here relaying those warnings as they come out for the next couple of hours as we do some damage assessment as well. So if you guys know anybody in Northwest Tennessee, let them know that we're going to continue to cover the weather here as these storms move this way.
We have a developing area of rotation to my due north. This is going to be north of White Plains. We're on the West Kentucky Parkway. It's going to be to my due north of White Plains.
Yeah, so this is an interesting moment here where the supercell is going to be kind of crashing, or the line of storms is going to crash into our supercell. And in the long term, this is going to almost obliterate the tornado potential here. However, in the short term, there might be some interesting interactions between these two features that lead to a new tornado that forms really quickly. So this convergence right here, this signature, is something that we've got to watch out for. Maybe a new tornado forming as it comes into Central City. So keep your eye on that. And stay in your safe spot in Central City, essentially. In Graham, Greenville, and Central City, Kentucky, stay in your safe spot for at least the next 30 minutes. We'll let you know when it's time to come out. Lots of people in the chat are asking if we are done for the night. The answer is no. No, we still have several hours of severe weather to go, and I'm going to be here covering it for you. In fact, there is actually maybe a brief period of time here in the near future where we might see some new storms and supercells form over here in the northeastern Arkansas area, where those would actually be in a pretty significant environment for tornado genesis. So, we might have to be concerned about, the Boot Hill of Missouri and West Tennessee tonight. So I'm not done. I'm going to keep going for several hours. We're just in that one storm that we were just all paying attention to there. That one might be done here soon. And also, of course, we're going to continue to update you on the damage and what just happened in Kentucky as well. So we're going to be here for several more hours. And just to show you why
a new tornado warning has been issued.
What I said about the storms down there in West Tennessee. This is a composite parameter that I like to use. It's called the significant tornado parameter.
Brian, very destructive winds. We may have a tornado right now. Oh my gosh! Yep, may have just had a spin-up tornado on the West Kentucky Parkway. Goodness gracious!
Holy crap, y'all! So Chris is down here. He just got hit by something. Chris, stay safe, man. Chris just got hit by something here on the West Kentucky Parkway. There's a chance that was a spin-up tornado. There's also a chance that that's just the wall of wind associated with this thing coming in. But I wouldn't doubt for a second that was a spin-up tornado there. So what we just saw there on Chris's feed is what's possible for you guys in Greenville, Kentucky in the next 15 minutes. All right, that's some damaging winds. Maybe a spin-up tornado there right where Chris is near White Plains and Mount Carmel.
Ryan, that was not a wall of wind. I can confirm that was not a wall of wind.
So yeah, something's still going on here that needs extra attention between White Plains over towards Greenville, Kentucky. You also just got put under a new tornado warning, so you guys should definitely be in your safe spots all the way down there towards Wells, Belton, Union Ridge, and Ennis. Wow. So once again, as our line of storms intersects with our supercell here, we're going to see all kinds of interesting interactions and dangerous ones. We might have several little spin-up tornadoes trying to happen here between Mount Carmel, McNary, and Graham, and they are moving into the Greenville, Kentucky area. Everybody in Greenville, Depoy, Weir, New Cypress, Graham, and Powderly, Kentucky needs to be in their safe spots, okay? Wow. Okay, once again, as we wait on the next radar scan there, significant tornado parameter values are really high back here towards Memphis, Jonesboro, southwestern Kentucky. Okay, so ingredients are very favorable for tornadoes down here. Only thing that we don't have is storms. We don't have a lot of storms interacting with that. So if that changes, which it probably will, you know, we're going to see maybe more big tornadoes tonight back here in this region. So keep that in mind.
Hey, Ryan, if you look at your debris signature there northeast of White Plains, that went right over our head. That's exactly what went right over us just now. So this very well still may be a tornado ongoing near or on the Western Kentucky Parkway.
Yeah, so we are, I think what we just saw hit Chris was this. Once again, could be literally 3 little tornadoes here embedded in the line that's coming in. That is still there. Okay, so what just hit Chris is still doing damage as it moves over towards Depoy and Greenville. So Greenville, Kentucky really needs to be bracing for impact for either a tornado or just a, you know, let's just assume it's a big tornado, but you know it's going to be some strong winds, and you gotta take shelter. You want to get away from windows, and you don't want to be outdoors. That's for sure. This right here is what we're interested in. This is what just hit Chris, and that is definitely doing damage as it goes towards Depoy and Greenville, Kentucky. Just waiting on the next radar scan here. We got an update from the Storm Prediction Center, another mesoscale discussion here. This includes Louisville, Kentucky. How many people do we have watching in Louisville, Kentucky? Another reason why we're not ending the stream anytime soon here is we have a significant damaging wind and QLCS tornado potential increasing between Jasper and Owensboro over towards Elizabethtown and Louisville. And that'll be taking place over the next couple of hours. So the tornado warned part of the storm, the big part of the storm that just caused damage near Chris, is coming into Greenville, Kentucky now. So if we have anybody in Greenville, Kentucky, bear with us. Stay in your safe spot for at least the next 20 to 30 minutes. And as soon as you're safe to do so, let us know you're okay. Sorry, I'm reading lots of information, trying to get my bearings straight. There's a lot. There's so much to sift through. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So Andy wanted me to bring up a point real quick. So earlier, Chris Hall said the 2021 big Kentucky tornado that we covered, that you covered on live air, hit Earlington head on, as implied by the northward occlusion. We were watching that happen today. The tornado actually did not hit Earlington. I just went back through on the tornado path to verify, and right as it was kind of occluding, as it basically turned due east briefly, it actually would have crossed the exact path of where the tornado crossed in 2021. So there were some places that, like a forest area right south of Earlington, that was hit by the 2021 tornado and most likely was hit by the 2024 tornado now.
Thank you very much, Elijah. So there's an area here near Mortons Gap where the big, the tornado we all know as the Mayfield tornado, and this tornado likely those paths intersected. So pretty concerning signature here. Pretty concerning signature here coming in to Greenville, Kentucky. Okay, this is whatever hit Chris is now coming into Greenville now, and also it looks like there's going to be a period of time here where this is going to be able to organize quite nicely into a large mesocyclone. We might have to deal with another big tornado here, probably not as long tracked, but it's definitely going to be able to cause significant damage between Greenville, Drakesboro, Beechmont, and Ennis in Kentucky. So please, if you haven't gotten to shelter in Drakesboro, Beechmont, Belton, or Union Ridge in Kentucky, you need to do so now. We just got a tornado watch, I think. Yeah, we got a tornado watch for pretty much, is this? Pretty much the whole state of Tennessee. This goes until 5 a.m. Central. Few tornadoes likely.
A new
hail,
tornado watch
wind,
has been issued.
The whole nine. So 5 a.m. We're under until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. You're under a tornado watch in Nashville, Columbia, Chattanooga, Knoxville. Literally, almost the entire state of Tennessee there. Chandra, is that number right? Has it been updated? Yeah, so about 5.1 million additional people under tornado watches now, as the entire state of Tennessee is essentially under a tornado watch. Another update from the Storm Prediction Center. Ongoing convective line will continue to pose a risk for damaging wind gusts and tornadoes as it moves into the region. We expect these storms to probably make it into the Nashville area by midnight. Once again, I want to tell you all that I'm still very concerned about what I'm seeing here on radar near Greenville, Kentucky. I think that we have, first of all, an incredibly strong, damaging straight line, damaging wind gust thing going on here, but we also may have a tornado ongoing or forming here as it goes between Greenville and Drakesboro. In Kentucky, Greenville, Drakesboro, Beechmont, and Belton and Ennis in Kentucky need to be in their safe spots. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, just a quick update. The severe thunderstorm warning that includes Hopkinsville, Kentucky, has a forward speed of 85 miles per hour, according to the SVR warning text.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So these things are booking it. Yeah, these storms are moving fast, and that's, it's going to be noted in their wind speeds as well. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are going to be possible as these blast through Hopkinsville. These storms are moving maybe as fast as 85 miles per hour. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Russellville, Kentucky, and Morgantown, Kentucky as well for 60 mile per hour winds. So get ready for that. I think we're probably experiencing some slightly greater winds than that are in and around the Greenville, Kentucky area, specifically Drakesboro. Get ready, you're next. I do want to go ahead and just let you know in Hopkinsville, that 60 mile per hour wind gust is coming for you probably
Ryan,
within the next 20 minutes.
I can't watch the stream, so I'm just going to point this out here. I'm going to put this out that area of rotation now over Powderly. There may be a tornado imminent as the storm tries to merge with its line.
Yeah, so the what Chris just talked about is exactly what we've been saying. So he hasn't been able to watch the stream, but he's seeing the same things that we are here, right here between Greenville, Cleeton, and Drakesboro. Dangerous situation. You got to stay in your safe spots. Hopefully you were already there, but stay there. We currently have no other tornado warnings, by the way. No other tornado warnings right now at this very moment. It's all right here in Kentucky, so that's why I'm kind of focused on that. I do want you guys to know that I am watching these storms back here in Arkansas. These storms that are just now kind of flaring up in Arkansas are eventually going to impact Memphis tonight, and I'm honestly kind of concerned about what they're going to do because we have a pretty favorable environment back here around Memphis, Tennessee for tornadoes. So if we see another situation where we have a discrete supercells moving into that area, we might have, another big tornado tonight. So just throwing that out there.
Hey, Ryan, the Western Kentucky Parkway is covered in green. The road here is in front of me on the road because of all the green on the road. So definitely had something up through here. It rode right up along Kentucky Parkway moments ago.
Hey, Ryan, do you have a second?
Who was that?
When we
Hey, Ryan, do you have a second?
Go ahead, James.
Hey, I'm just south of Dexter, Missouri right now. We have damaged power lines that are currently popping off. There's been 3 flashes, and they are still ongoing. Cops have the roads blocked off, but if anyone is in this area, they need to avoid it at all costs.
All right, thank you, James. We'll go check in on that in a moment. Still kind of hyper-analyzing the situation here near Drakesboro. Still think we've got a developing tornado here, at least an incredibly strong damaging wind event about to take place in Drakesboro and Ennis and Rochester, Kentucky. Additionally, we have a video that I'm being told
A new tornado
we should
warning
show.
has been issued.
It looks like this is a video. This is from Dylan. It looks like this is a video of the tornado near Mortons Gap during the occlusion process. Oh, yeah. It's in there. But yeah, Dylan must have been near Morton's Gap as this video was taken there. All right, we just got a new tornado warning for Belton, Union Ridge, Penrod, Ennis, and Rochester, Kentucky ahead of the circulation that we've been watching. Let's refresh Chris's feed. And if we don't have anything, then we'll put Zach in one. Well, let's put...
Hey, Ron, you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
A lot of debris here on the West Kentucky Parkway between White Plains and exit 48 here. It was there for a little bit. You couldn't determine the road because the road had so many tree limbs and all that down on it. A lot of tree damage. Still seeing tree damage. We're going pretty slow up through here. Very poor service right now. I'm trying to start up Starlink, but right now, very poor service trying to head eastbound. We're just on the west side of Powderly.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Brian. So the several of the analysts have pinged me. It looks like there is a tornado on the ground right now near Milton, based on the radar.
Okay, yeah. So this is the this is what we've been kind of hyper focusing on here. Everything has kind of came together in the last couple of frames to really support the idea that the the conversion of all the inflow that supercell was bringing in with all of the outbound winds with that line have really come together to produce a new tornado here that is now producing debris near Beechmont and Belton. So once again, I've called out these town names a million times, but hopefully if you haven't taken shelter yet, now you know for sure there's more people than just me and Chris that are on the same page here. This is a tornado that is causing damage moving over towards Ennis, Knightsburg, and Rochester in Kentucky. Take shelter. If you're new here, if you haven't seen us do this before, the way we know that, even without seeing it, is that this is a debris signature, okay? That because it lines up with the velocity couplet, okay? When we look at this, the velocity couplet tells us where rotation is. The reds show us stuff going towards the radar. The green shows us stuff going away from the radar. We can indicate that there is counterclockwise velocity there. We also see somewhat of a hook on reflectivity. We've got a rain-cooled air coming around the backside of the storm like this. Warm, moist, unstable air coming into the storm like this. It all comes together there near what we call the hook, okay? And then once again, we've got that velocity couplet right on top of that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
On top of that, we have our correlation coefficient debris signature. It all lines up here. So Once again, basically what this is doing is the radar scans the air and it says, all right, everything is basically the same size. It's a bunch of raindrops up here in these clouds. So we're going to paint that all the same color because it correlates. But right here in the middle, there's some leaves, there's some twigs, there's some shingles, some insulation maybe, you know, whatever it is. There's some stuff up here in the sky that doesn't correlate with raindrops. It's not the same size. So we're going to drop the correlation coefficient and it paints it this blue color. And that,
New
you know, as long as all those
this
things
tornado
line up,
warning has been upgraded.
we get a confirmed tornado warning just like that. So now, there you go. The National Weather Service sees that same stuff as we do, and they have confirmed this. And there's a tornado now going towards, you know, obviously Rochester and Ennis in Kentucky. Somebody just said, what email do I send my tornado video to? If you have a video that you would like to share with us and you want to do it through email, the best way to do that is pics, P-I-C-S, at ryanhallyall.com. Twitter is also a good place. At Ryan Hall Y'all is my handle on Twitter. So once again, we've got a tornado doing damage here east of Belton, moving towards Huntsville, Kentucky. Please take shelter. Demetrius Gray, thank you for the super generous super chat. He says, I'm a Kentucky native from Hopkins County, also a Kentucky Red Cross board member. Great work, guys. Gray, thank you for that. You did not have to do that. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Debris signature, a little bit bigger, indicating that this might be a tornado that's with us longer than just a couple minutes. We also see a pretty large inflow zone there. So I am going to pull up the mesoscale because this actually might be a big tornado here that's coming down towards Silver City, Kentucky, unfortunately. Right now, the tornado is to the east of Union Ridge. Quite a bit here, over close to Little Hazel Creek, south of Rochester. So yeah, Little Hazel Creek, that's around where the tornado is right now. If you know where Mud River is, that's kind of where it's going next. Mud River, and then of course over towards Silver City and Huntsville. So if the tornado continues to move in the direction that it's going right now, it'll cross.
Hey Ryan, if all possible,
the road.
folks need to avoid traveling on the West Kentucky Parkway. There's multiple trees now. It looks like a semi ran into a tree there, very close to it. But folks need to avoid the West Kentucky Parkway if all possible.
Avoid the West Kentucky Parkway if at all possible. Also, we really need you to avoid, if anybody's planning on traveling up and down Highway 106. Between Rochester and Huntsville, there's a tornado about to cross that road within the next couple of minutes. Beyond that, it'll go towards Silver City. It's going to ride Rochester Road, Highway 70 there, towards Dunbar and Leetown. And it'll get close to the Oak Grove Cemetery, the Bethel Church, and the DeBroll Home Farm and Ranch. So take shelter if you haven't already out here. This is a tornado that's on the ground. We know that because it's got a big debris signature there, still lifting debris into the air right now. Still, also, we're still looking into the the story, the any updates that have occurred with learning about the damage that occurred with the big tornado that sparked the tornado emergencies between Calvert, Eddyville, Princeton, Dawson Springs, and Earlington. And we are going to continue to update you on that as we learn more. But unfortunately, I'm not able to completely focus on that because we still have a tornado on the ground. And I'm also, unfortunately, this is going to be a common thing tonight, as there's going to be probably multiple instances where we have a big tornado on the ground, unfortunately, because there's just so much favorable, atmosphere down here where some of these storms are forming, and where the squall line is going into. So, we're going to have QLCS tornadoes and potentially bigger tornadoes at several different points tonight. Debris now coming over Highway 949 down towards Huntsville and Silver City. Take shelter if you haven't already. All the way down to Dimple, Sugar Grove, and Needmore. Realtor Jennifer Easterday, thank you for that. Huge shout out to you. So yeah, I'm also hearing that, scanners, a lot of the scanners are offline. A lot of the communications, the public communication systems are not accessible right now in the affected area. I'm hoping that a couple more scans here and we lose a lot of the debris signature there because the velocities have let up a little bit. I'm still concerned about Silver City, so you guys need to stay in your safe spots. I'm going to zoom out, though, and go over some other things that are happening here. We got a new kind of supercellular feature that's just popped up here north of Trenton and east of Hopkinsville. We got to watch out for stuff like that. I don't think that it's going to have time to mature into a rotating independent supercell before it gets smashed by the outflow from this line. But once again, when this storm collides with the big line that's coming down, there's going to be some interesting interactions that might lead to some mesoscale tornado-like situations. So watch out here in Sharon Grove and Lewisburg as some strong damaging winds are coming in, and also maybe even some tornadoes. Louisville, Kentucky, it's not very long from now before this line of storms is going to make it to you. They're probably going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville, Kentucky here soon, and it'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. Get ready for that. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we do have another news update from the big tornado that just occurred. So about 20 homes in the Charleston community, which is north of Dawson Springs, were damaged. Okay. And as you just mentioned, scanners are offline. News is honestly very scarce. There's multiple people looking behind the scene just trying to find news, and there's not much. So okay. I will come on with just about anything I find because there's not much news coming out right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. So that could be good news, could be bad news, could be good news. Maybe there's not much news to share. But unfortunately, based off of everything we saw from the radar, that's highly unlikely. The more likely scenario is there's so much going on right now. The last thing anybody's concerned about is letting anybody outside of that area know. Like everybody's internal, the power's out, communication systems are down. They're trying to cut down these trees to get in there and do search and rescue. We're not going to hear about that. You know what I mean? So we're going to let you know as soon as we do hear something. But if you are just now tuning in, we did just recently witness a pretty big tornado that went through portions of western Kentucky in a very similar corridor to the infamous Mayfield, Kentucky from 2021. And I believe that the paths
new
of those
tornado
tornadoes
watch has been
actually
issued.
intersected a little bit right at the end of the this tornado's life. New tornado watch was just issued. As soon as I find the graphic for that, I will show you. Also, yeah, that tornado is likely going to be just. I don't want to say too much. we'll let you know as it comes out. But like I'm seeing some of the data, some of the volumetric scans that people were doing during that tornado and the debris fallout. Everything is telling me that was just an absolutely like a huge tornado. So. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Clarksville, Tennessee. This is going to go on for the next hour or so. Clarksville, you guys are going to get hit by a pretty big storm here in the next hour or so. So make sure you get ready for that. We also, anytime you're under a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, you do have to be concerned about the very real potential for a quick spin-up tornado. So make sure you're aware of that and you understand that that's a possibility here. New tornado watch includes me. For those of you who don't know, your friendly weather dude here is broadcasting from Eastern Kentucky. And now the weather house here is under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Eastern. And this also includes Cincinnati, London, Lexington, Kentucky. Pretty much all of Kentucky now is under some sort of tornado watch. We just got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. It's for that little storm that we were just talking about. You remember how we just saw this little blip? I might have underestimated the blip. We know that that's a mistake. But we now have a tornado warning for that, as I believe the National Weather Service is expecting maybe there to be some sort of interaction that leads to some rotation that might lead to a tornado here. So good call, honestly. Claymore, Justice, Sharon Grove, Cedar Grove, and Liberty in Kentucky take shelter. We don't know that there's a tornado down right now. We just know that these interactions where these supercells fly into these fast-moving squall lines have a history of producing tornadoes. So just in case this is happening right on top of you right now in Liberty, Claymore, and Cedar Grove, take shelter. Mm-hmm. Carly, it doesn't matter to me. Ask our vice president. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a post-event updates thing from yesterday, and I sent you a photograph from Riley. It's over in the media channel that you can pull up on stream. And I have a few notes related with the damaged photograph that he has. So the photograph, let me get back to my notes here. He was around the Salina, Texas tornado. And one particular neighborhood, basically the National Services already rated the tornado preliminarily EF3. And they did note that it had winds of 165 miles per hour. However, that is actually still a very preliminary preliminary rating as well. So there were 2 residences that sustained moderate to high-end EF3 damage. and they had roofs and walls destroyed. Several additional homes sustained EF2 to EF1 damage along the street. The 2 ratings for the EF3 damage locations are preliminary and subject to additional analysis in the next day or two. So, according to Riley, Timothy Marshall. Now, that name is familiar for meteorologists or weather enthusiasts. He is a meteorologist, a structural and forensic engineer who is very well known for surveying tornado damage. He was actually inspecting the 2 EF3 structures, which means most likely, since they also noted that additional analysis was needed, what they call a quick response team or a QRT was most likely called in to assess if a higher rating than EF3 should be given to those damaged structures. Riley noted that the structure that he photographed right there was a very well-built structure, and that both of the EF3 damage points that he observed looked like they had been hit by suction vortices from a multi-vortex tornado. And suction vortices are typically a lot stronger than the main tornado. So we won't know what the exact rating is for a few days, but obviously it's a really well-built structure that was destroyed by a suction vortice, which typically means there is a chance it could be rated higher than EF3.
All right. Very interesting stuff. Thank you, Elijah and Riley, for that. As we're talking about the storms that we were covering yesterday, ongoing damage surveys there, and as you can see, some really big time stuff to go through if you're doing those surveys. Currently, more damage might be being done near Dimple, Kentucky. If you note here on the last couple of scans here near Leetown and Dimple, we've got this little boop. I don't know, little. It's not necessarily a hook. I'm going to call it a boop. That's popping out here near Dimple, allowing for warm inflow to get in there and mix in with some of the strong outbound winds. And this is likely trying to produce another tornado here as it comes towards Needmore, Kentucky. So get ready in Needmore, Kentucky. This is a dangerous situation. Take shelter immediately. Bowling Green, Kentucky. I got a lot of people in here from Bowling Green, I bet. If you're in Bowling Green, you're probably starting to maybe feel the winds pick up. You're probably starting to hear the distant thunder. This is coming towards you. The part of the storm that has caused a couple of tornadoes is coming towards Bowling Green. However, right now you are just under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, but they did note in that warning that a tornado is possible, so keep that in mind in Bowling Green. All my friends over there in Bowling Green, we're going to be sticking with you through this one, okay?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they issued a new tornado warning just now in Kentucky. Also, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville, Kentucky. 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail is what that's for. It's going to be for the next 45 minutes. Get ready. It's coming in now. And that new tornado warning does include Bowling Green. So now, unfortunately, Bowling Green, y'all need to take shelter. Get into the basement, a tornado cellar, or the most interior room of a sturdy shelter that you're in, interior closet or bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass. Bring me with you. I'll let you know when it's time to come out of that safe space, probably within the next 30 minutes. Interesting little thing that I just grabbed out of our Discord server. I don't know who posted this. I'm sorry. I just grabbed it real quick because it was moving fast. Planes don't like these storms today. Avoiding the big tornado outbreak that we're covering is all the flights going back and forth across America right now. Ethan Davenport says a big tornado went through Snow and Piatt, Arkansas early this morning. At least 2 confirmed fatalities from that one. When I got there, people were still in shock. Ethan, thank you for helping those people. And yeah, there was a couple of tornadoes after we ended the stream last night and before we started the new one up today during this extended tornado outbreak sequence. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, there is a tornado ongoing near Radcliff, Kentucky, just south of KLVX.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. Just south of KLVX. So this is, yep, and look here, they're going to issue a warning.
A new
for it
tornado
right here.
warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning issued for that area of rotation that Elijah just brought our attention to near Radcliff, Kentucky. Very good catch. It's quick. It's quick how fast this stuff happens. We've got a tornado coming together here near Dietz Acres in Radcliff, getting ready to cross Highway 31, and now it's potentially going to make it all the way up there towards Shepherdsville, Brownington, Fairfield, Mount Washington, and Cox Creek. Take shelter if you haven't already. Now, a lot of times tornadoes like this don't last very long, okay? So we're going to hope that that's the case with this one. However, if it does stay on the ground, it's going to go over Highway 31 here and then go right towards Belmont and Pitts Point, Kentucky. This is south of Louisville. So even all the way up there towards Shepherdsville and Mount Washington, y'all need to be taking shelter at least for the next 42 minutes. Keep me on. I will let you know when it's time to come out, okay? Deatsville, okay. So there's a couple of areas of interest that we're kind of locked into right now. If you're just now tuning in, tornado coming together near Needmore, Kentucky, moving towards Benleo, Richardville, Riverside, Anna, and Sand Hill. Additionally, we just got a new tornado warning for Radcliff. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, going up towards Pitts Point, and then going up towards Belmont. So you got to take shelter here. This is already past Radcliff, which is a pretty populated area, but this likely did some damage there. And then now it's going to be going over a more rural area on its approach to Belmont. So everybody between Radcliff, Kentucky, and Belmont, Kentucky needs to be getting to shelter very quickly. Jersey Aviator, thanks for the big time support there. He says, I'm an airline pilot. And I just got back from an East Coast trip. I can confirm multiple reroutes were being issued for westbound traffic going anywhere near the system. Thank you for all of your work, Ryan, and your awesome analysis. As always, prayers for all affected. Thank you, Jersey Aviator, for that. And then another huge shout out to Emily D. Baker. Emily D. Baker. Big time supporter, great YouTube channel, just gifted 20 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Thank you guys for being so supportive. Always. It means a lot. Seriously. Lots of people in and around Louisville are already without power. So I'm kind of concerned about our folks down here near Shepherdsville. Where there's, at least a couple thousand people without power. Maybe not everybody's getting the warning here, but thankfully nothing similar is happening in downtown Louisville because actually a lot of Jefferson County here is without power. But still a strong storm, and then there's a couple areas where we got to watch for maybe a tornado trying to form here too. I I I can't answer that right now. Let's see here. Once again, Bowling Green, Kentucky, you are under a tornado warning. Hopefully, you guys are in your safe spots. The good news is, the vast majority of the rotation that sparked that warning is going to go to the north, I think, of Bowling Green, but still, you guys are in a pretty dangerous spot here. For a team in the back, I need you guys just hyper-focusing on trying to figure out anything that you can figure out about the tornado that just went through any of the towns that just got hit. Also, we have an ongoing flash flooding situation developing back here south of Evansville and near Owensboro. Any information that we have about that would be good. And, just stuff like that. Plans for the All Squad, etc. If you're just now tuning in, we do have 3 active storm chasers giving us a view of portions of Kentucky, Arkansas, and Missouri. Not a lot going on right now in Arkansas or Missouri, but that's going to change. We do have some big storms that we're going to have to be watching. A new tornado warning
has been issued.
We just got a new, there we go. Speaking of it, just in time, tornado warning in Arkansas now. Tornado warning in Arkansas for Augusta and Mitchell Corner. So we talked about this an hour ago. We were like, hey, listen, we got these storms popping up over here in Arkansas. They're going to be going towards Memphis. That'll probably be our next major focus. And here we are. Big supercell capable of producing a tornado is moving towards Augusta, Mitchell Corner, and Gregory in Arkansas right now. You got to take shelter. And once again, these storms are eventually going to be moving into the greater Memphis area later tonight. Back to Bowling Green. Storms are coming in hot. 60-mile-per-hour winds, small hail, and a tornado possible. It's going to be over quickly, but when it first hits here, it's going to hit hard. So get ready in Bowling Green for maybe some power outages. Additionally, we still have that tornado warning, that observed tornado warning up here for Shepherdsville and Brownington, Kentucky. The area of rotation that sparked that warning is gone, but the mechanism that allowed the rotation to happen is still there. So more tornadoes would be possible here as this line goes on up towards Shepherdsville, Brownington, and Fairfield. Song 8686 says, my 88-year-old grandma Shirley and I are continuing to watch you from Ohio. Thanks for all you can do. Can you say hi to my grandma? Yeah, sure. Hi, Grandma Shirley. My Minderella says, thanks for all you do. I'm currently with my elderly parents. I'm their eyes and ears in Louisville, Kentucky right now. That's a wonderful thing that you're doing. Louisville downtown's starting to get hit right now by some of the stronger winds. And the rain is moving in now as well. There is a tornado warning for portions of the southern metro, but that's probably going to be allowed to expire here pretty soon. But still, if you happen to be in Shepherdsville or Mount Washington, you should be in your safe spots just in case. Jeffersontown, Simpsonville, Shelbyville, you guys are next in line to get hit by this strong wind. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, small hail. That's the kind of storm that we're looking at here that's moving through Louisville right now, over towards Frankfort and Lexington eventually. Clarksville, Tennessee, once again, you guys are in line to get a big gust of wind here soon as well. One of the more concerning storms that we have tonight is currently in Arkansas, where we have a very rapidly developing mesocyclone. A tornado is trying to form here south and west of Augusta as it moves towards McCroy in Arkansas, which just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is what the storm looked like as it was approaching Hopkinsville. This is from Kinsey, our merch shop and marketing extraordinaire. Look, we've got the Tempest weather station there, of course, but obviously big, ominous storm coming into Hopkinsville. This is probably what the sky will look like in Clarksville as the storm comes in here in the next little bit.
Has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning we need to go check out here in portions of Arkansas and Missouri. Pickett, Rector, Nimmons. You guys are now under a tornado warning as this supercell now is starting to rotate more as it approaches, once again, Rector in Arkansas and Kennett in the Boot Hill of Missouri. Take shelter if you are in Dunklin County, Missouri, and Greene and Clay counties in Arkansas. Share a light. Thank you for that. Matthew says, thanks to y'all, we were able to alert our family in Radcliff to the tornado. We were just hit by heavy rain here in Louisville with some lightning. That's good news. Yeah, I think Louisville, for the most part, is going to be all right here. There's a little bit of rotation still on the southern side of town associated with that tornado warning, but they should allow that to expire soon. This will be over in Louisville within the next 20 minutes or so. So that's really good news. Unbelievable footage here from the earlier tornado from meteorologist Andy Hill. Look at this. Real time, not sped up. This is what it looked like while Andy Hill was on the ground chasing out here in Missouri earlier today. Unbelievable stuff. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I do have one thing that is unfortunate. It is not from this recent tornado, but the death toll from this full storm system from yesterday and today has now risen to 18. Wow. 7 in Cook County, Texas, 3 in Benton County, Arkansas, 3 in Marin County, Arkansas, 2 in northeastern Oklahoma, 1 in Baxter County, Arkansas, and 1 in Louisville, Kentucky, and 1 in Olvie, Arkansas. So, unfortunately, the death toll has risen. This is one of the deadliest events in Arkansas history for tornadoes as well, according to broadcast media.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunate news coming out of, Arkansas and places to the west here from yesterday's event. Hopefully we don't add to that with today's storms. But it's once again just really unfortunate stuff. But when we're dealing with the kind of storms that we've been having over the past couple of days, all we can do is just try really hard to get it in front of as many people as possible. Let them know that it's the real deal. Let them know what they've got to do, and that's what we've been trying to do. So our thoughts are obviously with all the families there, and we will continue to update you on that situation as we learn more. So the fact that we're not hearing much out of the tornado that went from Eddyville past Princeton over towards Dawson Springs, Charleston, and Earlington, it either means that nothing was really hit for the most part, or communications are completely destroyed and they're overwhelmed and we're just not hearing anything yet. So, or something in between. So, the debris signature on that tornado is one of the biggest I've ever seen. The debris fallout was huge. It definitely hit something. So, yeah. The reason we're sticking around, by the way, even though, there might be a moment here where we don't have a tornado warning, is because of this. The environment that these storms are moving into, that are forming in Arkansas right now, is absolutely primed for tornadoes. So I do believe we're going to have a couple more instances where we see a supercell producing a tornado as they approach Memphis. Okay, so we will be here at least until these storms reach Memphis. And if nothing's happening, by then, and nothing terrible is going on, then we might feel like we're not needed anymore, and we'll call it a night. But we are planning to be here for the next little bit, and at least even just to wait and see if we hear anything, on the news end too. So, but yeah, we got a developing tornado here near Mitchell Corner in Arkansas, moving towards Kelowna and Gregory in Arkansas. You guys got to take shelter. Okay. It is currently 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central, 3:30 Z. We've been streaming now for 7 hours consecutively. We streamed yesterday for 11 hours. Our stream ended at 4 a.m. yesterday, and we started today around, 5? Something like that. So we're on our 18th hour of coverage here within the past 30 hours or so. So just we're trying our best to find information here on what happened with that tornado, and just to keep you updated on everything that's going on here. And also, I want to let you know that the severe weather threat will continue. Who wants to see the future radar? I want to show you that real quick because I want to explain how this is going to evolve. The HRRR model is not the perfect source of, simulated radar imagery, but it's the best we've got right now. Let me show you. So this is what we're dealing with, okay? This is what the radar looks like about right now, okay, with those storms moving into western Kentucky and northwest Tennessee. We got a couple cells popping up in Arkansas here. As we go towards 1 a.m. Eastern, we do expect the storms to continue to move down towards Nashville. There might be a couple of renegade supercells that try to pop up out in front of the main line there in Middle Tennessee. That could be a problem. But everything looks to be very subdued. The severe weather threat overall, and especially the tornado threat, is going to decrease a lot, especially once we get close to 3 a.m. So once these storms get past Nashville, I don't see us staying on the air. So just so you know, that could be a couple hours from now. But if these storms will make it all the way over to my neck of the woods here in eastern Kentucky, they'll make it to Knoxville. They'll even make it to Birmingham, Alabama by 6 a.m. But we won't be live then. So if you need to, make sure you find an alternate way of getting warnings tonight after we end the stream. But at least for the immediate future here, as we wait for these storms to come through Memphis and Nashville, we are going to be live with you, and we're not. And if for whatever reason some crazy supercell pops up that like the one that we had in Kentucky, and it lasts longer than that, then we will follow it. But I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen again tonight. This one right here is looking more and more mean, though. Tornado could be on the ground here.
Ryan, were you trying to get a hold of me?
Near Mitchell Corner, as it comes up towards New Augusta. So take shelter if you're out there. That was Zach. Zach, I don't think so, but I'm glad you called over anyways. I mean, we're still live on YouTube here. We're watching these storms pop up down there in Arkansas, and yeah, just if you got time, give us an update. And what's your plan? Are you going to follow these down towards Memphis, or are you going to stay up there in northeast Arkansas? What are you doing?
Yeah, I actually got pretty close to a circulation here near Noble, Arkansas, which is west of Rector. Man, it's just so hard to see right now. I do want to get south for the other supercell, but I don't think I'm going to have time to make it down there, but I'm going to try at least.
All right, that was Zach.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Hey, Ryan, we finally have a damage report that came out of that area where the big tornado was. Numerous large trees are downed across Western Kentucky Parkway / Interstate 69.
A new tornado watch has been
Central
issued.
City and Dawson Springs. And that's it. There's no other reports that I have actually received at this time related with anything from that tornado's damage.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to cover severe weather across a lot of Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri. And we're also just waiting to see what we just tracked a major tornado through parts of Kentucky, and we're not hearing much about the damage that occurred there. We know for a fact that significant damage has been done. We've seen a couple of pictures of houses with the roofs off of them. We saw some stuff on some of the live streams, and we also saw the damage, the debris literally 30,000 feet in the air on radar, but we're not hearing much. That means maybe not much happened, or that means that we're about to hear some significant stuff from places that maybe have been cut off from communications. So, that's just keeping you updated on what's going on there. We do still have a tornado warning for Augusta, Arkansas. You guys got to take shelter. That other tornado warning is for Piggott, Greenway, and Holcomb in Arkansas and Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville. That's going to, be coming through in the next 20 minutes or so. Glasgow, Kentucky, you guys are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and maybe even a tornado. That storm is going through Bowling Green right now. Got a lot of people watching in Bowling Green. The winds are coming through right now. The things are going to kind of get a little bit windier over the next 30 minutes or so, intermittently, but the biggest part of the storm is going to be done in about 15 minutes. Louisville, same thing for you. The biggest part of the storm's done for you. It's now moving into LaGrange and Shelbyville. So y'all get ready for that. That's pretty much what's going on here as the storms race across portions of Kentucky. No tornado warnings up here. All of our tornado warnings are down here in Arkansas right now. We do have a couple of rogue severe thunderstorm warnings for some random supercells that have formed up here in Missouri. Look at this. Some southeasternly moving supercell storms with maybe tennis ball sized hail coming down between Macon and Clarence in Missouri. We've also got some large hail with these supercells moving down past Jameson and Jamesport, Missouri. In fact, Kansas City, on the southwestern side of Kansas City, we got a severe thunderstorm warning for some ping pong ball sized hail. Very interesting stuff there with some southeasternly moving supercells dropping large hail. Those will probably make it down there to St. Louis. So that'll take a couple hours, but something for you guys to watch out for. I do want to go ahead and let Elijah talk. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian. So Evan Bentley, a forecaster at the Storm Prediction Center, has actually posted something that we have now set a new record in May 2024, and it's a record we don't really want to set, but we did. This was the first time where we have hit 20 days in a row, or 20 days in May, with an enhanced risk or higher, which the previous record was which was 19 in 2022. So we have set a record that we really didn't want to, just to show how intense and much like this severe weather series was in May.
Wow. That's crazy. Look at this, y'all. Every day. Enhanced. We had that high risk on May 6th. It has been a busy month in the weather world. One of the most busy Mays that we've had in several different ways. We've got, once again, even more storms popping up down here in central Missouri. And I know that, for example, these storms down here near Rockport and Malvern might look like just little blips. But it is important that we don't ever underestimate a blip. I'm going to let this little ditty here explain that to you while I'll go get myself something else to drink. I got to get hydrated here.
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip, taking moisture from the ground, call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip, you can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip.
What do you guys think about the blip song? It makes sense. Never underestimate a blip. Still got a rotation here south of Augusta. Tornado warning is going to continue as it crosses, the rotation crosses Highway 33 and going towards Revel, Arkansas. Similar situation up here near Kennett. The rotation's not quite as easy to detect on radar, but we still have a lot of rotation here. Coming into Kennett, Arkansas, y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions now. Wow, here's an amazing video from Hunter Hurley of the lightning show they're experiencing down there near Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Meteorologist Andy Hill is with Hunter Hurley storm chasing this afternoon. They saw a tornado today, and now they're experiencing some insane lightning tonight. Oops.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Looks like there was a, what was that, another new watch?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And a new tornado warning for White and Woodruff counties in Arkansas. Not a surprise there that we see the continuation of this warning as there's a little bit of a downward trend in the rotation that we're seeing with this, but you know, we still have a mid-level mesocyclone, so it's going to continue here towards DeView, Penrose, and Barson, as that rotation is still warranting of a tornado warning. How quickly are the storms moving? They're moving extremely quickly, especially over here in towards Clarksville. The storms are going to be coming in around 70 or 80 miles per hour, producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in Clarksville, Tennessee. Same thing for the area to the east of Bowling Green, Glasgow, Kentucky. In the next 15 minutes or so, extremely strong winds are going to be moving in here, and you do have the tornado possible tag on your severe thunderstorm warning there in Glasgow, because you've got little divots like this where a tornado could form. So watch out in Glasgow, Cave City, and Mumfordville, Kentucky, as this is a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. Clarksville, Tennessee is one of the places that suffered some damage this morning. And also, there's quite a few people in the county that Clarksville's in, Montgomery County, without power. About 3,000 people still without power. So that number will probably rise as these storms come through. A little bit more than that over in Summer County, about 8,000 people, about literally 11% of the counties without power, just north of Nashville. That number is going to go up as well as these storms come through over the next little bit. More blips to talk about here. Storm Prediction Center is seeing them. Isolated severe thunderstorms are possible. Very large hail is the primary risk, but a tornado is possible as well. Trends monitored for possible watch issuance. So there might be a new watch that's issued down here for northeastern portions of Texas, Louisiana, southwestern portions of Arkansas as well. But it's not looking like it's a definite thing at this point. So I have a lot of people asking me from like around my hometown in eastern Kentucky, who they're asking, are we going to see severe weather tonight? So for all of my local neighbors over here in the eastern Kentucky region, the answer to your question is yes. This line of storms is going to eventually make it to us. It's going to be getting to Lexington, Kentucky within the next hour. It'll be getting into like the Berea, Moorhead, Kentucky, London, Kentucky area within the next 2.5 hours or so. West Liberty, Hazard, Paintsville, we're talking about maybe 1, 2 a.m. and Pikeville around that same time. What was that, Chandra? Yeah, and there is a lot of people, obviously, around parks and stuff for vacationing for Memorial Day in East Tennessee. This is going to be making it down your way, too, early in the morning tomorrow. The farther east these storms go, the weaker they will get. So if you're in Lexington, we do expect a pretty robust storm. But if you're over here in Huntington, Charleston, Pikeville, Kentucky, it could still be severe, but it's going to be less intense than these storms to the west. So just keep that in mind. And the same thing goes for you guys in eastern Tennessee. West Tennessee, however, near Memphis, is probably in for a pretty big storm here as these supercells continue to ramp up, I should say, as they move towards Memphis. We're going to see at least a severe thunderstorm, maybe even a tornadic supercell try to come through the Memphis area here. Speaking of Clarksville, Tennessee, which is about to experience another severe thunderstorm earlier today, this is the kind of damage that we saw in and around Clarksville. Also flooding. Speaking of flooding, a flash flood warning is in effect for a lot of those places that got hit by the tornado earlier today. So that might be another thing that's adding on to, the difficulty of like, why aren't we hearing anything? Well, we've got power out, down trees everywhere, and now we have also got flash flooding on a widespread scale between Central City, Earlington, Madisonville, even back up there towards Owensboro. Lots of flash flooding going on. And since we saw flash flooding earlier today in Clarksville, we will likely see more of that in Clarksville over the next little bit as this heavy rain moves in. And as we wait for the next couple of live radar scans to come in, just a quick update, the Y'all Squad today, and I know it says this week, I didn't get to change the text, but the Y'all Squad today, without me even mentioning it once, has already raised $30,000 additional dollars for storm victims. We raised $20,000 yesterday. We raised $100,000 last week. So thank you guys so much, and if anybody else is wanting to contribute to that, it's a nonprofit organization, 501c3. You can make a tax-deductible donation to our nonprofit right now over at theyallsquad.org, and we would very much appreciate it. We're going to have people going out to these towns that got hit by tornadoes, and we are going to help them in any way that we can. We usually fill that gap that insurance and FEMA doesn't immediately kind of tackle. We help people a lot, and we couldn't do it without you. So once again, tax deductible official 501c3 contribution over at theyallsquad.org. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I finally got another specific update. So just north of Dawson Springs, let me pull up Google Maps here just to make sure. No, just on the north side of Dunn Missionary Baptist Church, there is significant tree damage. It looks like several trees are snapped. There is still a lot of search and rescue going on, but it's some of the very first photographs we're getting. I will send that so we can retweet that in just a second. But it's like the very first damage photos we're actually getting from the area, besides what we've already seen from the chasers about 30 minutes to an hour ago.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Elijah. Elijah is diligently working to try to find us some information about, some of these tornadoes that's happened earlier, and he's doing great. So we're going to keep you updated as more on that comes in. And if it's a photo that I can't show on the air because we're trying to protect the copyright of some of the storm chasers out there, I always retweet those images. So if you guys want to see anything that we can't directly show, you can always go over to my Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, and see a lot of that media that we're sharing over there. And you can also tag me and stuff and stuff like that as well. Also, we're seeing some damage still where Chris Hall is near in Warren County, Kentucky. Let's actually get an update from him. Chris, we're still not, I don't know if I got your locator dot on my map yet or not, but whereabouts are you? Are you going back and circling around and looking for damage, or are you still going forward right now?
I am right now on the north side of Bowling Green, going down, what is this, 165? 165 north of Bowling Green, and still having significant tree damage here. I've passed about 4 trees down, and probably going to see a bunch more. I ain't going to lie to you, I'm about out of gas here too, so hopefully somewhere in Bowling Green has some gas and still has power.
Yeah, hopefully Chris is going to be able to get gas, son. But yeah, lots of tree damage and stuff along Chris's path here between where he was near Mortons Springs and now down towards Bowling Green. So, lots of wind damage associated with our big line of storms coming through, which, by the way, is working into Clarksville now. And once again, this is a pictures that Ross sent to me earlier from Clarksville of some of the flooding. So ground's super saturated in Clarksville right now, so that means 2 things. As these winds move into Clarksville, Tennessee, and the surrounding areas like Dover and Springfield, trees are going to fall very easily because they're not, the ground's soft, and also, more flash flooding is possible. So keep that in mind. If you live near a flood-prone area, a creek or a stream, keep an eye on it, and also watch for those big trees falling in the big wind gusts that are getting ready to come through. Whoa. Crispy. Crispy on Twitter shared this incredible shot here of some drone footage of the lightning on the tornado warned storm approaching Bowling Green, Kentucky. So this had a tornado warning on it not too long ago, and this is what the lightning looked like in that storm as it approached Bowling Green. So now this same storm is moving towards Glasgow, Kentucky, and eventually it'll move up towards Greensburg, Kentucky as well. And we've got Kenneth out there, of course, starting them off right. Not scared, prepared, 3-month-old, watching the tornadoes in Bowling Green as well. We had a lot of people Tuned in from Bowling Green today. I think the worst of the storm's over for you guys, so that's good news. Got a couple more hours of rain, maybe. Could have some flash flooding problems, but the big-time storms are mostly over now for the Bowling Green area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the National Weather Service in Paducah, Kentucky, just tweeted a photograph of where they are planning to send at least 2 damage survey teams tomorrow. And one of them is obviously the very long track tornado, which was the tornado emergency. And then another one is up in Illinois.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. This is what he's talking about here. Damage survey team number 1 will be checking out areas from Marshall County all the way up past Hopkins and Muhlenberg counties. They're going to find a lot of damage there. Hopefully, because we haven't heard a lot of anything yet from emergency officials. Hopefully what they find is just some unbelievable tree damage. And, there's definitely some structures that were damaged, but hopefully there was no towns or communities that were destroyed. You know what I mean? But still, this is going to be a high-end, rating. If what I saw on radar is any representation of reality, then, there's going to be some incredible damage that they find. And then another survey team there for the southern Illinois storm. So also, this storm that's coming into Glasgow right now is in the it's coming into the Mammoth Cave Park area. It's just important to point out that, like, anybody that's out or if you know anybody that's going camping or, on a fun little trip this weekend, maybe they even said before they left, you know what, we're going to disconnect. We ain't going to have we ain't going to be watching no YouTube weatherman this weekend. Well, give them a call, give them a ring, be like, hey, there's a pretty good storm coming into the Mammoth Cave area right now. It's nothing crazy. It's not a tornado, but it is certainly going to be something that you want to be prepared for if you're in a camper or something like that. So, and it's also happening fast. The winds pick up. The thunder gets louder and louder and louder. These storms are coming in fast. You're not going to know if you're not paying attention that it's coming until maybe about 30 minutes before it gets there. Somebody is asking about Williamstown, Kentucky. Looks like the storms are below severe limits that are moving up towards Williamstown and Cincinnati right now. They're still packing a punch with some strong winds, though, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued with this as the storms get closer to Cincinnati. So Williamstown, Independence, Florence, Cincinnati over the next hour, we'll get a punch of some strong winds and some small hail, but for the most part, things are looking quite tame with those. A new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Springfield, Willisburg, and Lebanon. So that tornado warning to the west of Memphis has been allowed to expire. Kennett, Wardell, and Haiti, you guys are next in line to receive a pretty considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable severe thunderstorm here with maybe up to golf ball sized hail. Get ready for that.
Hey, Ron, it is Chris when you have just a second.
Where is Belton, Kentucky? Yeah, so we've got some images from David of some damage in Belton, Kentucky, and this is associated
with a new tornado
with
warning has been issued.
The tornado that the sequence of tornadoes that was that we were tracking with the tornado emergencies and stuff, but even this is not associated with the big tornado. This is like the when the line smashed into the supercell there. So definitely still seeing damage reports slowly trickle in. We did get a new tornado warning down here in Arkansas. Let's go look at that. Paragould, Cardwell, Monette, Leachville, all of these areas. You're under a tornado warning now. We've got some rotation there near Paragould, but nothing crazy, but still precautionary. Let's get into our safe spots here in Red Onion, Miller, and Shug in Arkansas. Why do damage surveys take so long? People from the National Weather Service, engineers, a bunch of people come together. They drive to the damage paths, repeatedly drive across the damage path, plot GPS points, take pictures, investigate damage and talk to survivors, drive back up to the office, assess all the information to determine everything, write summaries, and create maps. Sometimes it could take as little as a day. Sometimes it can take weeks. So it just depends on what they've got to work with and a bunch of different variables like that. Rolling Fork. If you guys were around for the Rolling Fork tornado coverage that we did last year, to get the final rating on that, it took a total of 2 months of damage surveys and stuff.
Hey Ron, it is Chris when you have just a second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey Ryan, I just seen a tweet and I retweeted it there. Significant damage with search and rescue ongoing on the north side of Dawson Springs.
All right, give me just a second. Yeah, that we've heard of the, that's one of the things that Elijah brought to our attention not too long ago with the pictures that were sent in on Twitter there, and the report of search and rescue still ongoing north of Dawson Springs. So that's still, honestly, we haven't heard anything beyond that since that. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so speaking of that, we actually just got new damage reports in. So multiple reports of power lines downed in the Bowling Green area. A major transmission line fell on 3 vehicles on the 23-mile marker of I-65. Reports of residential structures damaged on Allen Michael Lane in Bowling Green, and trees are downed and blocking the roadways in several places in Bowling Green. So that's the latest damage reports that I have just received.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah. Russell Kirby has sent this in, power flashes in Clarksville. So it looks like some of those really strong winds as they were coming in did cause some power flashes there. And a power flash is just when strong winds, will break a transmission line or even sometimes cause abrupt damage to a transformer that leads to some sort of explosion that's visible in the clouds,
Hey Ryan, Kentucky
sometimes
is
up to
now
miles
officially
away.
under a state of emergency.
What did Chris say?
Hey Ryan, Kentucky is now officially under a state of emergency.
So Kentucky, apparently there's been a declaration of a state of emergency. We'll have more information about that soon. There is a slight chance of severe weather tomorrow for anybody that's curious. Big slight risk, actually, from Pennsylvania all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. It may even extend back into Texas as well, as this is going to be the actual final push of the storm system out of here tomorrow. So we're going to see some damaging winds, some hail, maybe an isolated tornado or two down there in the Mid-Atlantic region tomorrow. But then we should have at least a little bit of an extended break where we don't see any major severe weather outbreaks, maybe for a week, hopefully. This is from the strong line of storms that came through early this morning. Shark Bait sent this in north of Indianapolis from this morning's wind event. Wow. That's crazy. I'm glad you're all right. And thanks for sending that in. Lots of wind damage reports from this morning. I don't know if we've heard anything or if the wind damage reports were significant enough, but that definitely covered enough distance to potentially qualify as a derecho. But we'll see. We'll see if the wind damage reports were robust enough to support that. So a couple of, good news updates here. The supercells that were forming and they're
a new
entering
tornado
this really
watch has
favorable
been
environment for tornadoes are not really maintaining their discrete nature. So they're very quickly everything's going quite linear, which means that they are outflow dominant, these storms, and they are mostly just going to be severe thunderstorms. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be any tornadoes. In fact, we still do have the tornado warning for Leachville, but it's just a really good thing that we're not seeing individual discrete cells, and we're seeing more linear action here. We've got another cell that was just warned in Arkadelphia that for a quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we do have a warning in Texas right now for Linden and Queen City and Atlanta in Texas. A little bit of rotation with this one, not much. Main thing is going to be quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina right now, which is kind of like the last dying breath of our big-time, wind storm that's been working across the U.S. It's about to hit Goldsboro and Fremont. Get ready for maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds over there. We continue to see considerable severe thunderstorm warnings being issued with these supercells that are kind of skirting down portions of Missouri down towards Columbia and Mexico, Missouri over the next couple of hours. Get ready for some ping pong to golf ball sized hail and maybe some strong damaging winds as well. So we are now approaching our eighth hour of consecutive coverage here, and things are
a new tornado
not
warning
calm,
has been issued,
but they are calming down compared to what we had earlier. So that's good news. Hornersville, Steele, Holland, Cooter, and Blytheville, you're now under a tornado warning. As this storm is moving through Cardwell right now, still rotating and capable of producing a tornado as it goes towards Tennessee. Let's put the Dyersburg, Tennessee camera in one of the 6. In Radar Omega, Chandra, put the Dyersburg camera in 4. Put the Truman camera in Arkansas in 5, and then either one of the Memphis cameras in 6. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have another update from the area that was hit by the big tornado, the tornado emergency. So Caldwell County Judge Executive Coda Young, which is an official for the county, has stated that it's too early to speculate from the damage, but
A new
it
tornado
doesn't
watch
seem
has
like
been
the
issued.
damage is too widespread. So there is a chance that the tornado hit a lot of like rural areas and as you said, missed some of the big towns. So it may have actually missed like all the highly populated areas.
That's what it's slowly but surely looking like. And hopefully that trend continues. We're not blindsided and surprised by some, devastating reports early tomorrow morning. But without a doubt, a huge, nasty tornado ripped through portions of Kentucky, just a couple hours ago. But it looks like we might have looked out this time. And instead of like with the Mayfield tornado, it was a very similar situation where it was almost like just connecting town to town, like it was hitting, Mayfield, it hit this Dawson Springs, it hits Bremen. It's like, it was not purposefully, but it was almost seemingly with purpose going, from town to town. This one narrowly missed a lot of towns, and it seems like maybe we've got mostly tree damage here. Now, certainly there's some people who have lost their homes, and we've seen some of that already, but we're just hoping that it's not as widespread as what it could have been, given the power of the tornado that we had there. By the way, new tornado watch. Couple tornadoes possible, apple-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds till 5 a.m. Central for portions of Texas, southern Arkansas, northern portions of Louisiana. So they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes almost up to Memphis, Terrell, and Forest City. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Get ready in Memphis. It's coming. And once again, I'm going to stick to my word here. We're going to be on the air at least until those storms are past Memphis, which could be as early as less than an hour from now, because they're starting to move pretty quick. Yeah, unless something crazy happens between now and then, once the storms clear Memphis, we'll probably call it a night. This will probably be, I don't want to promise anything, I don't want to jinx it too much here, but this will probably be the last live stream that we do for a little while, maybe a week or two, maybe even longer. I'm hoping this is the last live stream we do until hurricane season. I'm ready for a break. Now, obviously, you're still going to be able to find me here almost every other day in the form of a video. So if you like what I'm doing here, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn notifications on. Oh, speaking of that, I don't know how close we are, but if we're close enough, we might be close enough. Speaking of that, there's enough of you here right now, potentially, to get the channel over 2 million subscribers tonight by hitting the subscribe button. Not a big deal, but if you haven't hit the subscribe button yet, this is a good reason to. It would be awesome if we just need 20,000 more subscribers. It would be awesome to hit that milestone this evening. So appreciate everything. You don't have to hit the subscribe button, but it's free. And if you'd like to see us do this in the future and whenever severe weather hits your area and stuff like that, subscribing helps. It helps us reach more people. It helps us fulfill our mission of, helping people be not scared, but rather prepared.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris when you have a free minute.
Go ahead, Chris.
So we found some gas. I'm a lot happier now. We are getting a hotel here in Bowling Green. Sounds like some damage is going to be found probably not overnight tonight. Probably going to be all night tonight looking for damage up there. But it does look like the Dawson Springs area back towards Eddyville on the north side of what was it, 29, 24, 29, I think it was, near Paducah. That's probably an area that I'm going to head back to tomorrow and potentially do some stuff up there. But right now our main idea is getting to the hotel. Got a full tank of gas, finally, thank the Lord. I didn't think I was going to. But yeah, we're heading back up there tomorrow.
All right, so that's an update from Chris. Chris obviously wants to help if there's some damage out there, and Chris is able to help. And so we're gonna make sure there's none before we decide that we're not going to help. But yeah, once again, we're going to be in working contact with people out there, including emergency officials, to see what the All Squad can do if there is some widespread damage. Thanks to you guys. Huge shout out to Ryan Upchurch. Ryan Upchurch, the real Ryan Upchurch, is in the chat. Gave a $500 super chat. It says for keeping the back roads aware. Ryan, really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you for the incredible support. Country rapper, singer, songwriter. You know him as Upchurch, the Redneck. That's super generous of you, man. Thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that. We got a couple of areas of interest with these storms approaching Memphis that I'm watching. The good news is they're still looking outflow dominant. This little line right here, it indicates rain-cooled air escaping from the storm. So something like this would normally make you think that maybe we're going to see a spin up. But if we see enough of this outflow boundary out in front of it, then it might not be a problem. But I'm still watching it as it approaches Memphis. It could be something to be concerned about.
Looks like we have a pretty significant power outage here in the town of Bowling Green. I'm in a section of Bowling Green. I've not seen any power on in any residences or traffic lights for the past mile and a half now. So do have power out here in Bowling Green.
A little under 20,000 to go now. I don't know if it's possible, but we might be able to hit 2 million subscribers tonight. So yeah, just hit that subscribe button. It's free. Once again, you'll get notifications whenever we do forecast videos and whenever we do live streams. We try to only go live on this channel whenever things actually get rough. Like whenever it looks like it's going to be plumb wild. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't go live. We ain't going to clog up your notifications with every little springtime thunder boomer. When you see the notification, Ryan Hall, y'all is going live, it means that there's probably about to be some serious stuff go down. So that's the idea anyways. There's going to be some times when we are not live, but there are still some tornadoes. But like whenever there's a large scale severe weather outbreak, we are here. And if you like what we're doing there, consider subscribing. It's not required, of course. Lightning is starting to really uptick in Memphis as our storms are getting closer and closer. So we're watching those come in through our Radar Omega cameras. Lots of you guys have got Radar Omega today. You're going to love it, I promise. Tammy Conley, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Virginia, thank you. And Dylan Marath, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, by the way, to our members, super sorry we didn't do our members-only pre-stream today. We were just a little bit behind getting started with the regular stream, so I missed one, but I'll be there for the next one. Mm-mm. So if you're just now kind of filtering in and you're wondering what's going on, we are at the end of our live coverage here of a severe weather outbreak today. We're not done yet. We are going to kind of monitor these storms as they come into Memphis. Got a couple little dangly bits that I've got my eyes on, but nothing crazy. I really don't see any major problems there. Big time severe weather warning, strong winds coming into Clarksburg and Camden and Humboldt, Tennessee over the next hour or so. We continue to have a tornado warning for Hornersville, Holland, and Steele in northeastern Arkansas. That's that rotation right there. That's pretty robust. It's nothing to balk at, so we're going to watch it. If we're in Hornersville or West Hermondale or Douglas over here in extreme northeastern Arkansas, we should be taking shelter. Down here south and west of Little Rock are, you guys remember the blips? This is the same little blip I played the song for. These are now a little bit, more powerful storms. They are rotating, but not very intensely. These are mainly causing some problems in the form of hail and wind as they go towards places like Gurdon, Arkansas, Leola, Arkansas, and Sheridan, Arkansas. And then a similar situation down here in Texas as this storm goes towards Queen City and Atlanta and Bloomberg, Texas. All of these storms are going to congeal into a big line of storms tonight that work down like this and eventually die out. They'll probably try to re-spark up tomorrow. But for the most part, once these storms start dying off early in the morning tomorrow, we are done with this for the most part. Lots of people will experience some gusty winds and some severe weather tomorrow on the East Coast, but it's not going to be anything like today. Brooke says, thanks for keeping us updated. I always have you playing when these storms roll in. Who is Chris Hall waving at? I don't know. It's probably his mom. It's probably a hi mom moment. So when this happens today, I'm not vocalizing it. We're just going to end the stream. Okay? To end the curse. Not going to say a word. Just going to be like, oh, okay, bye. Tara, Vincent, thank you for the super huge support there. Everybody say thank you to Tara, and everybody like Tara who's supporting the stream this evening. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without running a bunch of boring commercials and running ads and stuff that you really don't want to do when you're covering life-threatening severe weather. So thank you. As always, towards the end of the stream, we like to do a little shout out for our Discord server as well. As if anybody is new here and doesn't know that we have a Discord server, we do. Mods will post a link to that in the chat. If you're familiar with Discord, if you already use Discord, I would highly recommend joining our Discord server. Elijah's in there. He is going to be updating us on the post-event updates in that channel. Very well organized for us. Meteorologist Andy Hill's in there. I'm in there. There's about 25,000 weather enthusiasts. I think it's probably by far the largest online weather community that's like active. As far as the subscribers go, we're at 1.983. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it tonight, but we're close. Thank you to everybody who has subscribed. It's a big deal. Aaron says, where's Andy lately? Andy has been on vacation, but he's been here with us. He's been chiming in. Even though he's, on his chase-cation out there. And he's also been volunteering and helping out with the Y'all Squad, which is just awesome. Andy is a true treasure. I'm so happy we have him on our team, and I know that you guys are too. I'm just going up and down these storms here, looking for anything that might be suspicious that needs to be called out. I don't see anything, honestly. I think that the storms that come through Memphis here pretty soon are going to be not tame, but they're going to be kind of like storms that produce about ping pong ball sized hail and some intermittent 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Same thing with what's coming down towards Humboldt, Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue to be in place for places like Columbia, Kentucky. They'll probably extend that out to Monticello and Russell Springs here soon. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we got another damage photo that came in, this time from around Mortons Gap. This was associated with the big tornado emergency that occurred just around the time it was occluding. So it looks like in the photo there is probably a mobile home that has been mostly destroyed. So I don't have any other information about it. Again, information is very, very scarce.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. It looks like probably the vast majority of the visual storytelling that's going to go on around what happened with the tornado emergency storm tonight is going to take place tomorrow and at first light. I think whenever the sun comes up tomorrow, we're going to see a lot of the damage that occurred with that storm. And I'm still hoping for the best. I think that there's a good chance that a lot of the places that were nearby that could have got hit didn't get hit. And we're just going to keep our fingers crossed and hope that that's the case, because this was a big, bad tornado, and it could have leveled any town that it come into contact with it. So yeah, we're just going to hope for the best there. Jenny, thank you for the 10 gifted. And congratulations to all the new members. Ben says, did the tornado by Mortons Gap lift before the truck stop? I was taking shelter in the bathroom and could hear it outside, but it never did damage. As far as I know. Yeah. Well, we're honestly, we're as confused as you right now, probably. Like we don't know a lot about what happened with the tornado. We know that it was there. We have seen several damage photos, especially in the immediate aftermath from our storm chasers. But outside of that, things are pretty bleak as far as the amount of information that we have. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we got another damage photo, this time from WNKY. We can't show it on stream, but it is along Mount Olivet Road in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It looks like the roof of a brick structure was completely ripped off. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Elijah. looks like Bowling Green and surrounding areas were hit a little, quite hard tonight. We've got about 15,000 people without power right now in Warren County. The same storm that caused all that junk is now moving into Burkesville and Columbia, Kentucky. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for you. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, these storms are moving into Lexington, Kentucky now, and Cincinnati, but they're mostly below severe limits, so nothing really to worry about there. Just get ready for some gusty winds and a good old-fashioned burst of wind. Is Clarksville in the clear for tonight? Yeah, for the most part. The only thing that I would look out for in Clarksville is because we had so much flooding earlier today, we're still going to have another 35 or 45 minutes to an hour's worth of heavy rain here in Clarksville, so we might see a little bit more flooding. So just keep that in mind. The flash flooding is going to be a possibility tonight in Clarksville. The winds and the tornado threat, that's over. That's over. And the storms are moving into Memphis now, slowly but surely. Over the next 40 minutes or so, they will pass over the Memphis area. And once again, the closer the storms get to Memphis, the less concerned, I guess I am, about these storms. They're no longer anywhere near supercellular. They're completely outflow dominant. So we're definitely going to see some small hail and some winds move through Memphis, but that's it. Got about 17 minutes left on our tornado warning here for Blytheville, Steele, and Holland in Arkansas. New mesoscale discussion for central and eastern Kentucky. The threat for damaging wind gusts and line-embedded QLCS tornadoes remains possible. QLCS tornadoes, that's just fancy ease for tornadoes in a line of storms. There ain't nothing really special or different about them. They're just tornadoes. So you want to make sure you have a way of getting warnings. All right. Speaking of warnings, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Richmond, Kentucky. Oh, and speaking about the end of this stream, I'm so excited to not stream tomorrow, unless, I don't think we're going to have an uptick in the severity of the situation with the severe weather tomorrow. But I'm excited about that because I'm going to get to, for the first time this month, it feels like, because we've been so busy with severe weather, I might get to spend some time with the wife and the kids. Looky here. Speaking of the wife and the kids, Stephanie is back. That's my wife. That's the weather wife with 50 gifted memberships. Once again, I seriously think she's gifted 500 this month, which is nuts. Thank you, Stephanie. Everybody say thank you to the wonderful weather wife. If it wasn't for her, I literally couldn't do this. We have 2 kids. She's a saint. She went, I was supposed to be at a wedding yesterday with our kids, and she went, I couldn't because of this, and she's so supportive, and whenever I first started doing this, she let us use a whole bedroom in the house to make my little weather studio. So it's crazy. It's crazy that this is our life now. But super appreciative of the weather wife and all the support she gives me to allow me to do this. Stephen Taylor says, I just discovered your channel and have been passively watching for the past 5 hours. You all give a lot of value and hopefully saved lives in Kentucky tonight. Stephen, thank you so much for those kind words. You did not have to do that. That's very nice of you. But yeah, I hope that we were able to help some people as well. I think that during that sequence of tornadoes in Kentucky, I think that was the most viewers we've ever had at one time. I could be wrong. I don't honestly know that for sure. I don't remember what our old record was. But thanks to you guys, we were at 176,000 concurrent viewers. So yeah, thanks to you guys, we were able to reach a total of about 2.5 million people tonight with our live severe weather coverage, which is, honestly, it's nuts. That's crazy. So thank you so much for sharing, putting it out there on social media, and, putting trust in us to do this. There's plenty of places where you can watch the weather. Obviously, we take this very seriously, and we're happy to be here and all that good stuff. And we know we couldn't do it if it wasn't for y'all sharing. Yeah, so yeah, that definitely beats the old record of like 162,000. Yeah, the peak was 176 even. When we in the stream here in just a minute, I've already said this, but just to kind of double down on it, the severe weather threat doesn't end. We're going to have some isolated damaging winds and tornadoes throughout the night into the early morning hours. Stay weather aware. Make sure you have a way of getting warnings even when I'm not live. A good way to do that is with a NOAA weather radio. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I would definitely look it up because you probably want one. We sell them on my site, but you don't have to get them from me. You can get them from the local Target. But it's kind of like a smoke detector. But instead of smoke detecting, it detects tornadoes. Not really. It detects warnings from the National Weather Service, and it wakes you up at night like a smoke detector would. Okay, and it works off of batteries, and it works off a radio signal. It doesn't use the internet, and it doesn't have to use electricity. So it's kind of like your first line of defense against tornadoes, especially nocturnal tornadoes, when you want to sleep like a normal person and not stay up all night and obsessing over the weather, which is what we recommend. Memphis, once again, these storms are slowly but surely coming in, but they're not going to be like a big time deal. We're going to see some hail, some winds. So get ready for that. It'll happen over the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. But I think that we're good to call it a night. Okay. Once again, we've been going for pert near 20 hours over the past 36, which is crazy. So we're going to get some rest, and I will see you very soon. All right. Thank you all. Goodbye.